Hello to all our viewers watching us here in Shillong, across the state of Meghalaya and beyond. I'm Aaron Lingdo. We bring to you our live coverage of Day 2 of the 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival. Yesterday's session saw conversations by authors from across the region and beyond. Well, today we intend to do exactly just that, to bring you more insights and ideas from sessions that you should not miss. All you need to do is sit back and relax and trust DD Meghalaya to bring you all the magic as we come live from Wards Lake.
Be seated. Shillong Literary Festival 2024. Well, yesterday we were treated to an incredible array of discussions that truly set the tone for the celebration of literature. Authors like Shobhaa, Pinto, Kynpham Sing Nongkynrih enriched us with such great insights, and building on those engaging conversations today will be equally promising and exciting. Well, the sessions lined up today will take us across literature, heritage, indigenous voices, translation, and poetry, culminating in moments of a lakeside melody to close the day. To all our esteemed speakers, moderators, and guests, thank you for being here and sharing your time and creativity with us. And to our audience, your presence and enthusiasm will add life to our sessions today. So without further ado, let us immerse ourselves in another day of inspiration and discovery. Welcome to the second day of the Shillong Literary Festival 2024.
Well, ma'am, welcome to Shillong first of all. What brings you here? And where are you from, first of all?
I'm from Iceland, and I came to Shillong 2 days ago. I came to this literary festival by accident.
By accident?
Yes, I just wanted to see the park, and then I saw it was a festival here, and yes, books interest me. So
right.
Yeah.
Well, as you said, by accident, but now that you're here, I suggest you sit for some of the sessions, or are you in a hurry?
I would love to, but yes, I'm in a hurry. I'm leaving at 2 o'clock today, going up to Darjeeling.
All right. So it's been a long trip for you.
Yes.
When did you start the trip and all of that?
We started in Kolkata on the 8th of November, and we are going up to Darjeeling and Sikkim,
All right.
and then back to Kolkata.
Nice. Well, while you're here in Shillong, enjoy your time and travel safe when you go back home. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Ma'am, sir, please proceed to the stage. Yeah, preferably. Yeah. We'll just get. Good morning. Our first session this morning celebrates Meghalaya's rich cultural tapestry, with the book in focus being the Meghalaya listing document. The listing document is the first collaborative project between Meghalayan Age Limited and the Indian National Trust for Arts, Culture and Heritage, Meghalaya chapter. The listing document is a project that tried its best to create a list of both tangible and intangible heritage of the state of Meghalaya according to the All India format given by the INTAC head office in Delhi, which is in line with the UNESCO guidelines. This is a 670-page document, and it is prepared by professional architects and specialists from different disciplines. For this session, we are joined by guests from folklore to literature and journalism, and the panelists this morning represents a broad spectrum of voices that engage with the region's identity, and its complexities. Leading this discussion is Dr. Madeline Tham, an associate professor at Lady Keane College and the convener of the Meghalaya chapter of INTAC, who brings a nuanced understanding of the intersection of culture, heritage, and academia. Once again, let us give a warm welcome to Dr. Madeline Tham in conversation with Dr. Ramona Sangma, Ms. Hannah Lalanpui, Mr. Ankush Saikia, and Mr. Sanjoy Hazarika. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone present here and my distinguished panelists. I welcome you to this program on culture and heritage in conversation with different writers from the Northeast. And we hope you enjoy this session. Actually, the Meghalaya listing book is a book on tangible and intangible heritage. And it was launched yesterday by the CM at our INTAC pavilion. Over there you can see 6 models of iconic structures of central Shillong. And I do hope you all pay a visit to the INTAC pavilion. And I can see many contributors to the Meghalaya listing book in the audience, as well as here in the stage. Mr. Sanjoy Hazarika wrote the introduction, and Ramona, of course, took care of the Garo Hills listing. And I can see Iban Maukro, the senior architect, famous architect of Shillong, there in the audience. He also contributed a lot to the listing document. And if I forget to mention anyone, please forgive me. And I do hope you enjoyed this session. We want to see how culture and heritage is part of our lives, our way of life, our tradition. And these people on this dais here have the gift to make it literary. They've written and expressed their thoughts and views, and everything they write has been from their experiences, whether it be fiction or non-fiction. So I think we would start with Ramona as the first speaker of the session. Ramona, we'll give you around 6 to 7 minutes. Would that be fine? Yes. And you can tell us about your writing and how culture and heritage has influenced your body of work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madeline. Well, it's indeed a privilege for me to be here amongst a very distinguished, you can see them here. There's Mr. Sanjoy Hazarika, somebody there in his own right, and then Ankush and Hannah. Anyway, I'm glad to be here, and just to tell you a little about the journey that has taken me to culture, basically for the larger part of my teaching, post PhD, that is. So culture became a part and parcel of my work, basically quite inadvertently, when I was invited by the National IGNCA in Delhi to speak on Garo culture. That came somewhat as a surprise to me. But after, the best thing that one can do when you are in a place or in a platform where you have an opportunity to speak is to look inward. And that looking inward took me to looking into my own people, my own culture, because that is the most familiar to me. So that took off as something that came quite out of the blue. And since then, I've been basically writing, documenting a great deal about our Garo culture and its various aspects. So some of the things that I have written about is something I think many people, ask me about, and that is our matrilineal, the kind of matrilineal that we practice and how it differs from different societies that also practice a similar kind of, coming from a similar society. Then there's matrilineal, and then of course it has been experiences and questions that have taken me to a journey where I have written certain books, especially for the younger generation, like the Wangala book, which is basically a compilation of, in one whole book, about the various rituals and the various aspects of Wangala and how it begins. It's like almost like a story where it begins at the beginning of the year, of the agricultural year, and how it culminates into the Wangala festival, which we all know about. So there are these intricacies about culture which I like to share, especially if I have the opportunity and if I come across it in any of my research work or any kind of reading that I do. Now, going back to Garo culture and the kind that I write about, I think it is mostly to do with needs to fulfill a certain kind of purpose, where I feel personally that misinterpretations and misinformation abounds almost everywhere, especially at this age and time in social media. And that is the reason why I feel that corrections are necessary, especially when you are looking into a culture that is not your own, which is difficult to understand for other people, and which is very different from even one tribe to another. So that is the purpose with which I work, with which I write, so that there is correct information, authentic information, and information that will help know people about each other far better. And of course, people from my own community know about themselves much better, and how we practice, or whatever we practice, the why and the how of why we practice such a way of life. That I think is important, and that I think creates an identity for each, creates an identity which I think they can be proud of. So other than that, I think it's far more important for me today also to tell you a little about the listing document that was launched yesterday. So the priority for us people in Garo Hills was to create a document that would officially include those sites and places which were in most danger of being either destroyed or disappearing altogether because of many factors. Some because of human activity, other places like the very famous Palpakram National Park, because of the different kinds of, again, human activity like mining and of different kinds. So there has always been this threat and this danger to these natural sites in Garo Hills, more than there is for the built heritage. So that was why we thought that although it was a very, very difficult task, we had a window of just about 2-3 months in the dry season around this time, and with Christmas and other festivals, perhaps we had a window of about 1.5 months to actually send people to survey, our field workers to go and survey, take pictures, look at the sites, give us first-hand information, and to visit. And they had to do long treks. They had to camp, they had to trek, they had to go to these really tough places, terrain. And it was with great difficulty that we managed to perhaps maybe about 30 23 to 30 of these natural sites in the most interior parts of Garo Hills. We started with the interior areas, especially in South Garo Hills, because they're the most difficult, and they are, of course, the ones with the highest threat. You have villagers who are not quite aware of how important that is to heritage and identity and to culture. And then you have, of course, people who are into different kinds of businesses and who think that the environment and the natural wonders and the gifts of the land are expendable. So it was with this thought that our team decided that we should at first, rather than go into, Tura or Garo Hills don't have as many heritage homes as Shillong does, but we do have a lot of natural heritage. So the caves, the stone formations, the various important mythical places and associated with myths and legends, those were the things we focused on, and those were the places and sites that we thought needed our attention the most. So if you look at the listing book, you will see that there is just 2 precincts. One is the DC's, the Deputy Commissioner's precinct in Tura, where you have the residence, the offices, the park, and which is included there. And then you have the mission compound, which of course is very important because that mission compound was where the birth of the town of Tura in West Garo Hills took place. So these 2 present, and then you have different, I think around 20 to, maybe 10, 15 of those sites, natural sites in Balpakram National Park, in the Siju area, and then in the very famous Wari Chora, which was discovered just perhaps maybe about 2 years back. It was actually a kind of taboo to venture into that area, although it was a very beautiful one because of the many myths and legends that were associated with it. But of course, once the taboo was broken, it has become a tourist site, basically. And of course, there's no regulation of the visitors there. There's no, it's quite a disorganized kind of tourism that is taking place there. So it was those kinds of places that those sites that we focused on for this first volume of the listing. So perhaps in the second phase, we'll go on to different parts of Garo Hills and the more accessible and the more easier ones to document. But for the time being, I think with the help of the government of Meghalaya and with a very wonderful team from INTAC, we have at least been able to document something that was never on paper earlier. So this, I feel, has been our little INTAC's, especially Garo Hills, the team's small contribution towards conservation. And with the conservation of these sites, obviously the conservation of all culture naturally comes in. So I think I've spoken long enough, and I hope I've explained myself regarding the reasons why, culture is very important to our people, to the state, and in documenting successfully something that has, in a manner that was done and launched yesterday. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ramona, for that in-depth talk on Garo culture and heritage, and especially your take on the misinterpretation of culture, because nobody knows anybody's culture more than the people who are from that culture, and I like the fact that you own it and want to spread the right information to the public. And we hope that after, when all the panelists have finished giving their speech, we can have a Q&A session in which the audience can ask any questions or seek any clarification on Garo culture. I now ask Mr. Sanjoy Hazarika, who doesn't need any introduction actually. He is not only a noted writer, columnist, and one of the big personalities in the media. Ms. Sanjoy, pleasure having you here with us. And I just skimmed through your books. I feel that you write very factual, and you're a brave writer. You do not, shy away from making a call or seen any injustice, and you do write it as it is. I'm very fascinated with your work, and I thank you for contributing to the listing document of Meghalaya. Sanjoy, I think you were born and brought up in Shillong. Yes, so he's a Shillong boy like most of us here in the audience and in this pavilion. So now the stage is yours. Welcome you to this session.
Thank you, Madeline, and thanks to the Shillong Knit Fest for inviting me. When I was given this topic, I didn't quite know exactly what was expected of me. Neither did Ankush, I think, who's a mystery thriller writer, apart from other things. Hello, everybody, and what brave people you are to come here to listen to us at 10:30 in the morning about culture. Anyway, I think my grounding in Shillong, schooling, growing up here with my brother, I think that played a very important part in my life, in my own writing and in the work I've tried to do over the years. And it's always been a very foundational part of my life. But I think as far as the issues of culture and diving in deep into these areas, for me, I've learned about my own culture, about Assamese or Homia culture, as well as the cultures of the region. And I'm not just talking about the upland states of the Northeast, but also of the countries around, whether it's Myanmar, Tibet, which is part of China, Bangladesh, and Nepal, and Bhutan. These are my special focus areas through travel. I think travel, listening, not talking so much, but listening to people, trying to understand them is really key. And I'll just start with I'll just tell a couple of stories and then I'll close. Maybe more than a couple, maybe in the Q&A there'll be more. One is, I was in Tibet some years ago. We were making a film on the Brahmaputra, which is known as the Sangpo in Tibet, the Yarlung Sangpo. And we had gone to a monastery and they were repainting the walls with traditional Tibetan style paintings, mandala and the Tanka style of paintings of the Buddha's life and so on. And I was asking about that. They said that all this was destroyed in 1966 by what the Chinese called the Cultural Revolution. Now that was in the name of culture, of cleansing culture. Millions of people were driven away from their homes, hundreds of thousands died, and the entire, much of Tibet's precious treasures, both religious as well as documentation and buildings, were destroyed by the People's Liberation Army, young soldiers. And many monks were forcibly, stripped of their robes and forced to work in the fields and so on. And this was a slightly calmer time when they were rebuilding, recovering, and reformatting really the life of Tibet. That was one story, and I think that the greatest learning I've had is on my travels on the Brahmaputra, whether it's in Tibet, in Arunachal, Assam, or Bangladesh. Because there you get immersed not just in the river, but in the stories of people who live by and on the river. And many of you may know this, some of you may not, but Assam is, as we know, the largest state of the region, with a population of about 35 or 36 million, that's 3.6 crores, of which about 1/10 live on islands. I didn't know this until I started researching it. And the communities are mixed. They live on what's called the islands, the shore saparis. They include Bengali-speaking Muslims. They include tribal communities such as the Mishings, Bengali Hindus, other communities, and Assamese caste Hindus. And for me, it was a huge learning just to travel to these areas and understand the many layers of the cultural lives of communities and people. So to me, I think that's extremely important to try and remain humble and understand what goes on in the lives of other people, so that we are able to better reflect it when we write about it. There is one thing that I would like to say, which is that there is something which I completely disagree with in terms of culture, that's called the VIP culture. I think all of us have experienced it. You have these cars with sirens and what is it called? The lal battis, rushing at breakneck speed, breaking all traffic rules. When the law enforcers are breaking the law, what can we expect of ordinary people? So we must all resolve to oppose this kind of inequality, because that is a statement of fact that I am more important than you, that you don't really count, even though you pay my salary. And I think that's very important for all our leaders and so-called leaders to understand that political culture is a very important part of the lives we have to embrace. So I'll close with that, and I hope that this will provoke some thinking and some questions and comments and responses from the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Hazarika. That's very interesting on different aspects of culture. And when you were talking about Sangpo, the Brahmaputra in Tibet, I remember that in history all civilizations began next to huge rivers, the Egyptian civilization next to the Nile, and the Indus civilization next to the Indus River. So we hope that, the people and the culture of the region near the Brahmaputra river will also evolve and keep growing in cultural and civilization aspects. And it's interesting to know that 1/10 of people in Assam live on islands. Whenever you think of Assam, we think of tea gardens and oil, yes, and of course your famous delicacies like your food, your fish. So we always think of Assam as one of the most beautiful, and of course the one horn rhino in Kaziranga. We always think of Assam as one of the most beautiful states in the country and one of the most beautiful places in the world. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay Hazarika. I think now we'll go to the younger section of the panel. I have one on my left and one on my right. So, Ankush, ladies first. Yeah. Okay, so we have a very young and promising writer from Mizoram, Hannah. She's done her schooling in Bangalore and her university studies in Nehu. And she Though I must confess that I did read everybody's writings except Hannah's, but while having a conversation, Mr. Sanjay Hazarka said the beauty of her fiction is the way she looks through the eyes of a child, and that's very important. So I welcome you, Hannah, to the Shillong Literary Fest, and now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madeline. Very good afternoon. I think it's already afternoon, yeah, everyone. And it's such a pleasure to be here because I see Naldon Sanga Ralte here, our very beloved Ba Sanga, because I just want to mention that I started my creative writing journey from here in Shillong with the help of people like him. When I was doing my my MA in Nehu, he and a group of friends, they started this this group called the Small Art Project, I think that was, and they used to gather young enthusiasts like us, and they would organize poetry writing workshops, and then it was a space where they made us feel like our writing mattered, and that really motivated me to take up creative writing. And I also just want to give a shout out to the younger audience here, the school kids. I think before we started the session, Ankush mentioned that these school children are always like the central part of these lit fests. They're always the main audience. So thank you so much for being here. And I think I feel like the odd one out here. I don't have any connection to this book in focus, the Meghalaya listing, and I was just wondering what was expected of me when they asked me to be on this panel. But then I think that, when we talk about culture, it's so vast and comprehensive that everything can fit in. So I will just try to talk about my work in relation to this. I will try to connect it as best as I can. When we talk about culture, even though the focus that we have on here is about architecture, all these tangible cultural heritage that we have, I think at the heart of culture is people. It's always people's stories, and that is what I always try to highlight in my writing. The kind of writing I do is historical fiction. I write historical fiction, and as I've mentioned before, I write for the younger audience. My book is kind of categorized into the young adult category, and I think historical fiction is very fascinating because it allows you to explore and play around with so many of the cultural elements that we have. And I think it is such a powerful tool for showcasing culture. And readers are transported into a certain historical timeline or an event where they get to textually experience or witness cultural practices and traditions which have been forgotten. And when these are woven into the fabric of fiction with creative writing, I think that it becomes so much easier to understand and remember. So what I'm saying is historical fiction it's able to do what textbooks cannot do. It's make you remember histories in a very interesting way. And even as a writer, even when writing historical fiction, when you're writing about history, you're forced to look back, you have to do a research, you have to dig deep. So this is what I try to incorporate in my writing as best as I can. And this is a very much needed one for a community like mine, the Mizo community, which still has a very long way to go when it comes to written and visually documenting things. And so for me, writing historical fiction is a way of documenting cultural traditions, values and worldview which are inevitably losing their grip today. So in a way, it's preservation, and I think this ultimately leads to revitalizing or reviving forgotten practices. I think that historical fiction has such a great potential for reviving interest in cultures and traditions that have been long forgotten. So when you're reading about a story, I mean a history and culture in textbooks, I think it tends to get very mechanical. It's all about, reporting data, dates, and those kind of things. And I think that it often lacks the emotion, the passion and the sentiment which defines people. So, and as I've said before, in the truest sense, culture is all about people's story, and I think historical fiction has that potential to tell that emotional side of the story, and that is also what I try to do with my first novel, When Blackbirds Fly, which is based on the bombing of Aizawl in 1966. Sanjoy sir has worked a lot on the Mizo insurgency. I think he knows this very well. If you take a look at the written documents that we have about the Mizo Rambuai, it's mainly, historical reports and data. Of course, we have the oral sources, and even the kind of personal experiences that are written, they tend to be very politically biased. They always come with a political agenda. So I wanted to, write something which tells a very clear story of the people, where their emotions and their sufferings can be felt. So that is the kind of thing that I try to do with my writing. Another thing I would like to mention is that, when we talk about culture, I think especially for the communities in the Northeast, supernatural belief is a very intrinsic part of our culture. And this is one thing which is very interesting, especially in my community, because it's been more than 100 years since the coming of Christianity, and especially looking at the pace with which our society is progressing, it's still very remarkable that we are still holding on to these supernatural beliefs. And, for instance, when something unusual happens in society, for instance, a person gets lost or someone is missing, we are so quick to associate it with the supernatural, and that kind of thing. So I think the reason why this attachment to the supernatural is still so strong is because it has always been a part of our narrative. It's present in our talk, in our writing, in our discussion. It is a part of that culture which has been managed to be continued since the time of the pre-Christian era. So this is also what I try to do with my writing. In my second book, Postcard from the Lushai Brigade, I bring in a lot of these supernatural elements, and I love it when we don't offer any scientific or logical explanation, because that is what makes it so special. That is what makes it a part of us. So what I'm trying to say is, writing is a very good way of preserving and reviving cultural practices and traditions. I know there has been, especially in the academic arena, there has been so much talk about, especially when we talk it from the lens of post-colonialism, about reviving orality, the oral versus the written. But I think it's time to leave behind this orality versus writing, and because at the end of the day, I think writing is such a permanent way of recording things. And as I have said before, we need this kind of documenting, especially within the Mizo community, where our writing comes way later than any of the other states in the Northeast. So I think that's what I can say so far regarding culture and how it can be taken into writing. Yeah.
Thank you, Hannah, for your comprehensive view on the importance of writing. And it's interesting that you write historical fiction. And this is so true, because if you look at last year's Oppenheimer, the famous movie which won so many Oscars, was actually based on facts. And and when they denotified all the government documents, and the people, writers, movie makers could get access to that, we get beautiful historically correct, the true picture of what really happened in creating all the, the famous movie Oppenheimer. So I think I really agree with you that writing is a way of documenting. And I mustn't forget to mention, and I hope the other states also start doing, Intact Meghalaya chapter has completed the archive documentation of the preservation and conservation work on the Tura archives, of which Ramona was a key figure in that. And now we have started with the Shillong archives. And because these are pre-independence documents which will not affect governance in any way, but will provide a lot of material, information, correct information for scholars and writers, and I'm hoping that hundreds and hundreds of books will come out from these archives, Interesting facts. I mean, once you pick up one of those files, you're lost in thought about how governance was conducted, how civil servants functioned, how they fought amongst themselves, their pettiness. It's just like, it's mind-blowing, It's so interesting. So we do hope that eventually we'll have a nice archiving center in Shillong. So I really agree with you, Hannah. And I'm glad that you write young adult fiction, because getting children from the screens to reading is another challenge for all parents and teachers, and because everybody's so addicted to the screens. So keep writing, keep up the good work, and I hope we can hear you read sometime. And now we move on to another member of the panelists who doesn't need any introduction, actually, Ankush Saikia. He's we call you, thoroughbred Edmondian, did his schooling and college from Edmonds. His parents, his dad was a maths professor, and they were in Hawaii for some time. And his mom also is a very famous Shillong personality. She makes one of the best cakes in Shillong. She has a famous bakery, and I'm a regular there. So Ankush, I read some of your books, and you really write like a Shillong boy, all the nuances and the coining of terms is very, very typical of the Shillong scene. And he writes thrillers, right? Yes.
No, really, all different sorts of books.
Okay.
I mean, not just thrillers, yeah.
Okay, so now...
But I think a lot to do with the Northeast.
Yes, a lot to do with the Northeast. So now I welcome Ankush to give his take on culture and heritage and how they've influenced your body of work.
I'll keep it short because it seems we're almost out of time. So anyway, thank you all for being here. And I really have, I'm not trying to be modest or something, but it's something I've never really considered as such, culture, heritage, and heritage. But it's also because, I've written books, but at the same time, I've never really sat down and thought about literature, I think, because I think all of these categories, if you can call them that, culture, heritage, I think they work best from, individual stories and, from the ground level, what, everyday life is where things start. So I think all of my writing has sort of flowed out of that, and the most important part of the books, I suppose, is the setting, where the book is set. So in that sense, yes, they do have culture and heritage in them, I suppose. So I'd just like to briefly mention two of my books, to give some idea of what I feel is my sort of connection to culture and heritage in any sort of way. So the latest book of mine is something called Rough Streets, which I ended up self-publishing as an e-book. It's there on Amazon. So this is set in 1980 Shillong. So it has, a group of school children. So you follow them over a couple of years, and then there's a death too of one of the teachers. So, that's something they have to deal with as they're growing up. And then some characters have to ultimately end up leaving Shillong, some stick on. And But the backdrop of the whole book is, yeah, Shillong, and especially the, the area which was familiar to me as a child, Laimukra and Nongrim Hills and Edmonds and, that sort of area. And then just sort of looking at it now, I mean, for instance, the tea shops which are there along, the Laimukra main road, places like Jalpan, and then the fish market which used to be behind, and they had the fish sellers with the, the torches, the kerosene lit torches, and then also even the Tibetan bars that you had with, these small cabins. So all of that has sort of disappeared, and if you just sort of walk down, I suppose everybody notices it in a way, but it's just that if you're a writer, especially of fiction, I mean, you sort of feel like bringing it back to life. Because especially in a small place, I mean a place like Shillong, once these things are gone, you can't sort of look up, you can't go to Google and sort of look it up or something like that, I mean, once it's gone, it's gone. And it just exists in people's memories, and even that, I mean, you see it disappearing, So it's really about trying to recreate, past era, so which I think comes with its own interpretation of culture and heritage. And then the other book, of course, I'll just take a little bit, yeah. So the other book of mine, The Forest Beneath the Mountains, which was published 3 years ago by Speaking Tiger. So this again is set along the Assam-Arunachal border, so there was this huge reserve forest called the Charidwar Reserve Forest, which I believe at that point was one of the largest patches of forest in the whole of Asia. So I was lucky to have seen it as a child, and then revisiting it after 25 years and having seen what it had turned into. So again, it's sort of nostalgia, you can say, but also it is trying to recreate what once was. So I think which is also at the root of trying to preserve our culture and heritage. So I believe there is a connection in some small way with whatever I've written. And yeah, so that's about it. I think we can move on from here.
Can I add something? Actually, what I wanted to also just share with you is when I was traveling on the river, Tibet, Arunachal, Assam, and Bangladesh, there are 5 or 6 things that became themes. I've just finished a book on the Brahmaputra. It should be out next year. It's a travelogue. Is music, because music knows no boundaries, just like a river knows no political boundaries. And the music, for instance, in Dhubri, what is sung is called Bhatiali, is sung on the other side of the border. The language is similar. You have Mompas who are in Tibet, also in Arunachal. So food is the other thing. Food, drink, music, and dance. These are the elements that bind communities together even now. And they bind them across the borders that the British or whoever else in their innate wisdom or foolishness drew, without consideration for local people. So that's what I wanted to also share, is that the cultures travel with the river, because people travel still on the river.
Thank you, Mr. Hazarika. Ankush, I know you didn't speak much, because maybe we must all buy your books and really know what ticks inside your mind. But when you were talking about Laimukra, I think we were a difference of few years in our batch, ICSE batch, and I still remember Kalsang, and I'm so glad that you have immortalized all those that part of old Shillong in your book, because now if we want to revisit even Jalpan, you could just go there with 10 rupees. I think 5 rupees you get 1 plate of puri, sabji, and a cup of hot tea. And so these are the similar landscape that we also grew up, and very sad to see them disappearing. And when we were in college or in class 9, 10, we got a bit of pocket money, we could venture into these places. Now, if you you don't have 500 or 1,000, you can't walk into any of those places in Laimukra. They're so, I mean, quite expensive and quite steep. And I think all those places of our time were meant for students with very little money, you know, and we could sit there, have fun, the pork momos with the funny sauce, very watery sauce. I think every time it gets less, he waters it more in Kalsa. But it was such, they were so delicious, and it was such a good time, you know. And there's no place to walk now also because of the traffic and, congestion. So I'm really, really grateful for you for immortalizing the Shillong of the 80s. And, those were one of the best times to be in Shillong. And we do hope you keep churning out more fiction with non-fiction traits in it, yeah. And hopefully some movie will be in the offing, yes. While there's still some of the old Shillong left. Now I thank my members of the panel for their comprehensive view and effect of culture and heritage in their body of work and their writings. And I do hope they keep writing. We're a little short of time, but we would like the audience to ask any questions if they feel like. Please feel free to do so.
We'd be open to 2 questions if that's all right with the panelists.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, 3, 4 questions.
Yeah, somebody can give the mic to the...
Which is a question from behind, and ma'am, you can proceed to your question.
May I?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, Intact, for the... I've not seen the listings yet, but congratulations. 2 questions.
Yeah, let me introduce first. This is Ivan Mokro. He's the senior and one of the famous architects in Shillong town.
Maybe one of the oldest.
We will be giving you a copy. Yes, don't worry.
One is awareness on heritage.
Yes.
How is it possible, whether through INTAC or through the educational board, to create an awareness of heritage buildings, about culture and heritage, maybe in the curriculum or maybe in social media? I mean, how do you plan to go about it? This question is for INTAC. And the second one is, I would like you to have your views on cultural interventions. What I meant by that is that when we architects have been commissioned to design on a cultural, let's say on a heritage, existing heritage structure, are there any parameters that we have to go through? I mean, or should we do something new, or should we go by the old? I mean, I was thinking of the bridge behind me because we were commissioned to do that. I was tempted to do for a modern bridge, but then what I did was I went for a public poll to ask what people wanted. And the third is, I've not read your listings yet, but talking about the intangible part of heritage, have you ever considered songkwai, the art of making kwai, songkwai, as part of intangible heritage? Thanks.
Thank you, Ivan, for your question about culture and heritage being part of the, the curriculum or the syllabus of students and college. I think if before I left Lady Keane, we had the NEP had come into the National Education Policy, had just come into being implemented, and over there it is very important that we know the geography, the culture of our own. So I think if the education department put a special a section of studies instead of just history, we can have indigenous studies where people learn about the culture. Even if they're not Khasis, they'll learn about Khasi culture. And maybe if they're in Assam, they'll learn about Assamese culture. So we should know the place where we're studying a bit of the culture and the heritage. And for the second part of your question, you're sitting next to my co-convener, Ibenta Teuso. She's a professor of architecture in Nehu. I think she can best, besides whispering in your ear, I think Ibenta can give a better answer than me. But everybody would like everything to remain the same, I think. When it comes to heritage, try our best to make it safe and the same. I mean, there's a big shout out now for maintaining the St. Anthony's facade behind the Don Bosco Museum. I've even gone and met the principal and requested him, so we're going to have another meeting, at least if the facade is maintained and the modernization is inside or, further into the campus. So I think as much as possible, we would like to maintain the old heritage and historical look of a building or any structure. But Ivan, that answers your question? Oh, Kwai. Oh, yeah, definitely we should do something about that, Kwai is a very important part of Khasi culture. Kwai is, I don't know if you know, how many of them are studying Khasi as a third language. Non-Khasis were supposed to take 5 years, I think, of Khasi if they're not Khasis as a third language, while we Khasis take Hindi as a third language. So the little bit on the tradition of the Kwai is kind of a universal and a symbol of equality amongst the Khasis, The story is a long story. I don't know how much I can shorten. Should I say? Yes, there's a rich man who had a poor friend, and every time he used to go and have meals at his friend's house, the poor friend's house. So one day he felt a bit of a complex. So, you come over to my house and we will have a meal. But then his wife said, we don't have anything to give to your friend. So she, because of their poverty, she kills both husband and wife killed themselves. And then when the rich friend came over, he saw that they didn't have anything to offer him, and out of shame of their limited income, he also kills himself. And then in the middle of the night, there was a thief. And he was running around looking for a place to hide from the villagers who were after him. So he entered that house and he was hiding there. And then when the dawn was upon the day and he saw that there were like already 3 dead bodies, he said, now they'll not only call me a thief, they'll call me a murderer. So he also killed himself. So then the village people, when they found, they said, we should not, whether you're rich or poor, at least Kwai we can afford to give to our guests. So this is the symbol of Khasi culture, You go to a very rich house or to a very poor house, you'll always get Kwai. And the leaf is the wife, the betel nut, the betel leaf is the wife, the betel nut is the husband, the shun is the rich man, and duma, tobacco, sometimes you see people eating tobacco, that's the thief hiding in the corner. So this is the tradition of the Khasi people, and the way they fold the leaf and all, it's a beautiful way of doing it, and it's very, very much part of our cultural landscape. Baiba? Fine, okay. Somebody here in the audience in front?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to ask you, my name is Puravi Baram. I have come from Guwahati. I want to ask Sanjay Hazarika, sir. Yes, sir. I want to know how many books you have written. But I am from RBI. I was working in RBI. We have invited you so many times. But our RBI governor, deputy governor, executive director, every time they come to Northeast, they want to buy the book, Stranger of the Mist. Why this book is attracted by them? Please, sir, briefly. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I don't know why it should attract the RBI. I haven't amassed great amounts of money through it. You can always tell them that they can buy it at any good bookstore. It still is the best-selling book I've written. It's gone into 8 editions and is still selling. I get a royalty statement every 3 or 4 months. So I must tell you about my own writing. I write non-fiction in a narrative which is almost like fiction. I tell stories of people who encountered great problems and issues. And that's the only way I can write, whether it's the travelogue, which is the Brahmaputra, through my own experiences and through the stories of other people. And I think one thing, if I may, and just one story I'll tell you from a chapter on Mizoram, which is was in the latest book. I'm working on another book on Mizoram. in something called, please tell your seniors that to buy a book called Strangers No More. There was Strangers of the Mist, now there's Strangers No More because there are no longer that many strangers. Okay. There is this, there was this story of two people I knew. One was a brigadier. His name was Brigadier Silo, and the other was his son. And the brigadier was in the Assam regiment, which had its headquarters in Shillong, and he was based in Shillong at the time. His son was in the underground. It's like out of a Hindi movie or a Hollywood movie, you know. The father is an enforcer of the law, protects the country. The son is an underground fighting and is actually the security officer for the leader of the resistance movement for Lal Dinga. Anyway, he got a message that his son had been killed in these incidents. So he went in a helicopter to collect the body. And when he went to the village, he saw that the bodies which were there were not of his son, because his son was 6'3" and very tall for a Mizo. And the village chief came and whispered in his ear, "This is not Sangliana, Lal Sangliana. This is," he gave the names of the others. And the brigadier knew. But he did not, in his expression, did not show that he had understood what the person had said or indicate what he had said. So he took one of the bodies to give it a burial elsewhere. But he didn't know, neither did the village know, that the son who was living was actually sitting 20 feet away. It's your distance from me, watching his father. And he is standing behind a thicket, looking at this whole story play out. And the son told the story to me, the father told his side to me afterwards. And I thought that made an incredible story for a book, whether fiction or non-fiction. That's how I write, because these are the stories of people. Everybody has a story. Each one of you has a story. You just have to write it or tell it.
We'll be taking one last question. Yeah. Sir, if you can also please direct your question to one of the speakers. Yeah.
Okay, this might be a little bit difficult because this is for anyone that wants to answer this, right? So the question I always have is with culture. Culture is a product of people through time, how they've learned how to live, how they've learned how to survive best, and some things they borrow from other cultures and some things are forgotten. So when you say culture, how far back do you actually go to say, okay, definitively this is part of my culture? Or how far do you go back to say, okay, if we've lost this, we'll try this again? And it being a product of time as well, as you move along, where do you stop and say like, okay, it ends here? Because like, I always believe like we keep saying preservation of culture, more like the phrase promotion for the growth of culture. Because like Ankush Saikia here, for example, as modest as he is, I think he's one of the most interesting writers we have in the Northeast. Nobody else that I know that writes crime thriller like he does. And the thing is like he represents a very modern Shillong, which is, I think like it's beautiful because it's unique, yet also at the same time it's not exoticizing anything, which we happen to do sometimes, and then we complain about the fact that we're not treated in a certain way. So isn't he or shouldn't he be part of this culture that we're talking about with this work especially? So yeah, that's my question.
If any of the panelists would like to take up the question.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And yeah, like I said, I do very much feel I am a part of, the culture. It's, but whether I'm accepted or not, that's another issue altogether. And yeah, that's about. Yeah, I think the everyday, commonplace things which you as a poet, I think, also look at. I think that is where, the things of real importance lie there, rather than, the larger things which you feel which are sometimes, I don't know how to put it, but yeah, I mean, I think real writing and real poetry come from that sort of a, the everyday commonplace things that people encounter.
This morning I just wrote this thought that culture is fluid. It flows and nestles where it's accepted wholly. So I feel that is the beauty of culture, and heritage. When you look, for example, in Scotland, when you think of Scotland, you think, besides the kilts, you think of the bagpipes. But that was brought by the Romans from Egypt. Now, you don't see any bagpipes anymore in Egypt or in the Egyptian scenario, but it's so, iconic of Scotland. So I think culture is something that flows and it keeps growing, and we grow along with it. And as from British culture to Khasi culture to VIP culture, I think we've spoken enough on culture for today, and I do hope you have all enjoyed our presentation and our speeches. I thank you very much for being patient and taking time out from your busy schedule to be with us here. I really appreciate it, and I do encourage all the writers to keep writing, if not here on the dais, but out there in the audience. As Mr. Sanjay Hazarika was saying, there's a book in each one of us. And thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. And thank you to the panelists and to the organizers of the Cherry Blossom Festival.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for our speakers this morning for their insightful discussion. But before we take your leave, as a small token of appreciation, we have a few mementos we would like to present to our speakers. Once again, thank you so much for our speakers this morning. To Dr. Sanjay Hazarika, talking about his years of building through his years of experience in journalism, filmmaking and writing, especially talking about the layers of cultural life, especially with the significance of the rivers in the context of the Northeast, narrating his experiences in traveling across the Brahmaputra in Tibet, Assam, and across the Northeast. To Professor Ramona, thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable insights, especially on the challenges and the work that was encountered, especially on the work related to the present Meghalaya listing document. To Hannah, thank you so much to the young writer from Mizoram. Thank you for your insights, especially what you mentioned, which really resonates with me, which is particularly on how culture, on how people being at the center of culture essentially, and especially what you mentioned in the this post-colonial context of there being this orality versus documentation, and the importance of documenting our culture as well. And to Ankush Saikia, thank you so much, sir, for especially for highlighting the cultural life of Shillong through the work that you've been doing. And I think we all resonate with that, especially some of us who would have grown up reading your work as well over the last few years. And it's really insightful to learn about the Shillong of the 70s and the 80s. Once again, a big round of applause for our speakers this morning. For any additional questions, our speakers will be available at the Authors Lounge in case our audience wants to get a copy of the book signed. And in case you don't have a copy of the book, we also have a few bookstalls that have been established over here. We have different publishers that have set up their bookstalls, as well as the festival bookstall, which has a few copies of the various works of the authors who have joined us this morning. And before we proceed to the next session, we will be having a 2-minute interval, and then we'll be proceeding with the next discussion, which is a book in focus on that will be taken up by my colleague. Thank you.
dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight.
Walking alone on the shores of longing. I miss your footprints next to mine.
The media people who have not gotten their coupons yet can collect them from backstage. Thank you.
Carry on for you. You hear me too. Wrapped in my arms with every moment. The memories that pull me through. You found me. Made me into something new. Led me through the deepest water. I promise loud to carry on for you. To carry on for you. I'll carry on for you. You found me. Made me into something new. Into something. Led me through the deepest water. I promise loud to carry on for you. Carry on for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be proceeding with our next session. I request all of you to kindly be seated. Session, our book in focus is entitled A Touch of Salt, written by Anita Agnihotri. Ma'am, I request you to... Everyone, can we have a round of applause? This book unveils a narrative that traces the fight for dignity and survival, spanning generations and eras. It captures the unrecorded sacrifices of Tribhuban, an Agarya salt harvester who joined Mahatma Gandhi on his journey to Dundee, to his grandson Azad, who must now confront injustice in independent India. This is a story of resilience, identity, and the enduring struggle of the Agaryas. We have with us the author, Anita Agnihotri, a former civil servant and acclaimed author and poet who has a rich literary career spanning languages and cultures. As a school student, she wrote for renowned filmmaker Satyajit Ray's children's magazine Sandesh, which gave her confidence and shaped her literary sensibilities. Among the miscellany of awards she has been given, she is also the recipient of the Economist Crossword Award 2011 in the category Indian Language Fiction Translation for her collection of stories, 17. Engaging her in conversation is Mr. Ramkumar, IAS, a dedicated civil servant and leader currently shaping Meghalaya's healthcare policies. He is a secretary to the Department of Health and Family Welfare and the mission director of the National Health Mission. He is also the director of the Meghalaya Administrative Training Institute, MATI. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please join me in welcoming Anita Agnihotri and Mr. Ramkumar. Speakers, I now leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that good introduction also. Good morning, everyone. I'm also happy to be in the LitFest after a couple of years, since unfortunately could not attend last year. I had a very brief stint in Delhi ministry when I was working as assistant secretary, the junior most secretary in the entire hierarchy of secretaries. Madam was the senior most and the secretary for the entire ministry. In fact, I knew her as a writer. I actually did not know her as an officer before that, because it was little before the very intense Google days. You'll have to go and find out. So I was very glad that she was there, but I was also a little skeptical. But thankfully, we have had a very great relationship. Very less of us would like to have a continuous relationship with our ex-boss or ex-one, someone we report to. Somewhere we could carry on. I'm very thankful to her. I've been very privileged to know her and the entire the family also. She is one of the senior most writer in Bengali today. and to continue to write even further after her retirement also. She was a writer who became a civil servant, not the other way around. And as the introductor already spoke, she was writing for children, and as a very young prodigy, and was published in Sandesh by Satyajit Ray then. Her attention to this environment details, the movement of the wind, silence of conveyed through the unsaid words, and very poetic detailing of emotions, human emotions in story is always something that has attracted me. It also motivated me to translate her work, some of her short stories into Tamil. Me and my friends, some of them from our literary forum, Vishnupuram Literary Forum, we have translated her works, and we are very happy that it is available in Tamil also today, apart from many other Indian and foreign languages. She has a long list of 10 collections of poetry, 12 novels, 12 short story collections. I think I was just looking at the other books. If you keep all the books, I think it will not fit in. So I'm also trying to write something. I was like telling, it's quite a broad array of writing, which has had very, very accomplished writing. In her own words, I'm repeating her words from her website. I was a poet and writer for children, even before I joined the civil services. As I diversify my writing into several genres, short stories, novel, essays, and of course, more of poetry and children's writing, my writing and work got intertwined, the writer and the civil servant getting locked in a tussle of identity and existence. A very nice way of putting her life in writing as in work and career. And about this book on Touch of Salt, which is quite unlike the other books of hers which I have had the chance to read in English, because it comes from a geography which is quite different. We all know about the great Dandi March, which is historical, which was done by Mahatma Gandhi, but we never thought of the communities who lived particularly in that particular place, or who were making salt before and after that march was made, and the whole it was internationally famous even for then. What is this profession? Salt is so central to our existence. Many of you may or may not know, even the word salary comes from the word, if I'm not wrong, comes originally from salt. How did this movement touch those communities and what they happen? Translated by Mr. Arunivas Sinha and published by Penguin. It's a very intriguing and painful survival story of one of the marginalized communities of this country, the Agarias. I'm not sure if there has been any other documentation, Gujarati or other languages. I'm not sure, I've not read about it. But it was quite an effect it had on me after reading the book on seeing how many still communities are there which are still marginalized and not completely into the story of modern India. So with that, I lead to the first discussion point which I wanted to have a word with her, and maybe later we could have some questions from the audience also. Can you explain this terrain, ma'am? How do you get in this writing their story? Because this terrain is absolutely opposite in where we are sitting and where you have had other of your works mostly based out of, and this is not a geography in which you grew up or worked. So can you talk about this interest in this particular geography and area?
Good morning, everybody. Let me first thank Shillong Literary Festival for having invited me. This is my first visit. I have come to Shillong a number of times, and often as Ramkumar's guest. But this is the first time I have come to a literary festival, and I am so grateful that you invited me. What a beautiful place, and this is the city I love. I have also been to Mizoram, and I was listening to Hannah about her work, and the entire Northeast is so diverse and so rich, and so people-centric that it will take one multiple lifetimes to understand what is there. And also about Ramkumar, who very generously introduced me. This is very interesting then, and one of the nicest things that happened, which Government of India did, placing a young officer who was about to become a subdivisional officer as an assistant secretary. And our 3 months work together is now spanning into some kind of a lifetime bondage. So, and Ramkumar, he himself is a writer. He is a writer of short stories both in Tamil and English, and has a keen interest in life and writing both. So coming to your question, this book, Touch of Salt, it is about both the dimensions. One is about the life of the salt makers who are called agarias. Agar means salt, and agarias are the people who harvest or who cultivate salt. And also about the Dandi March of Mahatma Gandhi, where actually, as per the actual history, real history, the salt makers were not part of that. But in my imagination, Tribhuvan Patel, a salt maker, he accompanied Gandhi. So he is seeing the salt march from a point of view of a salt maker is the turn, I would say, this has given to the story. Coming to this question of geography, Ramkumar, it is not a geography that a writer can be interested about. It is only about people. I had heard about these salt makers, and I had a little idea about still how much salt is made manually in the run area of Kutch, which is the westernmost side of India. And when I was visiting Gujarat, I wanted to go and see myself. And well, it is very bleak kind of a topography. It was once the small little run where I had gone. It is a part of Surendranagar district of Gujarat and some other districts, actually spread over 6 districts. And it's a bleak topography, bland. It is partly, it is not even golden. It is a dull gold and grey. It was a desert earlier, but now it is a desert now. It is a part of sea earlier. So the quantity of salt that is in that land is very, very high. And what I saw was very interesting, because the salt has to be made in this ground because of the water. The salt is, the water is pumped out with a pump, and then it is laid out in the fields, like we have terraced fields, paddy fields in the hilly areas. So water actually moves from one terrace to the other, and in the process it gets dried by sun and becomes salt crystals. So this process itself takes about 8 to 10 months in a year, and during the whole time the agarias come from the adjoining villages. One of the villages I have detailed here is Khada Goda, which is a salt actually. Khada means salt and Goda means a mound. It's a village where salt makers live, but they cannot make salt in the village. They have to come to the desert. So that's where they stay. And this entire part of this desert where I had visited Little Run has been declared as a sanctuary by the government of India. The sanctuary has been made for preservation of the wild asses who are becoming an extinct animal. So technically human beings and wild asses, they coexist, and they also have their vegetation which they thrive on. They have the water there, but unfortunately the agarias who live there, they have no arrangement for supply of drinking water. They have to depend on tankers which come from the mainland to supply water. Because it is a sanctuary, no activity which will involve digging or setting up a mechanical device or construction, lighting of fire, anything is not allowed. So the entire 5,000 hectares have become a sanctuary, and the agarias who are part of that scenario or the part of the topography, they have to fight for their basic needs of their existence. This is about the topography, but we can gradually discuss other things as well.
The second part comes to, because this geography is quite new, one of these topography is something I have also not, I have partly seen. I have worked with the salt makers in the coastal regions of Tamil Nadu, but this is quite a different geography, so I thought it would be a good thing for the audience to know what kind of geography is. Going on to the second question, I wanted to for you to elaborate. You have worked on behalf of the state for most part of the career. And not just this book, quite a few books have been very in a way, I think when you use the word critical about the state's approaches and how what they have handled few things. In this book, there is a character which says, do you think anything has changed? This is comparison between the pre-independence and post-independence. Do you think anything has changed? Some of the methods may be different, but the way the government considers any protest a conspiracy to oust and the state has not changed. There's a very statement coming from the novel. How, because it goes again back to your describing your struggle between identity and existence. Can you explain this through not just this book, but through your other writings as well?
Well, for the younger people and the students here, you must believe that I have spent 37 years in the Indian Administrative Service, working for the state, working for Government of India, traveling widely, and my travel has not always come from my work. I have traveled on my own. I have a concept, I have an understanding of a country which I look for. A very diverse, a very rich country which is made up by its people. So I keep searching them through my writing. The interesting thing is that from my first novel, which was Mohuldiha Days, written way back, maybe 40 years back, my conflict of existence has not ceased. I have always found myself in a situation of conflict between the state and the people. Now, I know that I am part of the state system, so people cannot exactly completely trust me as usual, especially common people, not those who are rich or who are power. On the other hand, I feel that I have my accountability to people and not towards all policies which may or may not be uniform in their impact on people. So this conflict I have carried in my heart even as an officer, and it has been parallelly reflected in my writing. So this is a reality I cannot deny. But I would say that it has made me rich in my as a writer, because I always feel people who represent power or think they represent power, they should always self-review and they should always be in self-doubt. If you don't have any doubt and if you feel you're absolutely correct, you know everything, you have nothing to ask people about, then it is not good for the country. It is not good for people. The questioning is good. And what has happened interestingly, that this lack of communication between people on the one hand and the government on the other hand, this has bothered me as a citizen and also of course as an administrator. I have extensively I have also extensively traveled and discussed with the tribals of central India. I have been to Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh. Recently I've been to Gujarat. I was writing a novel on Narmada, the rehabilitation movement of Narmada, Narmada Bachao Andalan. I have basically tried to document the entire phase of this 35-year long movement, which is according to me is the longest movement of peaceful resistance in the country, post-independence India. So from my traveling, what I felt is that since our communities are breaking down, state is becoming more powerful as a provider of resources to people, the communities are breaking and so is the communication. There are many things, very often people have to ask, they want to know. Absolutely, there is absolutely no sharing of information. Now this is something which is sometimes deliberate, sometimes not deliberate, but this needs to be addressed. So when I work or when I have worked, I have addressed it through my writing and when to my work, and when I have been writing, I have questioned this as an author. So I think these two selves have remained parallelly, with each other.
That's interesting to know. Coming back to this particular novel, this journey of Tribhuvan Patel, in fact, I had to go on Google again to find out whether, because I've read about a little bit of Dandi March, but I did not know if there was any salt maker in this whole march. In fact, I don't think this question has been raised before also. But why was the reason for Tribhuvan Patel's character as it was it is to show the irony or to accentuate the storytelling, and what was that thought about when narrating this particular story? Because taking back and forth before independence and then after now.
I think none of you have read this book. So only if you read you will understand how the theme has been dealt with. In the story I move from present and the past. The present situation of the salt makers, and again to the past, to Gandhi's march. And the Gandhi's march progresses. Tribhuvan goes along. Now this is very interesting. When I was thinking of writing a narrative on the Agariyas, I didn't think of the salt march. Later I went to Sabarmati Ashram, which is also called Satyagraha Ashram from Gandhi's time. I found that his entire route of march, and then I thought that was a salt maker part of this march. Whatever I understood, they were not, because very carefully with Gandhi's permission, a group of 80 people are selected to be part of the march. People who are absolutely dedicated. Because Gandhi made it a point that if India does not become independent as a result of this march, none of us are going to come back to Sabarmati Ashram. We are leaving this for good. So if you have family, you have people, you have children, you cannot make them excuse and come back. So very, very dedicated people went, and there was no way of other absolutely non-political, like people like Tribhuvan, who is a completely unknown, non-political person to get in. So he is sneaked in by a conspiracy which I have myself woven. And the march was, that point of time, a very important landmark which actually started the process of India's freedom movement. The issue was the consumers of salt. Gandhi said that the consumers of salt are so poor in India that if you tax them further, they will be deprived of the only item they eat their food with, like rice or roti. They mix it with salt, the poorest people. So if you tax it, it is not fair. So his movement was for the Indian people. But till today, salt is one of the commodities. Not only its price is controlled by the traders, it's one of the cheapest commodities. You all know how cheap salt is. There is no reason why salt should be so cheap now. But do you have any way of ensuring that the price is increased, the money will, or the revenue will go back to the Agariyas? Probably not. So I have taken Tribhuvan through Gandhi's march, trying to see the entire unraveling of history through eyes of a salt maker. His disappointments, his expectation. He has asked a question in the book, that why didn't Gandhi come to Karagoda, Run? Run was the place where salt is made every day. He didn't come to Run. Why? Because Gandhi's route was developed in such a way, planned in such a way, that he passes through certain villages and areas where people already were absolutely dedicated to him, because throughout the march, the police officers, village police officers surrendered resignation. People came and contributed money to the movement. He also skipped the states which were under the Indian rulers. He left those villages, and for very specific reasons, he also did not want to go to the villages mostly inhabited by the minority communities. So he went all the way from Ahmedabad down to Gandhi. He did not come to Run. That would have been a detour, and at that point of time, it might not have made any historical sense. So this question has remained. But Tribhuvan's seeing is basically a view that has been created not for per se for the sake of a story, but also to tell the readers that there is a way of rewriting history, probably, or retelling history to somebody who has not been part of history. Because there is a very interesting episode in the book where Gandhi actually picks up salt in Dandi, and he calls Tribhuvan, this is my imagination, that come, you also hold the salt. So that moment it was not photographed, because that day there was no photographer arranged. So Tribhuvan's photo is nowhere there, obviously. So when he went and told his villagers that I had been there, they said, no, where is your photo? The first salt march photo was taken after 3 days. when Gandhi went to a different village and picked up salt, and that day the photographer was around, but Tribhuvan was not. So this is how probably, again we were talking in the previous session about documentation. Sometimes the real history slips through the process of documentation. That is where the role of oral history comes.
But you have immortalized Agarias now by putting a fictional character along with Gandhi, and that is the power of written word also. And it has become now, it's going to become now in terms of another layer of history, I guess. But both, he's not, someone not being there and someone writing about that, after 75 years of the whole.
Who am I to immortalize? Only if readers read the book, I would say it is some kind of success where I have read and understood. I have been read and understood.
I hope time will tell us, ma'am, because that photograph was very iconic. The photograph by, I think, BBC or Time, one of the magazines of Gandhi was iconic. Now, continuing on this little bit of, because I think you partly answered this question, but I'm trying to understand even further. Many of them have written about Gandhi's alternate kind of history, meaning what if this had happened along with him, what if the other happened along with him, or other the life in parallel with him. Was there any kind of references you had, or any inspiring work you had about that kind of, because I think even in Bengali also there are works which has been on this lines, if I'm not wrong. I remember wrong back writing a translation in Tamil about someone trying to assassinate a Gandhian, whole history through his line and how he becomes a Gandhian later because of the journey. Any works like that inspired you? And how much of writing about a real big character like Gandhi or Kasturba Gandhi becomes conscious and subconscious? How much you allow the journey, how much what Gandhi would have said, what Kasturba would have said, what had happened between them. Can you elaborate something on that?
No, I must honestly say that as a child or as an adolescent, I had not read much about Gandhi or books on him. One particular reason is in West Bengal, Gandhi is not a deeply worshipped person for some reason. Also partly because there are many biases that get into a child's mind. Like, I am from East Bengal. My parents were displaced during partition and we came there. So we hold a lot of people responsible for a lot of things. But that apart, Gandhi has written enough himself and a lot has been written about him. So when I have discussed his part in this book, I have tried to be as authentic as possible. And I'm so sorry to cut you off. No, I know, but I also felt that, but is it working still?
Let me just try this one.
Is it better now? Okay. So I guess nothing was heard what I said. Was something audible? But I was having to exert myself, in order to speak. Okay, good. Even one third of what I was saying is not bad. Okay. Now, so I read up. In fact, not only here, I have written another large narrative called Plavon Jal in Bengali, which means the deluge, which is about the Narmada movement I was mentioning there. There I have dealt with relationship of Gandhi and Patel extensively. In fact, Sardar Patel, whose statue is the biggest statue now raised in Kevadia, it's called Statue of Unity. The statue itself is a character in that novel, and it's called Sardar. But in this book, I have carefully followed Gandhi's life, whatever I could read, and his journey, on which there are authentic books, which has been a good research material. Kasturba has always been a enigma, I would say, because about Kasturba, again, I personally knew very little. But as I read up about her life, and why I read up is I was invited to as a panelist in a discussion in Delhi, where I was asked to speak on Kasturba. So when I was contacted by the organizing person, I told her that I know so little. Then she asked me, why do you know so little? You are supposed to know more. So I started reading, and then I realized that contributions of Kasturba, which have not been mentioned, which has basically, as what did you read out, Ram Kumar? Invisible in history, certain things. Invisible. Even from the set of salt making campaign and later campaigns, what Kasturba did, in fact, Kasturba introduced charkha to every Indian household near her. This is something she personally did. But apart from that, having been the wife of somebody like Mahatma Gandhi was not a very easy job, and she has been through a lot. And in Dandi March also, I have mentioned this, that she was very keen to accompany Gandhi, so that at that final moment of salt making, she is present. But Gandhi made it very categorical that we are not going to take women along, because that will be playing into the hands of the British. The British always think that just like Indians worship cows, they are also protected by women. So women are there around. Police cannot arrest the protesters easily. So if women come along, they will be lenient towards us, and we do not want that. So like chivalrous men, we are going to exclude women, which appears like a very, very politically incorrect and a very gender biased decision if I stand today, but I cannot judge Gandhi like that. But whatever little desire Kasturba had of being by his side, not only by his side as a political person, but also to look after his needs, because Gandhi was very frail in health. His food had to be looked after, his diet had to be looked after. Kasturba could not do any of this being part of the ashram, because she was left with the responsibilities in Sabarmati ashram, where lots of women and children were still living. So it is not very easy to write about historical characters. I have dealt with only what is written and only what is can be, which is only a part of record. And I don't think I have got a great grip over historical developments either. So you can take it as a common writer's writing and make out whatever is out of it. Nehru also has come. Kasturba also went out and met him. During the course of the journey, she went and met him. But she could not be part of this. Even when Gandhi was arrested by the British, she was arrested much later than what we expected. He was expecting to be arrested during the march, which the British very cleverly did not do. So Gandhi was actually waiting to be arrested even after the Dandi march was over. He was finally arrested, but Kasturba was not there at that moment. So this is the historical part about it.
In fact, that arrest part is also a bit of like a small, which was I think very unintended, but came across like a mini thriller. Okay, because since we know historical facts, I also was thinking maybe there was some other way to sabotage the entire rally or the march, Dandi March. But it was very nice to see the meticulous planning in which has gone into making the march and how it has been documented in this book in very clear details. It's quite something. Just one. One question on the.
No, in fact, let me add it here. One of the recent reviews, one reviewer has written about the book. She is saying that she has said that I am surprised that nearly half of the book is about the march, about which all Indian men, women, children, everybody knows. But I still felt many people do not know many things, and or they they still need to take a look back. So everything is not very obvious, because also from the present generation of younger people who have not probably been a part of memories with the movement of independence, it is still important to weave this into what we call literature, contemporary literature.
I somehow felt that this is a very good material for a college, if any professors or lecturers are there. For a college students who are there studying, is a very ideal material which has all elements of both history, contemporariness, and how much of state is involved, and etc. I think it was a very good material that way. That brings me to another question on writing about the this new culture which you are not exposed to. Again, you have written about many other cultures which you are fully not exposed. Of course, you have done the research and been there and done some recce. But what is the limitations in terms of writing a new culture? Like, okay, this much is how I am able to detail, and where is that detailing coming from, and what is the limitations in terms of writing the entire practices of this particular community in this novel, what we had to look through, or even in other books when you're writing about new culture, what are the limitations?
No, I think it is a See, two things here. The most important part of writing is not detailing of what you actually see. It is the creative imagination of the writer which makes a narrative. That being there, I must say that I mentioned it here that I am a rootless person. My parents moved from East, that time it was East Bengal, now it is Bangladesh. We came to Calcutta. We always thought that our home remained there. We never thought West Bengal is our own place. Then after I got into the Indian Administrative Service, I did not remain in Bengal. I had to travel all over India. So no place was, in a sense, my own. But at the same time, I would say the entire India was my own. So I have constantly tried to break the barriers. Like, I feel that a writer should constantly challenge herself. Like, not only about the style of writing, the style of narrative, the history, the geography, everything. Otherwise, you become very complacent. In Bengali, a large part of our novel today is about middle class romance, middle class life, things which you can see it at home. I am not saying they're small or they're poor or anything. They are good realistic novels, but I am not happy with that. I feel like going out and meeting people who I feel is a part of a totality where I also belong. So where I try to go, I try to talk to them, find out and write. The process may be much better because you can all say, today if I write about Shillong or I base a story in Mizoram, you can say, your voice lacks authenticity. You are not an insider. How do you know? So that deficiency will always remain. Probably if a Gujarati writer would write Touch of Salt, it will be much more authentic. Mine may not be authentic in that sense, but my narrative will also be there to ask certain questions which probably somebody else's narrative has not asked, because every creative work is different. But I feel that the process through which I have not gone out to do any research per se, because if you go for research, what you bring out is a research document. It is not a novel. A novel has to be a creative work which will engage people because of creative imagination. So that way, for this Narmada Plabanjal novel, I have travelled from Amarkantak through Madhya Pradesh to up to the end of Bharuch, where the river has made the sea. I have been to the forest, I have been to the villages around. It has taken me a lot of time. It has taken me 2 years. But very little has come in the novel, maybe 10-15%. But what I have seen has enriched me as a writer. And if the writer does not enrich herself, then the writing loses credibility beyond a certain point. So this is what I have thought, and I have tried to do my best, but one can always criticize and say, like sometimes we criticize men, feminist writers, we say that you don't have the legitimate voice when you write about women. So you can always tell me that when you write about Dalits or tribals, you lack authenticity. When you write about Gujarat, you write about you are not authentic. But the issue is today, this I discussed in a different platform in Calcutta. Manik Bandyopadhyay, a Bengali Bhadralok writer, a Brahmin, he wrote a fabulous novel called Padda Nodir Majhi, the boatman of the river Padda, which became a novel and which is a classic in Bengali. Now, I was told by a Dalit writer that this is sham, this is not authentic. But I told him that what you write today about your life is authentic. But Manik Babu's book also will remain parallelly as another alternate vision. Today you cannot wish it away. I am sure the same thing will happen to different alternate expressions, alternate reflections. And that is how the flow of literature is enriched over time. That is very important. You should allow multiple voices, different viewpoints to exist together. This is where in all our discussion about culture, the aspect of heterogeneity, the aspect of multiplicity, aspect of allowing multiple voices to speak in different languages is very, very important. And when I say languages, it is not only language per se, but it also means creative expressions.
Thank you, very nice one. Maybe we'll open quickly to audience. Any questions from the audience? Would you like to ask anything on her
How will
works?
they ask because nobody has read the book?
Anything
But anyway,
in general,
anything.
about from the conversation also.
Except how to get into the IAS, any other question?
I don't think that's something. Yeah, Gananka, please.
I've not read the book, so I'll not ask a question about book. But I mean, the discussion was so interesting. So definitely I will read the book at the earliest, ma'am. But this is a very generic question, not just to you, for all the literary fraternity. For someone like me who find it very difficult to express things, my wife who is sitting next to me always complains that if she asks me to tell a story of a movie of 3 hours, I cannot explain it more than 3 sentences. So this is problem for someone like me. So, but for someone like me, I found it very interesting these days. I got a very good companion who can bring my ideas into expressions. That is AI. But I also started seeing how it helps in expressing things in different styles. So how literary fraternity looks into it? Is it something going to scare the authenticity of people who is going to write in coming days, or you think it's something a competitive which is going to help the literary fraternity to compete with one another? Just to give an example, in chess also the AI machines are like way ahead of humans, but that is not something is as scared as it used to be earlier. Now they are being used for a positive reasons as to challenge humans itself. So how literary fraternity sees this one? This is very generic question, but this is across to
across all the literature festivals in the last 1 year. This question has been asked. Yeah. So do you have any take on that, ma'am?
I'm a absolutely old-fashioned writer who used to write with pen on paper till yesterday. I think writing is a very lonely journey where you are with yourself. At the same time, you are also connected to generations of writers who have written before you, who are writing with you, and who you will be writing in. You know, it is both collective and individual, but when the writing is on, it is more individual. So there is absolutely no way of being pushed or taken ahead or being somebody being competitive with you. This doesn't matter. When you are writing, you are just left to yourself. Complete desolation, I would say. Nirbashan in Bengali, as we call it.
I'll add only one thing. Oh, sorry, please. One thing I wanted to add is this on AI, because I'm also into a lot of technology.
No, you're younger, or you should be different.
The connect which connects with AI or anything, why we go on, why we people sit here, why do go to movies or music or anything, is the story component. Something very, very fundamental to human civilization is stories. How authentic, how close it can get to me. It can be different stories, can link to different people, but there is an universality. That's why we have this collective unconscious and etc., which is there. That stories are going to be always relevant. Now, who is going to produce the stories? How is it going to be produced? Is going to be something we need to wait and watch. Music, painting, art, they're all being challenged very seriously. There is not thing to be done. But we still have, as ma'am already pointed out the previous question, there might be an AI, it might write more authentic story of Agaria's, but her story will always also be there as another version of it. That's what I think will also remain here. Sorry, someone wanted to ask.
I think we have only one more question probably. We are running two.
Good morning, ma'am. It was lovely listening to your conversation, because it's in Shillong and we're talking about a book based on Gujarat, and hearing a bit of Bengali from time to time and from somebody, and it's so cosmopolitan, just like Shillong. Now my question is, just like my previous speaker, when you deal with a particular subject in your novel, you write it in a way as if you belong there. When you are writing about a Gujarati community, you write as if you are one of Gujarati. When you are writing something like about Khasi, probably if you write one day, so you will write it in that manner. A place which is very cosmopolitan, for instance Shillong, for instance Delhi, for instance any other such place where different communities very uniquely maintain their culture. How do you handle it in that in your writing?
No, I think there is, I don't handle at all, because what I am writing may be all imperfect, may be full of errors, and things which I do not know, I try to extrapolate through imagination. So a writer takes a lot of liberties, which is not fair. But people tolerate a writer because the general trustworthiness. Because a better scholar can come and say, what all you have written is all wrong. I can show, but probably a reader of mine will not go to the scholar. He is too terrified. So I hold on because of my familiarity with my readers. I try to be as accountable as possible, but I may still make lots of mistakes. And my interpretation, for example, I wrote something about a Maharashtrian community, a story about a story of a Maharashtrian family. My sister-in-law, who is a Maharashtrian, because my husband is a Maharashtrian, she said, what you have written is absolutely culturally wrong. This doesn't happen here. But I have already written in Bengali, and Bengali readers have not questioned. So he said, you have to change it. And she tried to change it. While she was translating into Marathi, I refused permission. So she could not translate it, and it remained as it is in Bengali. So this is the kind of liberty we tend to take, which we are entitled, I think, as a fiction writer.
That's why I said Tribhuvan also has been immortalized in the writing. Tribhuvan never existed in that journey, but someone reading the novel later, somebody might say maybe he existed. The AI might make a movie also on that, so then it becomes immortalized. That's how stories also get done. We are out of time. I think we are exactly finished on time. Okay.
Thank
great.
you. Thanks everyone very much.
Thank you.
Anita ji and Mr. Ramkumar, thank you for that very thought.
One sec. Can they come quietly? They are marching on the table. It feels a little, my request.
Thank you for that very thought-compelling session. Mr. Ramkumar, thank you for your valuable insights. It was quite interesting to know that you've translated our author's works into Tamil. And Anita ji, thank you for generously sharing with us about your travels, as well as the historical perspectives and nuances behind your novel. As a token of our appreciation for your valuable contributions towards the Shillong Literary Festival, we would like to present both of you with a few mementos. Through this compelling conversation, we've glimpsed the poignant layers of resilience and identity woven into a touch of salt. Let us carry forward the reflections sparked today and honor the untold stories of struggle and hope. Our speakers will now proceed to the book signing lounge. If anyone has any additional questions, you may ask them there. The book, A Touch of Salt, will also be available for purchase at the stalls. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a 2 minutes interval before we proceed into our next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can all please take your respective seats, we'll be starting with our third session this afternoon shortly.
I beg your pardon?
Media.
Oh, yes. Hello guys, how are you doing?
Very good, thank you.
Brilliant. First of all, what brings you here?
I mean, we are literature students, so we look up to this for a year. I mean, and we are readers and writers, we're budding poets. So I think it feels a lot of comfort to come back here because we feel it's our genre and the kind of life we enjoy. So we look up to Literary Fest every year to come here.
Interesting. What about you, young lady?
It's the same. I love reading, so I come here, look forward to the author speaking. And it's just a very joyful moment for me, if I have to describe it that way.
So, you know what, when they organize events and festivals like this, we're talking about authors and thinkers. You know, you come here, you get inspired, right, and learn. Any author in particular that you girls are excited about? Let me start with you.
I'm not sure if he's an author, but he came to our college for a workshop once. His name is Mr. Ralte. I was deeply touched by a lot of his poems, and yeah, I was really excited. I think he's on today's itinerary,
Nice.
so I'm excited for his session.
Right. And what about you? Are you excited about any session today? Because you guys weren't here yesterday. What about today?
For today, I was looking at Ma'am Anita's session, and it was brilliant. I really enjoyed it. And you know, I feel so happy that I've gotten the opportunity to see her live.
Correct. What about
Yeah,
you?
even Mama Anita, we were listening, and the subtlety in her language and the way she connects to home, the way she talk about salt, and I mean
agree.
it's very simple. You generally don't talk about. We always talk about exciting things and something that is quite diplomatic. We don't talk about simple things. I don't know,
Right.
lost it. So the idea that I got very much attracted to is the fact that she's spoken so bluntly and so subtly about salt and connecting to the grassroots. That was something that made me quite I was quite interested in that idea of her saying.
Very nice. You know what, 21st century. What do you guys think of the reading culture here in the state, especially amongst the youth? I'll give you time to think. I'll start with you.
I think with the availability of reading resources now being online as well as material resources, I think it's really healthy. I think a lot of the youth are reading, and it's not just books, it's more like comics and other things also, and I feel like that's really good because it's really helping the youth with their creativity, and we're looking at a lot of career opportunities from here on forward. So yeah, I think it's really good. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, girls. Well, I'm sorry for that. It's over, right?
Joining him is Maushmi Kandali, an award-winning bilingual writer, art historian and translator, whose stories have been recognized as cornerstones of Assamese and Indian literature. Moderating this thought-provoking session is Maushmi Chakrabarti, a versatile radio presenter and cultural commentator who has long been a voice of creativity and dialogue in the region. Once again, let us all give a warm welcome to our panelists this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
and wishing each and every one of you a very, very good afternoon. What a majestic setting to be in, isn't it? I mean, just look around you, right from the blue skies above you and the prettiness all around you. I think this is just the perfect setting for a perfect session, and that is translating boundaries, the art of literature in translation. Well, as you can see, I'm flanked on either side by two great luminaries of the region. I consider myself very privileged indeed. I know a short introduction has just been given about our great authors, but I will be also expressing what I feel about them in a little while. But before that, why have we taken up translation? Well, in today's world, where connections grow stronger, borders less defined, and cultures mingle, translation stands as that very vital link that brings all our diverse communities and their rich ethos together. Now, translation, of course, stretches across various spheres, including literature, business, diplomacy, etc., and it acts as a critical communication hub, helping us navigate through the challenges posed by languages, the different languages that we are used to. And of course, most of the languages are different from each other. Now, the significance of a translation extends far beyond just mere linguistic conversation, I believe, because it also fosters understanding, encourages cultural exchange. A lot of cultural exchange is happening right now, as for the last 2 days, today being the second day. And it also drives global progress. Now, in short, I can say translation is the heart of how we share knowledge and stories, yes, beautiful stories for all to read and understand. And that is what I guess this literary fest is all about. We're listening to stories, how stories are narrated, the inspirations behind it, and so much more. And today, as I just said, that I am in the midst of these highly acclaimed and respected authors of the region who will navigate our thoughts and enrich our minds about the immense wealth of literature that the Northeast India, the region itself, has. And they can showcase those rich literature that we have here based in different languages, cultures, and stories as well, for the wide literary, worldwide, I should say, not just India. Why bound ourselves within a specific area, or why just the region? So we will be talking about translation. But, of course, an introduction of our speakers has already been given, as you just heard, that Padma Shri Yeshi Dorji Thongchi is a writer from Arunachal Pradesh. Yes, our beautiful state of Arunachal Pradesh, and he belongs to the Ser Dukpen tribe of Arunachal Pradesh. He was born in Kameng district on the 13th of June, 1952. I'm not stating, the year to show, but just the experience that has gone behind his writing. Incidentally, he was also a retired civil servant, and he retired as a deputy commissioner. He is one of the few Arunachali writers that have been writing in Assamese literature. And for that, he has also received the Padma Shri in the year 2020, which we all know is one of the highest civilian honors that is given by the government of India. And besides that, of course, he has received other awards and honors as well. And Shri Thongchi was also honored with the Sahitya Academy Award in the year 2005, the Kalaguru Vishnu Rabha Award, and many other awards. His novels, his short stories and essays are widely read, and even, they are taught in Assam, in fact. See, I can go on and on talking about these great, but then I know you would like to hear from them as well. But in short, I can say that our writers here, they write, and especially Shri Thongchi writes about the about the Arunachali tribe and the transition that the Arunachali tribes, I should say, have been making. And what is that sometimes that they feel when with the touch of modernity coming in the midst. And so in that way, he writes about his people, their ways of life. So I think we can term him as a cultural translator as well. He writes about his native society all in all. Now that is only the gist of what I said about our author. Now coming to our next author, who's also here, and my namesake, incidentally. And, when we first spoke to each other over the phone, we hit it off so well. I don't know whether all Moshmis get together and get along that well. But we surely did, and we started calling each other as namesake. Yes, Dr. Moshmi Kandali is a bilingual short story writer, an art historian, and a translator as well. Her latest book, I'm sure some of you are aware of her latest book, called The Black Magic Women, published by Penguin Random House in 2022, is a remarkable contribution of discourse when it comes to the Northeast literature, for which she was also awarded the prestigious South Asia Ladli Media Award in the category of literature fiction in the year 2023. Now, the book was also shortlisted amongst the top 5 for the VOW Award for Literature. Now, Dr. Kandali has received many other such awards, including the Bharatiya Bhasha Parishad Award, the Munim Barkotuki Award, as well as other awards in creative writing. And she has written so far around 11 books, ma'am? Yeah, right? 11 books, which constitutes of collections of short stories, anthologies, then translations, art books as well. And incidentally, this is something very interesting I found about her, that she has also curated a museum of modern art at the Tejpur University, named after the esteemed modernist artist of Northeast, late Neil Pavan Barua, paving a way for innovative pedagogy. Currently, Madam Moshmi Kandali, she teaches in the Department of Cultural Studies in Tejpur University. Well, I hope this wasn't too long an introduction, but then such great, celebrated authors, I suppose, needs such kinds of introduction. So can I have a warm round of applause from each and every one of you as we warmly welcome both of our celebrated authors. And thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. What I've decided is that, we will be breaking up this conversation into 3 segments. The first segments, we will know our authors and their works a little bit. And the second segment, which will be roughly around 20 minutes, we will be talking about translation, the rich translations that is going on in the Northeast. What are the kind of challenges that one faces, perhaps some of the authors, because translation is not an easy task at all. And finally, the last 10 minutes will be left for you, for each one of you out there, so that you can interact with our authors here. So this is the deal, and this is how I promised that this interactive session, this session will go on. So warm welcome once again. I would like to begin this discussion or this discourse that we are having by addressing my very first question to Padma Shri Thongshi. Sir, you are from Arunachal Pradesh, but you write in the Assamese language. Can you tell, for the sake of all of our participants here, for all of our friends who have gathered here, what made you begin, and what and how did this love story with the Assamese language and literature begin for you?
Good afternoon to all the book lovers, literature lovers who had assembled here to hear us. I am very much thankful to the organizers of this Shillong Literary Festival, especially Mr. Joy Patani, who rang me up and asked whether I would like to participate in this festival. And I immediately said yes. So my first thank goes to him, and secondly to the government of Meghalaya and organizers, tourism department. I belong to a place which is called the Cherry Blossom Place of Arunachal Pradesh. Later on it will be known Cherry Blossom Place of the world, I think so. Because the youths of our place, they have taken up, they have formed a society, and they have started planting cherry blossom trees. And at the time of the birthday of any child, anybody who has the birthday to be celebrated for their child, they can go to my place. They can ask our Zhukong Devga society, and they will plant a tree in the name of that child. And then to upkeep that sapling, to nurture that sapling, they will charge a few hundred rupees, and they will look after that tree so that it does not die. Actually, ma'am has asked me how I started writing in Assamese. You know, Arunachal was known as a Nepha. And Nepha, being our people, were completely uneducated till 1940, say till the independence of India. Only in 1948, schools have started coming up in Arunachal Pradesh. The Nepha administration, although it was called the part of Assam, but it was not part of Assam. Only governor of Assam was the administrator of Arunachal, the then Nepha. We never had any representative in Assam Assembly. Assam Governor, Assam Chief Minister never had the administrative jurisdiction over Nepha. But the tribes, heterogeneous tribes, we have got so many tribes in Arunachal Pradesh. 2-3 villages form a tribe. My tribe is only, population of my tribe is only around 4,000 people. So the then Nepha administration introduced Assamese as a medium of instruction because our people knew only Assamese at that time because we had a trade relationship with Assam. So people used to come down to the Assam and they used to speak little bit Assamese. So it was wise on the part of the then Nepha administration to introduce Assamese as a medium of instruction. And then so we were taught in Assamese medium. We started learning English only from the class 4. So in Nepha, before it became Arunachal Pradesh, there was an atmosphere, Assam atmosphere. Everybody were talking, even in office also, everybody used to talk in Assamese. Officers, they have to know Assamese language. And then students of the new learners of, first learners of the alphabet from Nepha started writing in Assamese. Since they have learned Assamese, they have started writing in Assamese. People like Tagang Taki, who have started, first writer of Nepha or Arunachal Pradesh, Lumer Dai, they have started writing in Assamese and we followed them. In that way, I come to write in Assamese.
Right, right. And talking about you continuing to write in Assamese, there is a very popular novel of yours called Mona Oth Mukhor Ridoy. I may not be able to pronounce it correctly, which when we translate it says silent lips, murmuring hearts. And therein you have reflected a lot on the history of Arunachal Pradesh and the connect that Arunachal Pradesh always had with Assam. Right? I mean, historically also about the existence of many tribes. Would you like to reflect very quickly about this popular novel of yours that you have written already?
The people of Nepha or people of Arunachal Pradesh, the villagers, they have contributed in the development of our state in many ways. One of the contribution they have rendered at that time was construction of the roads because we did not have any road connection with Assam. Even from one place to another place, one has to walk. There was no motorable road at all. So it was very difficult to get laborers from outside. There was no technology like today. In those days, where a road could be constructed by the bulldozers and then all those machineries. So in our childhood, we saw from each house of our village one person used to go to render their labor in construction of the road. And that way road was constructed, and at that time there was a peculiar situation in Nepha, because Nepha was not bounded by any boundary in those days, in earlier days, before British. We did not know, the tribals, we did not know each other. Every place has got their own darbars. In Khasi you call darbars. That darbar is all in all for the administration of their place. They did not know what was the country. They did not know what was the administration. They did not know, they have not never seen any king. So they were self-ruled, small entities in their own place. And we did not know each other's language. But through my novel, I have brought many tribes together. It was actually happened in those days, because during the construction of the roads from Assam to Nepha, all the district headquarters are to be connected. There were 5 districts: Kameng, Subansiri, Siang, Lohit, Tirap. And we have 5 district headquarters. All the district headquarters are to be connected with Assam. Because after construction, after the establishment of district headquarters inside the Nepha, a lot of people have started coming from outside for opening the schools, for opening the hospitals, for rendering the services which our people never had seen earlier. So for them also the road was needed. For supply of essential commodities also, it was dropped from the sky, but it needed the road. So people started constructing the road, and then the people who did not know each other, every tribe thought that we are the only tribe in the world. We are the only person in the world. We are the greatest in the world. And even if they know the other tribe, they used to hate that tribe. They used to think that that tribe is not a human being. There is one of my short story, Manu. In that short story, I have revealed this thing. So, during the time of the construction of the road from Misamari to Bomdila, the 2 tribes, my one Setupen tribe and then Nisi tribe, they came together, they started working together, and how the boys of Setupen, one boy of Setupen fell in love with the girl of Nisi tribe, but they did not know each other's language. They cannot even express that, even talk single language in others' this thing. So how they felt, and through that the bridge in between 2 tribes, the bridge in between different tribes have been made, and then a bridge in between the plains and plains of Assam and Arunachal has been made. That is what I have revealed in my that novel.
Yeah, wonderful. They say that love transcends all boundaries, and here we see that love also doesn't need too many languages, right? Love can be actually a silent form also. Now let us come to Ma'am Maushmi Kandali. Ma'am, one of your very celebrated work is this book called The Black Magic Women. The name itself is very intriguing, you know. Why black magic, always associated with women also? Well, we will be knowing that. It's incidentally a collection of 10 short stories. And it talks about myths, superstitions and discriminations that women from the region largely face in mainland India, should I say, you know, in the other cultural milieu when they experience such, and the kind of othering that women from this region tend to face when they go outside. You have penned your thoughts in this book. So my question is that what triggered you really to pen this into, and you collected quite a few stories, 10 of them. And also, if you can tell us the name itself. The name itself is very, very interesting. Do you have the book with you, by the way? Yeah, it's a very colorful book, you know, the cover page of it is indeed very colorful. Some of women's favorite colors, I think she has also ensured it is there. Incidentally, this book has also been translated now by another very celebrated senior journalist, Prabina Rashid, right? It has already been translated. And ma'am's work, in fact, has been translated not just in English, but also in many other languages, I'm told, in Korean, in Japanese. So let's now go back to this book called The Black Magic Women. What triggered you into writing it?
Actually, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Actually, this is a original story was called Mayabi Tirutabur.
Okay.
It's originally written in Ohomia, the mother tongue, which I speak, and then it was translated into English. 10 stories. And actually there's a connecting thread because, as you have rightly pointed out, it was about a certain subtle, you know, feeling of othering. A certain kind of very subtle, and I'm not essentializing, I'm not generalizing, I'm just saying that sometime, I think if I give one example that will be very good. Right. If you all love art, you will know Faith Ringel, the feminist black painter. She has a very interesting art work called The Table, where it is shown that 4 women, white women, they are sitting. It was painted in 1965, where she thought, it triggered to paint that, painting the table because she's taught in a school and she was the only black teacher, and during the recess she was not allowed, actually, very subtly. And I would also see during my student days or while I was teaching at Ambedkar for 7 years, and many people, not only me, I mean many people would narrate incident, but they will not come out. They will not say it openly, but they would say that, no, sometimes they are talking, sitting in somewhere, then people will come and just, you know, they will not sit together. All these things, little things that triggered. And then one interesting incident happened. I was invited for a seminar to Shimla Advanced Studies Center, all of us, we know that, IIIS. And while browsing through the library, I came across John McCosh's Topography of Assam. That was an interesting book, all of us we have read. And while browsing also, there was a report, actually, the original report is there. And there I came across one paragraph, which was, otherwise it was a survey, a colonial survey by a colonial officer. I have mentioned in that book also at the end. But what happened, I came across one paragraph which was opinionated. It said that most of the Assamese women, they are very beautiful. Of course, it was an opinion, because in a survey book, if you write all this, nowadays it will be very different. But that time, it was written in 1836. And then he said that they are very beautiful. They almost look like the European and very different from the other veiled Indian, quote unquote. But they are really seductress because it seems that they know black magic. And, what I thought, I found it very interesting, and the kind of engagement or experience that many of the people, women from this part of the country would feel even now, I tried to juxtapose it. Like, has things changed? I mean, it was a historical juxtaposition of the experience that, the opinion that the colonial surveyor had, and then now, has it changed? Because sometimes there will be reference to Mayong and all the black magic, and especially women. And one more sentence he used, that they have a very low morality. So sometimes it is sin that no women of this part, I mean, it's very difficult to articulate. That's why we have fiction. Things that you can't write in history is very easy. So things that the protagonist or the female, her name was Ahomi, she would feel. And there was also a question like, what is an Assamese? Like, it is very difficult because you have a lot of, different composition. But if you look at the look, or, I mean, there are certain, criteria by which, if you look like an other, by look, by attire, by you. So first of all, I never faced that kind of thing, but after a certain point, when they know that I am from that region, then there are a lot of questions that comes in. कैसा है वहाँ माहौल, कैसे हैं, सुना है बहुत free का माहौल है. This kind of subtle, as I say, things are done very subtly actually. in civilized society. But I felt that at certain point of time, it is also important to mention, say things in a certain way to bring out the undercurrents. And at times it's not undercurrent, as we are having a conversation today morning only with our friends in the table, that during the COVID time, there where we could see that kind of othering coming up very prominently in certain parts where people were othered because of the spread of the COVID, how people are looked, and people of the Northeast and the Chinese connection, a lot of things which were very, very problematic. But yes, I have heard about certain, anecdotes where they were, in a way, they became victims. So these kind of things came out. And as a writer, I feel we should say things which are ignored, which are not pronounced, which are not overtly said. Subtle things we need to bring out. That's what triggered. And then I have written other stories also where, how women are seen there, perceived there, kind of general perception they have, and then different, not only women, but it's not about, the main title stories are about black magic women, quote unquote, but they are also about, people as such, their experiences in the metropolis.
I think interesting. I think those of you who have still not read the book, perhaps will find yourself. I think we have felt it time and again whenever we go outside. In fact, long ago and not so long ago, Shillong, they would say that, where are you from? Shillong? Oh, Ceylon, right? I mean, this is something that we have faced. Maybe not so much, but still there are undercurrents. Not, overtly maybe, but definitely covertly, right? There are these undercurrents, and we do face it from time to time. So those of you who are interested to read ma'am's book, it is called The Black Magic Women. You can show it to them once again, ma'am, and it will be an interesting read, I'm sure. Now, coming back to another question to you, sir. Assamese was, historically the lingua franca, as you just mentioned, right, of Arunachal Pradesh. However, lately we are seeing there's a very aggressive spread of Hindi, right, and which is increasingly making the native languages almost marginalized, and because I know a lot of Arunachali students also, and they all speak in Hindi. They don't speak so much. Maybe it's a link language between the different tribes also. And in one of your recent stories called Mrityu, you also brought out this, to this in the fore. So how do you look at this cultural dilution that is right now going in the state of Arunachal Pradesh? And does it sometimes bother you that there is this dilution that is happening to the extent that maybe we are losing out our own culture, our own heritage?
The tragedy of Arunachal Pradesh is that we do not have a common language. Mm-hmm. There are more than 100 languages spoken by different tribes of Arunachal Pradesh. Even, say, in one tribe also there may be different languages. Take the example of the Monpas. Monpas, it is a big tribe in comparison to many other tribes of Arunachal Pradesh, around 40,000 people. So they speak around 7-8 different languages, and each language is quite different from each other. Say in Dirang village, they speak Changlu, a person of the Monpa. But next place there are 3 villages, Chuk, Konpalok, and then Lis, mainly Lis. They speak Lispa language. It is quite different from the Monpa language. You go to little bit away from their Lubrang and all those places where yak herders are there. They are called Brokpas. I have written a novel on them, the Sonam. They speak different language, Brokpa language. Then you go to Tuang, they speak this Brahmin language. That is a person of Monpa. So we have got so many different languages, and we cannot speak, we do not know each other's language. We may be knowing a little bit of other tribes' language, but not very conversant with this thing. So we have to depend upon a third language. And third language was used to be Assamese earlier days. because as I have said, there was a Assam atmosphere in NEFA, and then everybody, even the political officers, these deputy commissioners, they were called political officers. They have to speak in Assamese. Officers has to speak in Assamese. They have to have conversation in Assamese. Then only our people knew. But so Assamese was the lingua franca in Arunachal Pradesh and then Arunachal Pradesh NEFA. But slowly this Hindi had taken place in replaced Assamese, and then now there is no Assamese medium of instruction. It is English medium now, and Hindi is compulsory in every place. Then there are so many military people. We have got now this TV, cinema. So Hindi has spread within no time. I was wondering when I was at Seppa, a place called Seppa in 1980, 91, 92, 93. People were speaking in Assamese. They used to converse with us in Assamese. My relatives, they used to speak me in. I was married to the Nisi lady, so they used to speak me in Assamese. We used to converse in Assamese, talk in Assamese. But when I went there as a deputy commissioner in 2003, the same people who were talking me in Assamese, they were talking me in Hindi. So suddenly there is so much change. In meetings, they used to speak in Assamese, but after 10 years, I saw that they were speaking in Hindi. I was in the eastern part of Arunachal Pradesh, where Assamese is still prevalent, even now. In places also you talk in Assamese, but in the western side especially, they have turned into the Hindi. So what I see is that Arunachal will not remain a tribal language speaking state. After a few years, it will become a Hindi speaking state of northeastern region.
Okay, all right. That's quite an interesting statement that you've made. Quick word on that, because this is what we have seen across all cultures, ma'am. This dilution that is happening, even for that matter, even here. I mean, so much of westernization, Western influence, and there's so much of dilution happening. Your thoughts on this also, about the rest of the Northeast also, and is that actually withering away our essence, our ethos of the people? So much of that we are giving away ourselves too much to the other?
It's a very, very complex question. If you look at it historically, power languages come and they spread, and people become a part of that power language because of many things. Once it was Sanskrit, then Persian came, then because of the colonization, English came, and then Hindi, of course, we know why. So things will... That is one, political or whatever you say, it's a discourse. But also we need to remember that there are people who are still using the language. The main thing is like, how do you visualize the curriculum? Actually, it is a multidimensional question. You can't just say. There are so many things, because sometimes we say that we need to be in Assamese medium. There's a debate in Assam. And then they say that why deprive people of the English medium, because it's a lingua franca, it's a power language, it's a global language. So there is always a dichotomy kind of. Then what we need to balance it out.
Exactly.
One thing is that, but it is also undoubtedly true that we are losing so many important, significant heritage, our treasures, day by day. It really feels so sad. And coming from culture study, I see each and every, I tell my students that Your Aita, grandfathers, grandparents, they are your informant, greatest informant. They are the cultural informants. They are the seat of so many things. So try to learn it and carry forward.
Yeah, and I
it
think
is
we
so
can see-
important because if this is a part of our identity, our culture, it is so important. I'm so happy that there are so many young people are here,
Youngsters.
students, because your own, identity. I tell my son that you play drum fine, but if you also play khol, which is our classical instrument, then you'll know, because it's a part of your Assamese identity. So you have to balance it out. So everything, not only the language, the words we say, the games we play, the food we eat, the clothes we wear, everything, be proud of it. They are so rich. It is so rich. We need to be proud, actually. Never, we shouldn't feel inferior. Because slowly and slowly, but I also see one thing, because of, a positive side of, interconnection that is happening across geographies and all. Now people are also discovering new things. There's a renewed interest. There's renewed awareness about identity. There's renewed interest about cultural, nuances, and people are adopting. And I'm so happy when I see young people, especially in music and other poetry, they also sing Western, but at the same time they curate beautiful, they do good blending of, their own, music from their soil. So I think I'll not take it very negatively. Positive thing might also come. It is coming. It's all up to us. It is high time that we become conscious about that.
Yes, and as you said, that there should be some balancing.
Balance,
Now let's come to, the translation aspect, translation that we are talking about, how it is enriching, how important is translation? Because out here, I think I addressed this question to both of you. We have such rich materials, rich literature that is being written in the local language, in the languages of the Northeast. And they're wonderful stories, wonderful narratives, yet they might not be they have not been shared to the rest because they have not been translated. So how do you look into this aspect of cultural connection, the communication, the cross-cultural communication that we can enhance with translation?
See, we people who write in vernacular, especially in our own languages, I don't write in my own language, I write in Assamese. Or I write in English also, I write in Hindi also. So there also the translation, question of the translation comes because my thought process is in a Serduk pen. So when I write it in Assamese, I have to translate it into Assamese. When I write in English, I have to translate it into Hindi. And our vernacular writers, say I am Assamese writer now. No doubt, being an Assamese writer, I got a very large number of Assamese readers. That is my satisfaction. But beyond that, people want to read now. Now, in my case, the new generation of Arunachal Pradesh, the young generation, they don't know Assamese. They cannot read Assamese, but they wanted to read me. So there the question of translation comes. They wanted to know. Actually, I have seen, being an administrative officer, being an IS officer, I serve in many corners of Arunachal Pradesh and seen their life from a very close corner, different tribes' life in very close corner. So I have written in my novels, in my short stories, I have written about many tribes, about the ethos of the many tribes. Even the younger generation, they do not know about their own tribe. They have not seen the village life. Most of them have now migrated to Itanagar and then they were born in Itanagar. They are grown up in Itanagar. So they have not seen their own village life, their own tribe's life also, which are reflected in my writings. So they wanted to know, read my books. In that, the question of the this translation comes. But the big thing is that I cannot translate my own writings from Assamese to English or to any other language, to Hindi. Hindi I can also write in Hindi. Because when I start translating my own words, I start enlarging it or deviate it from the original distinct.
Right, right.
So to keep the originality, one different person should translate it into either into English or to any other language. Then I translate. I also translate. I have got 4 books translated from other languages. So I translate others' books, but I don't translate my own writings.
Maybe somebody will do it in the due course of time. Okay. Now let me just put in the same similar question to you, ma'am. How crucial are such pools of stories that we have here, in different languages being written, to be accessible also to the rest? Because as we say that it is an exchange of, knowledge, and also bringing us closer to each other. So how do you look into this whole gamut? And but then, while having said saying this, that translation is important, are some translated works also guilty of taking away the core essence? Because I think no translation can be done word by word, phrase by phrase, sentence by sentence. And maybe some who belong to outside the region may not be aware of the culture, and so may not be able to really translate it in its very, very pristine form, the way the original work was written.
See, it is a very layered question actually. You have 2-3 questions in one question, it seems. Firstly, I'll say, now we are talking about the translation as a creative endeavor, a literary exercise, or in an academic way. But we should also remember, in the everyday discourse, if you remember, within the region, each of us, we are a good translator. We are multilingual people, we keep translating. We talk here in Karbi Anglong, I'll be speaking in Karbi, and then again I'll be going to, say, Assam, I will be translating my Karbi friends' things. So all of us, we don't even realize, because we are not thinking in academic term, or we are not articulating it. Actually, all of us, we are good translators. We already are translating. We are cultural translator, because when I meet my Bodo friend or Kari friend, I'm wearing this. It's a kind of continuous exchange going on, which is a kind of translation of ideas, cultural exchange, everything. These are very integral part if you have it with a different perspective. But coming to the question that you have, a rigorous, academic kind of pursuit, I think it is a very, very important task. Lot of people have already taken it, and I am so happy that I think the anthology, which is still, I think most cited anthology on poetry of Northeast, is done from here, from Meghalaya, by the sponsor and Robinsa. That's a wonderful, creative exercise that it was, and translating poetry is no easy, we know. But there should be more and more translation. It goes without, saying, it is undoubtedly, you have to do translation, of course. And the second point, actually, it should be a very, very long answer, but I know we have time constraints. Right. I'm not going into it. But as you said, dilution, that is again a challenge. Because translation is not just literary translation. If I say a sentence, moi ahisu, moi golu, it is not just one Assamese. It is why. It is loaded with so many contexts. And especially when it comes to historical translation, the culture. Yesterday we had a very interesting session on history where we were talking about archiving. So while translating, you are not just doing a literary translation. You are translating a culture, you are translating a history. One simple word, if you just change it, that can dilute. So one good example I will not give from Northeast, but one good example that we can give is Kama Sutra, for example. I mean, it was such a old, ancient Indian treatise, but if you read the first translation of Kama Sutra, and if you read it in Sanskrit, of course I don't know Sanskrit, but I have read in Devanagari Hindi, and the first translation, and many scholars have opined it is not my own, it has been diluted so much. Actually, Kama Sutra is a treatise of many artistic expressions. 64 art has been described there. It is a treatise on desire, fulfillment of love, theories and philosophy of love, but it ended up becoming a manual on sex because of this. And so many people just think that Kama Sutra means you know what. So that is like, had there been but later on it was of course rectified. So that is one good translation. So we have to be very, very careful, and also let us not intervene. Sometimes we think when we translate that, okay, what the target language will think? Should we say it? Oh, of course, this ritual from the indigenous tribe is, it might be accepted in the mainstream India. Should I talk about it? Why not? Bring it, talk it. You are just translating. You are the foster mother. Someone has given birth to it. You are a mother, you have to take that baby of translation. Like a foster mother, you haven't given birth, but you should be careful that in the other language, in the other environment, the baby is shown as it is. You do not have to put other attire to it.
Right.
I'm putting it very simply,
Yes,
but it is very complex.
Because translated work at the end is a reproduction, right? It is a mirror, right? Not
Transcreation.
Yes, indeed. And therefore, it can only act as a bridge, right?
Yes,
and
yes,
it can, in our cross-cultural exchange and understanding of each other. But then, this was actually asked a little while back in the previous session, and that triggered me, and I thought I would like to ask the both of you also. We are a little too touchy, maybe. I'm not too sure. Maybe you both can fill me in. Supposing an author from outside the region wants to write something about us, do we get a little too conscious of what has been every minute detail, and there it gets blown out of proportion, and then why has this been written about us? But isn't writing itself is an expression of the writer's thoughts also, frictionalized also. So why are we sometimes so touchy about what is being written about us, about the tribes, or about the people of the region, especially when it comes to people or authors or somebody from outside the region?
Actually, our people are very much intolerant. So far, our culture, our ethos, our language, everything goes on. We think that whatever is written about us should be only good aspects of our tribe. So whenever an outsider says something else, which is correct, which is right, or whenever our own people also, they criticize our own distinct, our people become very intolerant. And that is why many people from outside also, I also myself, I stopped writing about niches, because they are so intolerant that they don't want anything truth to be here. They said they want that they should always be praised only, glorified. Their tribe should be glorified, they should be praised. And if you write something which is this right thing, which is truth, immediately they react.
Okay.
That is why many people, especially from outsiders, they are afraid of speaking anything else which is truth. They are afraid of writing much about the tribes of Arunachal Pradesh. That is what I found, especially in context of Arunachal Pradesh.
Okay, all right. So, ma'am, a quick word on that. I mean,
I think it's not only about actually
Right.
noticed. Even in some, if non-Indian writes on India, we react, no? हम ऐसे नहीं हैं, हमारे ऐसे गलत प्रतिनिधित्व किया गया and all this. So it is whole representation question. Actually, it's triggered by a correct kind of representation, politics of representation, or maybe why we are reacting like that, because we have been misrepresented so many, there are so many historical evidence that now we have become very vulnerable maybe. Now high point that we go beyond that vulnerability, because we have also gained so much confidence. We have our own voices now. Across culture, each of our state have powerful voices. So with full confidence we should write about, we should have autocritical, introspections about us, and let us cross that vulnerability, and then of course I'm an Assamese, so English is my second
You're doing
language.
wonderfully well, ma'am. Wonderfully.
So yeah. So thing is, let us be confident, because we are human beings. Come on, we are not gods, goddesses. So there will be imperfection collectively, individually. Let us admit that, and there will always be a dichotomy between insider stories, outsider stories, insider's testimony. Even within the gender discourse, we say man cannot write; they do not understand it. But look at the wonderful, powerful stories written by men on women. So let us forget this. Let us be mature enough. Let us grow up, and then see things from the lens of literature, because there are two things. One is empathy and one is relatability. So if you can relate, outsiders, so-called outsider, quote unquote, who come to Northeast can relate to certain universal experiences that all of us we share. And then there is empathy. There could be empathy. Why would we want to judge? So same thing, even as Sir has pointed out, Thongsi Sir, and I'll just take 1 minute because I forgot to thank the organizers in the very beginning because you asked the question.
You can always thank them also.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and to be sharing this stage with Thongsi Sir. He's a very revered writer in Assamese and we grew up. Literally, we grew up reading him. He's a senior artist to be sharing here. I'm thankful. Also, Pradhani sir for communicating. All of you, thanks to all of you. But again, everything has become possible. Two Assamese writer sitting here because of translation, communication, Shillong, we love Shillong, that's why. These are all, we are insider, outsider, yet we are insider because we carry something here. So when you write, when you have an authorial voice, let us, as a reader also let us go beyond all this,
Yeah,
petty
and
things.
quickly, ma'am, as we are almost wrapping up this session and we'll just take a few questions. What are the distinct flavors of the Northeast you feel that, can be highlighted or is being highlighted, maybe more so in the region, but then it needs to go beyond? To both of you, quickly, a minute each.
Let me talk about Arunachal Pradesh. Say about Bangla society. So many writers are there. They have written since long back, and it has almost become repetition. But in Arunachal Pradesh, we have got so many tribes having so many unique culture, so many unique traditions, so many unique folk tales, folklores, orality. So when I write, why I have become so popular? When I write about all these things, these are the new things.
Right.
So likewise, whole Northeastern region is full of such unique ethos, unique culture, which are to be repeated through the writings, through fiction, through poetry, through
Absolutely.
historical narratives. Like
Yes, absolutely. Quick word on that, ma'am. 1 minute.
Again, you were asking complex question on extempo. I must say that.
No, ma'am,
but
not at all.
This is to point out unique feature. One thing is heterogeneity and diversity. Undoubtedly, we will have to say it. We are not, one monolingual, we are multilingual. It's so diverse. I mean, within Assam,
That
you
is
have
our strength, in
that
fact.
is strength one, and then of course. We should also remember one thing, let there be no exotification of that, but at the same time, we should bring out the orality. I think it's a huge resource which we haven't explored at all. So that is one point. I mean, so many voices, so many little traditions flourishing, and they're dwindling also. That is my fear, that a lot of things might go, away from us. So it is high time that we capture and document and archive, do whatever is possible, represent from many aspects actually. Notice, let us not homogenize it, but within that we have certain shared history, shared cultural trait, and which are unique, of course, as we say, that needs to be, properly represented. Again, properly is again a very problematic word. What do you mean by proper and all? That it may always come, but at least be, genuine. Genuine is more important, whether authentic or not. Are you genuine in your intention? To me, that intentionality is the ultimate thing, whether as a research scholar, students, writer, that genuineness.
Absolutely, and I think I really, the phrase or the key word that I'll take away from here is heterogeneity is our strength, right? So on that note, I mean, I'm sure that some of you out there have many more questions, but we will just take maybe 3 questions. Make your questions very short, so that it is understandable to all of us here, and make them very short and to the point so that they can also understand and answer you quickly. Yes, I can see a hand being raised. You can introduce yourself also.
I'm Ananya. I work with Akashvani as well as with Ramakrishna Mission, and I speak 5 languages. And here I felt like asking this question. The moment it comes to the word translation, obviously the printing and publishing comes into picture. So when the writing is there, and especially with fiction, and we have a word which is unique to a particular culture, is it proper to explain it there, or is it proper to put it at the end of the book? Because when you put it at the end of the book, the reader has to turn the pages and find out what it means probably. And if you put it on that page itself, maybe in the footnote or in the bracket, then the flow is disrupted. So I was wondering what is best that can be done. I'm asking this to both the panelists.
Okay, so I think you can take it, ma'am. Essentially the framework, she's asking.
This is one that, every author whose work is being translated, then the editor from the book, the publishing house will always have a, question. I had the same experience with Black Magic Women and Penguin. We had a series of discussion, video conference and all. So that was one thing. It shouldn't look like a dissertation where you have footnote and all. But then also it is very important. There are serious readers. See, there will be many layers of reader also. Even readership itself is a good resource. Research work. Who are the readers? So any reader who do not want to know about the nuances will anyway flip it and skip that part. But those who are serious reader, researcher, they would definitely want to do that. So not to distract, you can put it in the end, but also for quick reference, one can put it also as a footnote. So there were endless discussion, and at one point I said, it depends. I don't know. We were clueless. Then ultimately we decided to put it in the end of the story. For example, there was a reference to Rohdoi Ligiri, a very 100-year-old story. Where Rohdoi, I'm not going to reference to Rohdoi. I bring that character of Rohdoi Ligiri in a Delhi situation, contemporary situation, where Rohdoi Ligiri is traveling in the coach number 1 of the metro. So Rohdoi is a Y1 compartment. So there is a lot of things. Anyway, I don't want to elaborate. That it was very necessary to tell who is Rohdoi actually. That it is a character who intervenes, comes to this.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yes, I think we can take a few more questions. Dr. Pradhani, you have anything? Preeti is also there. I can see another question. A young student raised her hand as well. Okay. Kindly introduce yourself, okay?
Hi, ma'am. I'm Kavita. I'm an air traffic controller, and I'm posted at Shillong Airport. The question is for my daughter. She's an author, and she has published her 3 books. So we just came here to get some inputs from you. Myra?
You can stand up. What is your daughter's name?
Oh,
Myra. Loudly.
Myra. She would like to know from you what is the process, how to be a good author, and if you can give some inputs, please.
Okay. All right. So who can be a good author, sir? You have a world of experience, so many years of experience. Quickly, you can briefly,
But I congratulate you, Maria.
Yes,
well
congratulations to you. Very well done.
You wanted to know who is good author, or what?
Yes,
exactly.
Yes. How can she better herself?
Yes, how can she improve?
Yeah,
and
improve herself.
What is the best way, how to go step by step, because we are also unaware, because we are not from this field.
Okay.
So if some guidance we can get.
Okay, how you can become a good author? That is the main
How can she
question.
better herself from this stage to
yeah.
becoming great like you someday?
You keep writing and you keep reading.
Yeah.
As much as you write, your language will improve, your style will improve, and as much as you read, you will be able to learn how others are writing, how great writers, how great thinkers are writing. Okay?
Wonderful. Keep reading, keep writing, and congratulations to you. I think she certainly deserves a round of applause. 3 books already published. This is what a literary fest does. It brings, the greats, but it also brings the budding writers to the fore. Yes, we had one more question from you. Yes? Would you like to ask something? Yeah. Can the microphone be passed, please, to her quickly? And I think we'll take, after this, one more question, and then we'll wrap up. Okay. I can see another hand also raised. Okay. Here. Introduce yourself. Yeah.
Hi, ma'am. This is Abha. I work with the Shillong Times. My question was to ma'am. When we are talking about translation, we are of course catering to a large audience for a story that is completely rooted in a particular area. how important it is to, keep the essence of the story while also providing context to probably a larger audience who don't know what exactly the culture of that particular area is about.
Yeah, that is the most challenging part. See, I'm a translator by choice. I have translated Salvador Dali's autobiography into Assamese, and then translated the Missing is a tribe from Assam, their folk poems into English. So both were very different experience. I'm bringing this because I'm not a, nowadays you have Department of Translation Studies where you have training and all. We are all untrained, translator who just love translation and, because of the love we got. But in our self-taught process, it is a challenge. It is not a footnote. Just remember, it's not a PhD thesis where you have to write, give a word and then explain. Suppose you are doing an ethnographic study. It is, you can play with it. You can take a liberties, translator's liberty to say a word. For example, suppose when I was doing, translation of the missing folk poetry, there was a word called Anjal, and then there was a tree, Oikoli. Okay, so I decided, I kept the word Oikoli because it is so sweet, no? Oikoli, the name of the bird. So I said, oh Oikoli, where are you flying? Oh bird. I actually, in the original, oh bird, where are you going? That repetition was not there. I just put it deliberately so that people can immediately understand. So you have to also be little, innovative and creative. And then while translating Dali's, because Dali is an eccentric artist, and he uses all those, huge complex sentence, long sentence. One sentence is one paragraph. So I had to break it down and actually coin word in Assamese. And it was such a wonderful, experience. So you have to think, you have to give time, you have to immerse. I say translation is an immersive experience. If you are not immersive, then it's better not to do any translation. You have to get into it.
Okay. All right, I think we have actually run out of time. Can we take one more? There's a hand. No?
Actually,
we
if there are any additional questions,
yes.
I'm sure the authors would be happy to take them up at the book signing.
Personally also they can talk. So on that note, let me just wrap up. Thank you to both of our authors, Ma'am Moshmi and of course Sir Thongchi. It was a wonderful experience for me, a learning experience for me, and a round of applause for all you wonderful audience there for being so immersed in this conversation and this dialogue or this discussion that we had. Thank you so much.
Before we bid adieu to the session, as a token of appreciation from the Shillong Literary Festival, we would like to present our speakers with a few mementos of this session. Once again, thank you to Shri Yeshi Dorji Thongchi ji, Dr. Moshmi Kandali and Dr. Moshmi Chakrabarti for this session that reminded us how translation bridges divides and brings stories to new audiences. Their insights reaffirm the literature's universal power to connect cultures and celebrate diversity. We are grateful to have you this afternoon. Once again, a big round of applause for our speakers. We will be starting with our next session shortly. please take our respective seats. We will be starting shortly, in about 3 minutes' time. Our fourth session this afternoon is titled The Indigenous Voices of Northeast India, and we are graced by an eminent panel of speakers. Once again, we are graced by Mr. Bikash Rai de Barma, Mr. Anil Kumar Boro, Mr. Basan Marok, and in conversation with Dr. Streamlet Dakhar. Our next session brings us into a reflection of folklore and the vernacular voices that capture the essence of Northeast India's cultural diversity through poetry, folklore, and storytelling. Delving into a discussion of the dilemmas of vernacular literature and its reflection of the lives and aspirations of many. For a quick introduction and brief introduction of our eminent speakers, Mr. Bikash Rai de Barma is a celebrated poet and composer whose work reflects the complexities of identity and tradition in Tripura's Kuk Borok language. Mr. Anil Kumar Boro is a prolific folklorist, translator, and writer whose contributions to Boro literature have deepened our understanding of indigenous narratives. And Mr. Basan R. Marak is an author, a songwriter, and an educator whose stories and music celebrate the cultural heritage of the Achik community. And moderating this panel, we are joined by Dr. Streamlet Dakar, an eminent scholar and professor whose dedication to Khasi literature has enriched the academic and cultural landscape of Meghalaya. Once again, let us all give them a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours.
So, a very warm good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I should thank for this opportunity to meet my friends, writers, poets, book lovers, and everyone present here in the 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival. You know, all the panelists, of course, except Basan, both of them, they are my friends. We are in the same organization, the famous Sahit Academy, the highest, you know, the, what we call the organization that is being recognized in India and beyond. And we have already heard the introduction of our panelists here. You know, I was wondering at the very beginning because I was called by the organizer as a speaker. And, you know, the shirt that I'm wearing here also, it's a Streamlet as a speaker. But at the same time, I was asked by the curator that I will also moderate. Nevertheless, I'll take a chance to talk also on Khasi literature. So without further ado, of course we know that Northeast India is one of the richest regions of the country in terms of indigenous people with rich culture and linguistic diversities. This region's indigenous languages carry on not only stories, but also the lifeblood of each community's worldview, values, and spiritual heritage. So from Khasi, Garo, and Kokborok to Tiwa and Bodo, these languages are intricate threads in the fabric of India's cultural tapestry that have played a major role in shaping the culture more. So we have here the renowned speakers of our indigenous languages. We would like to hear the indigenous voices of Northeast through the 4 of us. And I will begin with Sir Bikash Rai Sharma, Bikash Rai Debbarma, sorry, Bikash Rai Debbarma. Can you tell us something about the literature of Kokborok community, since you are a writer, a song composer, and also a singer of Kokborok, and many of the Kokborok musicians have taken your songs composed by you. So, but then before that, before you talk on to your songs or your lyrics, you can at least tell us something about Kokborok literature.
Okay, thank you, Streamlet. Thank you, Shillong. And my thanks goes to the organizers of Shillong Literary Festival, as well as to the government of Meghalaya. It's actually 43 years I am back in Shillong. Last time I was here in the year 1981. So after 43 years, it's something like a year revisited for me. Thank you again. Kokborok, it has a long tradition of orality, and it came into written form just 126 years back in the year 1897. the first Kokborok writer was not a Kokborok speaker. He was Daulat Ahmed, a Bengali speaker. So from that point, we have traveled a long way. And Kokborok poetry, since I am a poet myself, I would like to discuss about poetry much, though other things will be covered. So modern poetry, which now we do see in Kokborok literature, is started by Shyamlal Debbarma. That was probably in the year 1971. And now we can say proudly that every year we are getting 40, 50 published works, especially on poetry, and a lot of young poets are coming up. So it's a blessing from the God. And in story writers are also coming up. The first story was written by not Daulat Ahmed. Just 3 years after publication of Daulat Ahmed's book, Kokboroma, there was another prolific writer. His name is Radhamohan Thakur. So he wrote 2 short stories. And then most remarkable short stories we got is Nagendra Jamatia, who was minister of Tripura once upon a time. And before that, we had another notable writer, Sudhanna Debbarma, who was the first, the novelist. So far we do have 2 novels from him. One is Hachuk Khuriwo, and another is Chethuang. Chethuang is a tree which do have very close connection with our culture. And there is one folk story which moves around the Chethuang. I don't know what is Chethuang in English, I don't know. In Bengali, it is called Chatim. Its branches looks like an umbrella. That's where this Chatim name came. So Chethuang, it's almost like a identity for us. And the story is very long. In short, I can tell you the story. The story revolves around 2 siblings, one brother and one sister. And one day, the brother proposes her sister to marry him. And the family members, they were not ready to accept that proposal. And the villagers also, they opposed that proposal. But the boy was so adamant. At last, all other family members, they agreed. And without finding any other way, that sister, she requested the Chethuang tree that I am climbing up on you, and you please grow up and grow up and grow up, and you touch the sky so that nobody can find me out. And after that, I will break the tip of your tip, and so that no one can climb up and catch me. So that was the gist of the story. So and then from 80s, new wave of writing came, and that was closely related with the Agartala Book Fair. Agartala Book Fair, that was first held on 1982. And in the year 1982, the first anthology of Kokborok poetry titled Kokborok Koglop Bachap, collection of Kokborok poetries that was published. And from 1983, other writers also started publishing their books. And last year, around 56 books had been published. And this year we have crossed already 67 books.
Wow.
So
that's wonderful.
So in a nutshell, this is all about Kokborok. And I myself is a composer also. And Streamlet has said before that many singers, Kokborok singers in Tripura, they use my lyrics and my compositions also. Yes, it's a fact that in 90s, the Kokborok, modern format of Kokborok music, that was very much influenced by the Bengali music, Hindi music, and sometimes from Western musics also. So one day, I myself, along with Nanda Kumar Burma, the senior most writer now, he is a great novelist also. So we sat together and we were just talking that is there any way out that Kokborok music should get its own face. So at that time, we were not sure that whether that could be possible or not. But now we can say, proudly we can say that Kokborok modern music or modern format has its own face. So with this, I think I have completed my version.
Well, Bikash, 43 years is a long year for a writing career. And books that you have already published till date? Yeah. 65, you said, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 5. And this year, another 7 books are going to be published.
Wow. So we should give a very huge round of applause for this great writer. So I would like to just ask you to highlight a little about your Tutankhamuni pyramid, which won the Dawlat Ahmed Award for Best Publication in 2022. Can you highlight what this novel is all about?
Tutankhamun's Pyramid is a collection of poetry. Oh, it's a poetry? Yeah. It's a collection of poetry. I can read out some of the stanzas, 1 or 2 stanzas.
What are the main themes?
The main theme is that we know about the pyramid, Tutankhamun's pyramid, but actually, in making of Tutankhamun's pyramid, the role of Tutankhamun is almost a big zero. Because the people, the workers who shed their sweats and tears, none of them are remembered, or nobody knows their name also. So I'll read the first stanza. The pyramid of Tutankhamun. Why you narrate the legend of Tutankhamun only with omission and commission? When the workers built the monument, putting the pieces of the stone one after another, dug out from Aswan, the sandstone from the heart of the Aswan desert, and transporting it throughout the Nile in boat up to Gaza, a faraway destination. The workers shed tears which could fill up thousands of vessels mixed with their blood and exhaustion. Had ever Tutankhamun visited the monument, had ever he touched the wall and stone piece of pyramid with his own hand, had he felt the woe tear that each piece of stone bore? Faceless workers polished the stone smooth and spotless, built the pyramid, lifting stone pieces one after another up to the summit. The workers were tired, exhausted. The air got pervaded up with their withering breath. Scorching sun and heat induced mighty thirst. Workers were clamoring to quench. The ruthless herd of armed supervisors with whip in their hand fleshed their whip on the bare tender back, leaving bruise and endless wound. Stigma. When a worker fight for a breath under weight of stone, when they beg for a drop of water, the stick and spear ran amok. Had ever Tutankhamun bothered to look once at them? So there is the poetry.
It's a beautiful poem, of course. So, Bikash, you have mentioned about Rani Jamatia, who is
Nagendra Jamatia.
Yeah, who is a woman writer.
No. Nagendra Jamatia is a male writer. He passed away 3 years back.
Okay. I mistook it with Rani Jamatia.
Actually, Manomohini Devi, she was also a good writer, but she wrote in Bengali, not in Kongoro.
Right.
Anangomohini Devi, another writer was there.
So I'll come to that later. Let me turn now to Anil Borrow first. In the second round, I'll talk to you regarding the women writers.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Anil, we have been together for 5 years, as a member of Sahityya Academy, and we have shared a lot of our writings during our journey from Shillong to Delhi, from Guwahati to Delhi, and I've been also so much in touch with you with regards to, folklore studies in your department. So, Anil, I would like to ask you regarding your, being a folklorist, first of all, and also a poet, a Sahityya Academy awardee, and other awards as well. So, can you tell us the journey of your writing from the beginning till today?
Thank you, Stimulate. Thank you, the organizers, for inviting me to take part in this Shillong Literary Festival. First of all, we are writers. We write on so many things. We may write poems, we may write fiction, we may write non-fiction, we may write journalistic writing, scientific writing. So, and besides being a writer, we are also men. We are also members of the society, members of the community. So, therein lies our responsibility as men, as an individual, and as a part of the society. So, and there, as a writer, I have to think, I have to consider on what I should focus as a writer. While writing poetry, on what things I should focus. On writing fiction, how to collect the stories, and collecting the stories from the grassroots, I need to fashion it my own way and take it back to the readers. So then only I can speak out. I can bring it to the audience, bring it to the readers, what I want to speak out, what I want to tell. So sometimes I play the role as a poet, sometimes as a fiction writer, sometimes as an essayist. So I can have so many roles. And there are other areas. As a man, as a person, we are also engaged in teaching, academics, and lots of research. So we get so many inputs from our experience in the research. We can bring so many things we gather in the field and employ them, put them in our poetry writing, put them in our novel writing, story writing. So I see it as a traffic between the two. The creative writing, and the prosaic and the mundane day-to-day world that we are always around. Is it okay?
Yeah. So, Anil, it is believed that, tribal consciousness, tribal writings in the Northeast, has carved, its place in the world of literature just in the late part of the 20th century. Do you believe that?
Yeah.
In fact, we all know that writers of the Northeast, though they write in their own vernacular languages, they have the same emotions, the same feelings that they can convey, they can voice out of what they are, they have in their heart. But then their voices are not heard so easily till the later part of the 20th century. So, what do you have to say on this?
Coming to tribal writing, we see that there are some writings by the ethnographers, the colonial ethnographers. We have ethnographic writings on different tribal communities, the Khasis, the Karbis, the Dimasas, the Bodos, Nagas. So these are ethnographic writings from researchers and writers and scholars from outside. And we have lots of writings on the tribes of Northeast India, especially Nepa, by Bheriar Elwin. So this is one category of tribal writing. But tribal writing from the natives, tribal writing from the insiders, the tribal population in Northeast India, it came very late. Among the Khasis also, it came after the coming of the Christian missionaries. Among the Bodos also, it came after the coming of the Christian missionaries. They began collecting the stories, folk tales, and they started publication of these folk stories, folk songs. And even they started writing books on grammar and language, even dictionary. So this is how writing came to the oral societies, oral tribal societies in Northeast India. And the writing in the proper sense of the term, writing by our own people came very later. The first book in our language came out only in 1915.
Okay.
That was the first book written by our own people, but that is also a book on customary law, Bodo customary law. And the first magazine our language came out in 1924. So that is the real beginning of our history. So this is just 100 years history. And in this short span of 100 years, our language has come up in such a way that it is now taught in more than 4 universities, as in the PG departments, and also in PhD programs. So this is also a medium of instruction up to class 12. And lots of books have come up in diverse genres, poetry, fiction, non-fiction, then drama, criticism. So this development has come only in the span of 100 years.
Okay, Anil, I still wonder, in a span of 100 years of your Bodo literature, and yet, your language, Bodo language, have been recognized as the scheduled language in the Constitution of India, whereas other indigenous languages of the Northeast, except Manipuri and Assamese, of course. Other indigenous languages, they are still struggling. As for the case of the Khasis, we have crossed 180 years of our existence in written literature, and yet we are not yet being recognized despite all the efforts that have been made by Khasi author societies, by individuals, by writers. What could be the reason of this kind of late recognition?
I'm not in a better position to speak about this, but our language came to be recognized along with Santali and Dogri also. But Santali is also a tribal language like ours. But this has come after series of movements. We organized so many programs in Delhi, seminars, dharna, and meeting the political leaders, and even actually this recognition of the Bodo language came along with another political
force.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of the political agreement with the Bodo leaders, Bodo movement leaders. So this has to be remembered.
Okay. So, very lately, especially in this decade, I would say, so many Bodo women writers have come up, and they have already carved their own recognition with Sahitya Academy Award, Yuba Puraskar Award, and such recognition. How do you think that these women, Bodo women, have concentrated for themselves as writers? Do they write something or only on the Bodo culture, Bodo identity, or do they write something else, like, in their poems or in their narratives?
The women writers have come up. So many women writers come up, and nowadays the Bodo women writers have their own separate organization. Okay. And they bring out their regular journals. Not only one journal, so many journals are there. And they write in the mainstream journals also where both the women and male authors write. But these women writers forum have given a platform for many of the women writers. And that is why the women authors have come up. And responding to your question, they are writing on Bodo cultures only, Bodo identity only, but they are also writing on women issues. Okay. They are writing on women issues. They are influenced by these feminist and gender studies, and they are trying to look at literature from that angle also.
Yes, I could understand that, the numbers that are coming up in the Bodo literature, especially from the women's side, I understand that they empower not only themselves but other women of your society. So it's a great move, it's a great initiative, and it will also encourage other women writers of our Northeast. So I'll come back to you later.
They are writing on so many issues. One of our famous women writer, Onju, recently she wrote a very significant poem on this Manipur incident.
Okay.
The Manipur incident is coming back again and again.
Yes.
And that has been translated also.
Yes. I think many of the writers, not only women, though they haven't published yet on the current incident that is happening now at Manipur, I know that this is the opportunity for them to express their concern about what is happening in one of our sister state here in the Northeast. So now I'll move on to Basant R. Marat. He's an assistant professor of Tura Christian University. Tura Christian College, sorry. And he is a writer, a songwriter also. And he also writes on Achik culture. And one of his important publication is Danugimint Dosi, published in 2012, a novel about Anokma resolves the case of adultery. I just took this from the net. So I would like to hear from, let us hear, myself and the audience and the panels here about Garo literature.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I'm Basan Armarak from Tura. I'm a Garo. Since I'm a Garo, let me speak more about Garo community concerning the literature, language, culture, and tradition. Accidentally or maybe intentionally, we three of us, Sir Deb Burma, Sir Boro, we are from the same group of language. Yes, yes, we are Bodo group of language. And you know Bodo group of language rooted from the wider group of language, that is Tibeto-Burman group of language. So we are one of the indigenous people of Northeast India. And concerning Garo literature, we have only oral literature, but it is in the last decade of 18th century, the written literature has begun. It is British officers who have collected some Garo words with their meanings and published in the Royal Asiatic Society of Bengal. And this, in such a way, this is the Garo literature in the form of written, in written form has begun. And it is in, we cannot forget about, when we talk about literature, Garo literature, we can never forget about American Baptist Mission. They are the one who made a huge contribution to our literature. American Baptist missionary sent some committed missionaries to our people, to Garo people, and when they arrive Garo hills, they have learned Garo language very fast, and they have started to write textbooks to teach in the lower classes like kindergarten, primary school, and upper primary schools. So in such a way, our literature has come up. And it was in 1940 onwards, the secular literature, Garo literature has come up to the higher level. So concerning our culture, literature, language, and traditions, I really want to thank government of Meghalaya for mobilizing such kind of beautiful and colorful festivals like cherry blossom festivals and Megong festivals and many other festivals. We know the main purpose of organizing such kind of colorful festivals is to promote tourism, but we know culture, tradition, language plays a vital role in such kind of festivals. You know, tourism and culture and traditions are very closely related to each other. So, tourism can be developed, can be promoted by culture and tradition. And at the same time, culture and tradition can be promoted by tourism. So this is very good sign that our culture will be promoted in the near future. And as a writer, and as an educationist, or as a social worker, I think we can do something. We have to live nowadays in modern times. We have to live mixing with other cultures, with other trends, with modern trends. When we mingled with other cultures, with other trends, there is a tendency to forget about our own cultures. Okay. Young people, they may follow somebody or something without knowing much. But as a writer, as a educationist, we can do something to protect them from their sidetracking, from their wrongdoings. So this is my point to say, ma'am. Thank
Okay,
you.
well, thank you, Basak, for your highlighting about Garo literature. In fact, I was given only, we have another 10 minutes, about 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So let me take an opportunity that I'll talk also about, Khasi literature a little bit. Khasi literature landscape has evolved significantly, especially within the last few decades, since Thomas Jones introduced Roman script in 1842, making the start of a formal Khasi literature, that means a written Khasi literature. Each period has seen new trends that reflect cultural, societal, and literary so to say. So the 19th century Khasi literature, when we talk especially of the literary renaissance, we saw figures like Raban Singh Kharsuka, Jibon Roy, Myrom, Radhan Singh Berry, documenting Khasi culture, religion, and folklore in response to the growing influence of Christianity those days. So the era's writing, highlighted the need to preserve indigenous Khasi beliefs and traditions, sparking a literary foundation and inspired later works. But then when we come to the early 20th century, we witness a flourishing of poetry by renowned poets such as Soso Tham, Father H. Elias, and then Victor G. Barre, Bruna Thank You, who focused on themes of nature, patriotism, and culture pride. And of course, when we come to the writers in the later part of this century, we have the traditionalists like Kong Switiman Rinja, and then Token Rimbai, and then Echo Maori, just to name a few. And we have also a very good short story writer like Simon Jenkins Duncan, and dramatists like Peace Roy Parriott. So, when we talk about the creative forms like drama, fiction, and prose writings in Khasi literature, we know that with the coming of these, eminent writers of the mid 20th century, it has encouraged a number of writers, especially of today's 21st century, especially those who have taken the opportunity to retell the folk that has been documented by Raban Singh. So, entering the 21st century, Khasi literature became increasingly versatile. Contemporary writers like Kynpham Sing Nongkynrih, we have heard him yesterday. We had, we do have S.S. Majau, Rankit Bok Dikrut, I saw his somewhere here, a very young and versatile writer. And of course, not forgetting my own name, Streamledakar. Writers and poets introduced critical perspectives of, of what they want to voice in their works, focusing on the themes like gender, social justice, and environmentalism. Okay, so the contemporary Khasi literary scene has not only diversified of themes but also adopted various global literary forms. Japanese haiku and tanka. Haiku has been, introduced by Kynpham Sing Nongkynrih. There are other poets also. Like myself, I write a number of haikus. So I'm the pioneer of tanka in the Khasi poetry. So, for instance, we have a unique adapted this into Khasi literature, and this cultural fusion shows an openness to global influences while preserving and enriching our Khasi identity. So, I would like to stress upon a single writer here. He's around here, Rankit Bok Dikrut. Can you just stand up? Let the audience saw you. Yeah. So we'll give him a big round of applause. And I had picked up one of his poems. His poem is about a cherry blossom, and he is, he has structured himself by writing in free verse, also in haikus and in tankas, and his publication Maya Jongapor, it's been published in 2021. And his poems, I saw that it bridges culture and literary traditions, offering readers a nuanced and fresh perspective on universal themes like nature, love, and human experience. So what I find in his poem, Katamasaki Cherry Blossoms Festival, he paints the cherry blossoms as symbols of beauty and renewal, capturing both the joyous atmosphere of the festival and the ephemeral nature of youth. So the cherry blossoms mirrors young love in their brief intense bloom, while his reference to Erson Rai, or the autumn breeze, depicts a season of transition where youthful passions give way to maturity. So there is a transformation that reflects life's natural cycles as joy and innocence evolved into deeper understanding. So we could see, in the young writers like Dikrut, the juxtaposition of the intensity of youthful passion with the cautionary undertones of wisdom. His vivid language, likening love to a paddy field catching fire, reflects fervor of young romance. Yet he cautions against losing oneself to fleeting desires, because he says, keep on blooming cherries. It is both a celebration of life and a gentle reminder also of the fragility of youth. So as far as my writings are concerned, I concentrate more on poetry and on drama. I have only one debut novel, Nongkynrih. The rhetoric of women in one of my the themes that is widely expressed by tribal women of the Northeast, tribal women writers of the Northeast, including myself, I would also focus most on the women empowerment, on the issues of women, and especially, when we talk about, the discrimination against women. People may think that, we are the matrilineal system and we are so much liberated and so on and so forth. But then the reality is that though we belonged to a matrilineal system, practiced the system, but we are still governed by patriarchal norms. So in most of my writings, from my first publication, the collection of poems Nakriang Gadonot, published in 2000, and then Ki Umje Rupa 2003, and Nalungwad Pei Mei 2008, and Natway Prakat Ulong Shwa 2009. Of course, Nalungwad Pei Mei and Natway Prakat Ulong Shwa, both are the collections of poems based on folklore. on Khasi folklore. But I would like to focus here on, my poetry drama, Kalatumpang. You know, when we, this is a folk drama, in fact, based on the stories, folk stories of Giant Hills. She is a queen, I would say, Kasim Ganthe. When we say Kasim Ganthe, a lady chief, that, really triggers my mind. Why should, in this modern society, we always thought and we always talk against a woman participating in a darbar or participating as the administrator, the traditional administrator. Whereas in the past, we do have the lady chiefs like Kalatumpang, we do have Yausering, we do have Lo Shadap, and so on and so forth. So since when that our society have barred women, to participate, in the local traditional institutions? This is a question that I have to put. So in my play, Kalatumpang, I had to retell the folk story by giving a way to ponder about a woman who can empower other women, a woman who can decide for herself, a woman who can stand for the society. So this is one of the themes that I have touched upon. So I have also one debut novel, as I have already talked. It's Nongkynrih is here. It's about the illegal immigration of one Bangladeshi. I named him Abdul Ali, and he is a person. He's a character that portrays about his cunningness, taking advantage of a woman, of a Khasi woman, not because he loves her, but because he wants to get something benefited for himself. So the setting is at Polo and Nong Min Song, and I'll just tell you briefly. The person is a character who has a scrapped shop at somewhere at Polo, and the lady called Karimbim is a woman, is a lady who sells tea at Polo Bazaar, and just because he wants to to do away with all these trading license, imposed by the Khasi Autonomous District Council. So he lured her, pretends that he wants to marry her, and at the end of the day, he married her just to have a benami of what he wants to go on with his business. So these are the kind of things that I had focused in my novel. But then
Hello Sheetal, welcome to our live broadcast. First of all, this is an amazing collection of books that you've kept here. Walk us through the curation bit.
Actually, we have kept all the authors' books who have come to this lit festival. So basically, we have kept the new launches of the authors, because the other stalls, they may not be able to get all the books, so we have to manage to get all the authors' book in this stall.
So when we say authors, can you mention a few of what can people visiting the festival can find here?
The Jerry Pinto's book, which was the Education of Yuri, actually is sold out by today.
Right.
So it's a great response for that. As well for Shobhaa Day, the Insatiable. We have only few books left for that, and we have kept the Launches book as well, the Chicken Who Flew to Canada, and then the Anita Agnihotri book.
Right. So I want to ask you a question, because you were here yesterday, you're here today, and of course you'll be here tomorrow as well. How has the response been so far?
It's quite very good, because we have to bring books even today. We have to order from some other book stalls.
Right.
So like we are selling books quite well this time.
All right. Talk to me, because it's like a mix of a crowd that comes and buy books. Talk to me a little bit about the students, because a Lit Fest is not just for adults, but it's for school children. It's for people in college. Talk to us a little bit about how have they come here, and anything else that they've picked up, any book in particular.
Yeah, the school students, it was a quite number of the books, especially the Education of Yuri.
That was one.
Yeah, that was one.
What about
Insatiable.
Vikram Seth?
Vikram Seth. Oh, this one, especially this one.
Right.
All Who You Sleep Tonight. We have only few.
Sure.
Only few book left for this.
This one.
Yeah. Vikram Seth, and the book set. 2 book set we have ordered, and it's all been sold out since yesterday.
So before I let you go, my final question. Any plans of getting more books for tomorrow? Because I'm sure it will be a jam-packed affair tomorrow. How are you working on it?
I guess we need to get some more books because till today it's been selling out very well.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sheetal, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck for everything.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The art form, the continually engaging with interpreting the world around us through our emotions, through our experiences, through what we want really to say about our culture, about our identity, about our people. So I believe that the voices of the Northeast now it's being heard by the voices of the mainland, the so-called, renowned writers of the mainland. I am very much, thankful to Sahityya Academy, because whenever we have, different festivals, we do have also what you call tribal literary forum. We do have tribal poets meet. We do have, encouraging tribals also to come forward. So we have to conclude, though we still have many, things to say. And I thought we will have the second round, but then I understand that the time is out for us for this session. So I would say thank you so much, Vikash, for your presentation here. Thank you also Anil Boro and Basant for your presentation. We didn't have so much from your side, but then, okay, will you get a chance for the audience, at least 2 questions?
Perhaps we can take one question from the audience and any additional questions.
Yeah.
It can be a general question directed to the panelists in general.
You can have a general question that any one of us can reply.
Yeah. Are there any questions? Questions?
Okay.
Yeah, we have one question from Sir over here.
Right.
Regarding the latest movement about the Cockburg language, so far as the script is concerned, because there's I think the demand for...
Will you please repeat the question?
There's a demand for...
Sir, can
one
you...
is Roman script, another is existing Bengali or Bangla script. So what is your take on that? What script ultimately the Cockburg language would follow?
Thank you. The thing is that Cockburg literature started with Bengali script in the year 1897. But from 1971, the demand for Roman script came up. And now, in reality, though the government, the state government, they are advocating for, not only advocating, they are rather, it should say that they are imposing the Bengali script over Cockburg. But in reality, it is quite different. Out of 56 books published last year, only 4 books were in Bengali script and all were in Roman script. And this year, I have told you that already 67 titles are published and lot more are coming. And only 2 have been found in Bengali script. So it's a clear statement Not only that, in the educational institutions, in the colleges and in universities, through an RTI, we collected informations from the higher education department, and their statistics says that out of 6,700 corporate students, those who took corporate as an elective subject in their graduation, so out of 6,700 students, only 6 students are found to give their answer in Bengali script and all other were in Roman script. And that was in the year 2019-2020. And 2020 and 2021, the number rose up. It was around 8,000. And out of 8,000, only 2 papers were found to be written in Bengali script. And next year, that is 2021-22, there was more than 10,000 students. And amongst those 10,000 students, not a single paper has been found to be written in Bengali script. So this clearly tells about the what the younger generation wants. So, and as the elder writer and as well as language activist, what we are saying is that since we have crossed our 60s, and the flag of the Kokborok language is going to be shifted to the youngsters. So they are the right people to choose what to do and what not to do. Yeah. So this is all about script issues.
Okay, thank you, Vikash, and thank you, Professor Pradhani, for the question. Before we end up this session, I would say thank you once again to the panelists, and thank you to the audience for patience listening. So thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Streamlet. Before we bid adieu to our guests, as a token of our appreciation, I now call upon the NCC cadets to present the mementos for the 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival. Once again, thank you to Shri Bikash Rai De Barma, Shri Anil Kumar Boro, Shri Basan Marak, and Dr. Streamlet Dakhar for this session that highlighted the richness of Northeast India's vernacular voices through poetry, folklore, and storytelling. This discussion has illuminated the profound connection between indigenous literature and the lived experiences it reflects. May these narratives continue to inspire, preserve, and celebrate the cultural mosaic of this region. Once again, let us all have a big round of applause for our speakers. We will be starting with the next session shortly, which is a book launch and anthology of Khasi poems by Avner Paryat, Ki Sni Thame Uhinyotrab. We're just setting up the stage for the same, and we'll be resuming instantly.
Well, a literary festival wouldn't be complete without attractions like book stalls and so much more. Well, we're very fortunate enough to be stationed at Wards Lake, where you can find everything under one house. Behind me are, as you can see, bookstores. Now, when I talk about books, they're not just books about authors who have written books this year, but we've got authors who've written books like previous years, etc., etc. Now, it's not just that. You also have your children books. You have graphic novels where you can come and binge and obviously take them home. Now, speaking of other attractions, now this is just one side of the area where, as you can see, we've got bookstores on even on this end and even on the other end. But if you go a little bit further to where I'm standing right now, you'll also have other stalls like your food and beverage, and we have the 360 degrees that you will not want to miss out. Now, what's important about all of these literary festivals is that it's a place where you learn, it's a place where you unwind, it's a place where you take home valuable information and knowledge. And these festivals are meant for everybody, whether you're a book lover, whether you're not. But when you come to such a place, yes, you will be a believer and know that there is so much power in words and that it can broaden your horizon and take you to places that you've never been before. This is just the second day. We've got a lot more lined up for the evening. We've still got 3-4 sessions of some more important authors to share their ideas and stories and insights. And then tomorrow is the last day, and we're all looking forward to attend each and every session. And when it comes to the end of each session, I mean tomorrow, when it comes to the end of the final day, you'll have live performances, music lined up exclusively just for you. So if you've not made it to the festival yesterday, if you can't come today, well, make sure you come in tomorrow, drop by, because I promise you, you will not regret anything.
It is authored by Avner Paryat, a Shillong-based poet and writer known for his evocative works that bridge tradition and modernity. He is also the grantee of the Arts Research Fellowship, whose work has been featured in leading publications such as the Economic and Political Weekly, as well as Scroll. Most recently, he was in residence in Zurich in Switzerland in 2021 via Pro Helvetia, a Swiss public foundation for the arts. Gracing this launch, we are joined by Sasanbha Litan, who will be moderating this session. Sasanbha Litan is an independent researcher and former associate at Invest India at the Ministry of Commerce and Industries, Government of India. She has authored numerous publications on indigenous cultures and the promising sectors of the Northeast region and its investment potential, which have been showcased in prestigious international platforms such as the Dubai World Expo and the United States Library of Congress. Currently, she serves as a presenter for the Yuva Vani segment at All India Radio Shillong. Once again, please join me in welcoming our speaker and moderator for this session.
Thank you so much, Joel, for your kind introduction. I believe we'll be having the book launch now. Let us have a round of applause for Avner Paryat's Kynpham Sing Nongkynrih. So, Avner, first and foremost, congratulations on the launch of your collection of poems, Kynpham Sing Nongkynrih. For those of us who might be following Avner on social media, I think we've seen his username transition. I think there's a technical glitch with the mic.
I'll give you another one.
Yeah, please. Check. Yes. As I was saying, we have seen his username transition from politics with Paryat to economics with Paryat, and now we have poetry with Paryat. So let's delve into this session. First and foremost, I would like to ask you about your journey as a poet. What inspired you to start writing, and what motivates you to continue?
Well, thank you so much, and welcome everyone. Well, that's a very, it's a long-winded answer. I don't know how it started. I don't know how anyone actually begins to start writing at any point in time, whether it's poetry or novels or whatever, journalistic writing. It's just something that I think it is a certain interest we have in the world around us, and we try to make sense of it in one way or the other, in whatever form we choose. And ever since I was a child, I always remembered scribbling stuff. I had this horrifyingly, ugly diary which I had scribbled on. I thought I also was good at illustrations, but it was not true. So I would scribble on this diary, and it looked so ugly, the front of it. So somehow I had to, make do with the fact that at least something good was inside, where I would, pen my thoughts. And I think that's how it all starts, right? It starts from a very confessional perspective, very intimate, personal. You have to let some things out. You might be angry at home. You might be feeling some sort of frustration with the world. And then somehow you begin to consider it seriously. Some people don't. Some people just end up writing just for the heck of it. And then some people do think of it more seriously, more deeply, and then they call it art, and then it proceeds further on. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but I mean, that's how I started.
You have. Moving on to the acknowledgement section of your book, you've mentioned there that the book was published with the help of crowdfunding.
Yeah.
How did this support from the community impact you, and what does it mean for you to have this book as a collective effort?
Yeah.
Did it add pressure or expectations, or did it in any way influence your creative freedom or your artistic liberty in shaping the poems?
I purposely wanted to crowdfund it because I thought that, I had seen some success in doing crowdfunding earlier. And obviously you're never going to achieve the target. That's not the point. It's to involve people. If people liked my work, if people appreciated stuff which I'd written in various forums, I felt like, these were my tribe, these were people who understood me. And so that's why I opened it up for crowdfunding. We managed to get roughly about 30,000 when the original target was more than double that. But so we've had to compromise on certain things. But at the same time, I'm very happy, as I've said, I've made this announcement online as well, that I'm so grateful to so many friends who've actually felt that this was something they wanted to see realize. And it's not a huge collection. I've been very clear about that. It's not a tome. It's not a huge thing, because I didn't want to bore people. I felt like, okay, small doses, this is just the beginning. But I felt that, people who in that sense invested in my effort also understood what I was trying to do, which was try to inject new ideas into Khasi poetry, into Khasi literature overall. Because I have felt very stifled at times reading Khasi literature, in my opinion, has so much potential. Some of the stuff which is actually research or journalistic in nature is actually better than a lot of the so-called poetry, but it should not be like that actually. So I extend my warmest, my gratitude to my friends who've supported, and they all of them understood what I wanted to do, and nobody really said anything. Nobody said that, oh, you can't do this, don't write about this, don't write about that. It's been very open.
That's wonderful to hear, and I think for all of the readers, especially the ones who've contributed, there's a sense of ownership when they read your work, and many people will rejoice with you at the launch of this book. So before proceeding further, I would like to request you to kindly read one of your Khasi poems from the collection, and perhaps give a gist of it in English for our non-Khasi friends.
I will pick the one you've chosen for me. Okay. The name of this poem is called Akor Khasi. It's a slightly older poem because I've shared it online earlier. but I thought that, you know, it finally found its home in this collection. Kakor khasi imat kamut yakibanabar nyon kaput. Kakor khasi imat kaong ban thombor kalong ban bam sap kat ba phim shalam lada pisha kem wat num sngoram le kum minchwa tang babam khamduna ka dustur rim imat ka hikai ban thok bat siklai ban tu bat lutin na upajba namar phim yo I yano kata te le hangamai bat le sarong phi ki kristan phi ki chnong ka nyam kam mut ai menta hakajuk jongka nga penikai laki miau kini ki akor thamai im tang hakamenta shadin shakmat wat pai lada phi pulil indet ikini baro pen plung ki met pen sngai ki kpo to hikai yalaki kseu yalaki ksau kini ki rukom pen keu kurdan pen keu burom.
Can we have a round of applause for Avner? That was really beautiful.
So the gist of it, I'm very sarcastic by nature. I love sarcasm, and I think I think that's the strength of the Khasi community.
I think we know.
We are very, very sarcastic, and I love it. Like there are lots of stuff which are written in terms of in Facebook and social media, which is extremely brilliant. It's very sarcastic. I love it. And I just thought that, okay, I would try my own version of it, trying to be sarcastic about, you know, Akor Khasi, which is this whole idea of, you could call it manners, but it goes beyond manners, right? It's
etiquette, I think.
Etiquette. It goes beyond, it's actually a way of living, but it can also stifle us, I felt, right? Like the fact that you're so bound by etiquette, by respectability, that sometimes it can really, and I've seen it ruin people's lives as well, because you have to always be projecting, performing. So
almost hypocritical to an extent.
In one sense, yeah. And so I thought that, okay, I would try to weave and wind around that topic. So it's a funny poem, and I think that's what I was aiming for.
Wonderful. I will now move on to the section where you reflect on themes of migration, identity, and the Khasi experience in different settings. You yourself have studied and worked across multiple states and even abroad, I believe. How has living in various places influenced your sense of identity as a Khasi poet?
Yeah, I think that's a very heavy question, and it makes me, you know, I realize that all of us carry some different version of the world, right, that we have experienced. We come across so many things in our lives. We might be in Mumbai today for some work. Tomorrow we might be in Balat. We might be in Mausanam. This, for me, is very fascinating. The fact that, you know, a Khasi belongs to the world, right? We are not just a Meghalayan or erstwhile part of Assam. We belong to the world. That's what that's where, you know, if you look at the whole history, we've been traveling for hundreds of years, thousands of years, all the way from Cambodia onwards, coming here. Imagine the type of amazing experiences and stories that maybe we've created, maybe we've lost along the way. That for me always makes me very humble, actually. And I think going around, meeting people, savoring different vistas of life, going, if you're fortunate enough to travel anywhere, do it, right? I feel like this is something that a lot of young people, I would like to really press upon. Travel. You're still young, you can do it. You're still able, your knees don't ache, your back doesn't hurt, and you should travel if you are given a chance. Whether it's study tours, exchange programs, whatever it is. For me personally, traveling and experiencing the world is part and parcel of who I am. My identity is connected with that, and I think Khasi's identity was always like that. It was very fluid, actually. Sad to say, I mean, I'm becoming slightly political here, but sad to say that in the last few decades, we have kind of forgotten that. There were people who were real trailblazers, were citizens of the world. People like even J.J. Amnikas Roy, people like B.M. Pew, so many people. They were not scared of the world. And, I'm trying in my work to reflect that.
Right. Be it Mumbai or Melbourne, I think there are certain shared human experiences. So, Avner, in your book, you also often touch on the struggles of marginalized groups, like the migrant workers and the rural poor. How do you see the role of poetry in bringing attention or addressing these social inequalities?
In one sense, this is where I really, so on many fronts, I'm not at all like Sosotham. I'm not trying to be like Sosotham, but we have that burden, right, of anyone who writes in poetry has the anxiety of influence that Sosotham was there. You'll never be as good as Sosotham. But here's where I really find him very important and very, actually a very a humanistic writer. Because Sosotham was not really, writing about some fabled past. He was also, many of his poems are also about what he went through, what he experienced in his life. And it was, there was no, Shillong was just getting started back then. It was not, we didn't have so many divisions in our society. We didn't have so many classes within our society. And that I take from him. I think that he was writing for the marginalized people. He was writing for, he was showing the way forward. Yes, a little romantic. I don't agree with everything that he writes. But again, I can understand. Maybe back then the world was more romantic. Maybe times were better. Definitely the world was cleaner in terms of pollution and so on. So in that sense, I really feel like I take that from him, that I'm trying to talk to people who might not necessarily come for a festival like this. And that's why I also decided to do in Khasi. I could have written in English, right? But I wanted to do in Khasi because I felt like, okay, I should try and try to be, try to speak in that language. I think if you read my collection, it is not at all what you would call like Khasi, that standard, standard hi-fi Khasi. No, it's just some spoken stuff which I hear on the road.
Yeah, it's very accessible.
I try to be. I mean, I don't know if maybe I've made it more inaccessible, but I try because I love that. That's very natural. It flows.
Thank you so much. And a thank you to you for voicing out the grievances of so many, even through your short poems that you post through your social media handles. So your poems also speak to a powerful attachment to Khasi roots. For example, your poems Haumat Pran and Kabos SPTS, your symbolic portrayal of nature and these iconic elements of culture. Can you tell us about what role the symbolism and nostalgia play in conveying cultural pride and belonging in your poetry?
See, there's a very big difference here. I think I've tried to distance myself from nostalgia, actually, because for me, I think a lot of Khasi literature suffers from nostalgia. There's a kind of a sugar coating, a kind of a rose-tinted, view of the world. So my collection, again, I've tried to speak very coarse kind of Khasi. Hindi, I was about to say Hindi. I've tried to speak a very coarse kind of a Khasi, a very rural Khasi. It's not refined. I know many people have a lot of complaints about this collection. Bring it on, it's okay. But I've purposely try to distance myself from nostalgia. I've injected certain things. Yeah, you're talking about those poems, but those poems, I think if there was a romantic poet who would write about those subjects, it would be very, very different. I've talked about the grime, the dirt. This is where I live. It's not Motpran of 1920s when it was just a few years old, right? It's a place where people do business. They do weird stuff. They yell. They scream. There are taxis all around. There's a lot of pollution. That is what I'm trying to portray here.
I think your usage of these icons, so to say, is very, very interesting. The way you have taken these specific icons and made them the title of your poems. Can you describe a bit about the process of why you decide to name your poems this way?
Again, because I walk through there, I go through there, I see them every day. I used to take the SPTS bus from my mother's house to Motpran. So I see these things every day. And then I compare, right? I compare what was written about them, about, let's say, a village, or about Motpran, or about other places. I compare what I read in something that was written in the 1940s, and then I look at it and I'm like, no, this is nothing at all like that. Let me update it. This whole thing is just an updating of certain imagery, I would say.
Right. So, Avner, what immediately caught my eye when I opened your collection of poems were the illustrations. They really add a visual depth to your verses. Could you share how the visuals complement or enhance the themes in your writing, and if you were involved in the creative direction for the illustrations?
This is kind of funny because I was just having a chat with Jerry Pinto and he was saying, I hate poetry books with illustrations in them. Because he said, I just want to read the poem, Baba, don't give me illustrations. And I kept quiet. I was like, okay, at least it's in Kasi. He won't be able to access it. So then I was thinking to myself, I wanted to actually have these illustrations because I also wanted to collaborate with someone, right? Because again, for Jerry, it might be a little overkill now, but in Khasi, there's hardly any poetry books which have illustrations.
Right, right.
So I said, okay, let's try that, and let's. So I got this young lady named Stacy Nonglang to work on them, and I gave her free rein. I just said, this is what the poem is about. Read it, and she read it. What comes to your mind? And she was like, oh, I don't think I can put that. I said, no, just put it in. It's fine. Like, just put it in, because that is the level of my creative direction towards this, towards the illustrations. But I just told her, just do whatever you want. Whatever images come to your head, just, if you can draw them out, we'll put them in.
I think that's so wonderful that you've given the illustrator complete artistic liberty with regards to the illustrations. I can see that we're running out of time, so I will present my final question to you, which is, what advice would you like to give to young poets, particularly those writing in vernacular languages? Is there a message or change you wish to inspire?
Yeah, just do it. I think Jerry was also harassing me earlier. He's like, where's your book in English? I want to read it. And I said, okay, Jerry, please, I feel bad now because he's written so many books. But it's important, you know, that pressure, I think in one sense, it's a friendly kind of pressure. And my pressure to younger people is just do it, just write it out. It's okay. It doesn't need to be perfect. I'm up here at a book launch at the Shillong Literary Festival with a collection of poems which people might not like. But you just have to bring it out because that's how the envelope gets pushed forward. Nobody has done it before. You have a chance now to do something, to express yourself. It's important to do it because if we're going to be limited by these constraints of people being naysayers, or even tradition. Tradition, if I had wanted to write a proper Khasi book, I would have just been shackled by so many writers who came before me. But I just said, you know what, screw this, I'll just do it. It's fine. Because it's very stifling in the vernacular particularly, because in English you have so many people who fought back. But in small languages where just a few people write and then there's so much control over the language, this is my answer, man. This is for them.
It reminds me of one quote I read just recently where the speaker had asked, "What if I fall?" And his mother answered, "But darling, what if you fly?" So on that note, I now open this session to the audience. If anyone of you would like to ask Avner any questions.
Perhaps we can take one question from the audience. Yeah. Two questions. With the requests of the poet himself, we can have 2 questions. Yeah. Ma'am, we have a question from the lady. Yeah.
Nabina. Hi.
Ma'am, I think your microphone...
Your mic is not switched on. Can the volunteers please help with the mic? Yes, thank you.
No, sorry.
Hello.
Yeah, perfect.
Hi, Avner.
Hi.
Okay. So, Avner Paria, I know you as an opinion maker. And this comes as a great surprise that you have released a poetry book. Not surprise, I mean, it's a pleasure. So, yeah, question like Jerry asked, when shall we get to read it in English? And you said you keep yourself away from nostalgia a little bit. My question is why? Is nostalgia really that bad? And the other thing about Sosatham, I mean, of course, you will never be Sosatham.
Of course.
But, we all have that, benchmark we look to, right? How do you see yourself in that tradition? Because, when we talk about poetry, fiction, non-fiction, travelogue, we also should see ourselves in a historical perspective. Correct. So that is what is lacking even in English writing in India. I mean, I don't know much about vernacular writing and very little about Khasi writing, but how do you see yourself in that tradition of writing? Where are you? How do you see yourself going forward, forging a path ahead, right? And you can break all the norms, which is, this is what you are. I think that's what you are, right? Okay.
Thank you so much, Nabi. Yeah, of course, I'm very well aware of the fact that there is a tradition here. Obviously, Sosatham belonged to his time and his place and his context. I really appreciated him. I can't deny the fact that I enjoyed reading Sosatham when I was younger. At the same time, there were other people who were before me, people like Bevan Swear, for example. Bevan Swear, nobody remembers who he was. But he was really modernizing Khasi, actually. And many people have forgotten him completely. It's actually really sad. But he was trying in the 70s and 80s to make it more casual, make it more informal, to remove all this artifice around the language. So maybe, I don't know if I'm answering that question, but I do feel part of that tradition. I do feel part of Khasi poetry as a tradition. It's just that, poets always like to fight each other, so sometimes it's good. We know that very well. So,
one more question. Yeah. From the gentleman in the back.
Congratulations, Avner.
Thank you.
For the new launched book. Ma'am just mentioned that you can never be Sosatham. but I can see you can go neck to neck with Sotham.
Oh God.
So Sotham wrote about Kisngi Barim Nyotra,
Right.
and you wrote about Kisngi Thame
Kisngi
Nyotra.
Thame, yeah.
So particularly about that poem which you just recited, don't you think it's all about the nostalgia, the glorious past that you've written this poem? Is it because of that?
Well, I'm resisting, as much as I try. I don't know how effective I'll be, but it's something that I use as my own lodestone, as my guide. The fact that I don't want to fall too much into nostalgia, because also it's no longer the time here to be nostalgic. Shillong itself is a very nostalgic place. People remember things which might no longer be the case at all. We have forgotten that we actually live in the present, and that's why there's a lot of turmoil, I feel, in one sense. Because spiritually, we're stuck in the 70s, or in the wonderful days of, colonial Assam, but we live now in 2024. And so I think this creates a very, it confuses. It's a mental maelstrom that exists in people's heads right now. And I think that's why I'm not against it. I love nostalgia. I love romantic literature. I love Byronic work. But at the same time, I also have to talk like somebody who is of this time and place. I can't write like Susam. I just can't. I just can't do the nice rhyme scheme and couplets and all that. It's just not possible, because I don't live in such a sing-song place anymore. Maybe once upon a time that's how we talked, It was very sing-song. Wow, it was flowing. But now there's noise, there's chaos. So I'm trying to reflect that. I don't know. That's all I'm trying to do.
If I may add to that, I'd like to disagree with the gentleman who had asked the question. I believe that this piece, Ki Akor, or the call to etiquette, is not a nostalgic one, but something that remains fluid, and it is a very hopeful one. And yes, on that note, I would like to thank you for this conversation, and thank you so much, Joel.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Once again, a big round of applause for Avner on the release of his anthology of poems.
Hey, thanks.
Before we bid adieu, Avner, we have a token of appreciation from the Shillong Literary Festival. Which intertwines cultural identity with a subtle yet incisive critique of societal nuances. That's one way to put it. May this evocative work inspire reflection and dialogue, reaching readers far and wide, and hopefully beyond Khasi as well, as has been pointed out, and deepen their appreciation of Khasi heritage.
I lived very close to Shivaji Park, which nurtured 7 cricketers for the Indian team. That didn't mean I became a cricketer myself, but if a child does not have access to a ground, he can't become a cricketer. And if a child does not have access to a library, he can't become a reader. So for all of us who love reading and who have got so much pleasure out of reading, go buy a book, but preferably from the forgotten folklore people, and then donate it to the library. Do your bit for a kid who needs a book. Thank you.
Well, that had to come from a very distinguished guest, Mr. Jerry Pinto, because it is an earnest request from everyone here as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in a while we'll be starting the next session. Let's just give a minute before we start it. Is Dr. Benedict Skemlang Nyota, a distinguished visual artist and educator. And if you don't know this, everything around here, all the decor that is made here is done by him and his team. So let's just give him a warm applause, please. Well, Benedict Nyota has completed.
Making me look so short. Hello, ma'am. Where are you from and what brings you to this place?
I'm from Germany, Munich, and I'm here for traveling.
Right.
Traveling with friends through India.
Right. Well, I didn't get your name though.
Joanna.
Joanna. Yeah. So, how long have you been here? When did you reach Shillong?
Yesterday, and we are leaving tomorrow. So it's just today that we are here, and we kind of ran into this festival.
Right. So, where all have you visited since the time you landed here in town?
We've been to the Sacred Forest and to a gorge. I think it's called Leitlum Gorge.
Right.
Yeah, and then we're here.
I've been to Leitlum myself. What do you think of the place?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, and a bit unexpected.
Right.
Yeah. No.
So now that you're here at Wardsleken, it's the literary festival, so-called, and you're lucky enough. Do you plan to pick up some books or anything of that sort?
Maybe. We just started, so it's the beginning of our visit, and yeah, we like it.
Right. So I'll ask you a final question, and that is, you've traveled, you've been here as well. What do you think of Shillong in particular?
We like it very much.
And why?
it's a very chill vibe, and people are very friendly, and yeah.
And what are some of the fond memories that you'll take back home and tell everybody?
About this interview.
Thank you so much. Please enjoy your time while you're here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, good evening everybody. We will first be launching the book, The Chicken Who Flew to Canada. This is an illustrated book written by Mr. Rabbi Alexander and illustrated by Ba Benedict Hinyuta. So I would request Abby and Benedict to kindly just do the honors and unfurl the ribbons, please. Yeah. Hello, yes. So I recently read this book, The Chicken Who Flew to Canada, and I must admit the chicken is far braver than most of us are in our daily lives, because this chicken has the ability to follow his dream, which is to fly to Canada from Maryland in the US. So Abby, my first question to you would be, what inspired you to write this? Is there a real life story where you had to overcome a certain obstacle, or is this pure fiction? Please enlighten us.
Well, I think the last session was a perfect segue to this, because I heard Sasan mention at the end, what if I fall? And the answer to that was, what if I fly? And this is about a chicken that actually flew, and not just a short distance as chickens normally do, but really far. And the other thing was, Avner mentioned several things which really piqued my interest, which is also which are also the themes in the book. One is the universality of the human being, the brotherhood of man, and the other is of the Khasi being not just Khasi in Shillong, but anywhere in the world. We are all one. We can achieve what anybody else does. So those are the links to the last session. I did not set out to write this book with certain themes in mind. If I can just take 2 minutes. I live in a town called Greenbelt, as was mentioned, but that's not in Canada, it's in the US. Half the time I live there, the other half I come and live here in Laban, which is not far from here, just walking distance. In one of my early years there, I went to a small lake in the center of town, and I found that in winter, when there is ice flows on the surface, it was empty the previous day, but the next day when I went there, it was full of Canada geese. I correct myself, they are mistakenly called Canadian geese. The actual name is Canada geese. So they had flown all the way from Canada, and in spite of the cold, they were quite comfortable on the water. And then what happened was, several years later, I was standing on the balcony of a motel in Canada, and a team of young female freshly passed nurses arrived from India to Canada. And when they stepped off the bus that brought them from the airport, there was snow and ice on the ground up to their ankle level. This was all new for them, and I think for everybody except my niece, who was also part of the team, even that level of cold was unimaginable. But 5 years later, they had settled down well into Canada, they had found viable jobs, they had become part of the society there. So these incidents made me think about writing something about the Canada geese and this chicken. And several times to see my niece, she's from Shillong, I had to drive all the way from the US to Canada. And on the way, if it was spring, they would be flying towards Canada. If it was fall, they would be flying from Canada to the US. Several hundreds of batches of geese, and they would all fly in a V formation called chevron. So I was very curious about the Canada geese, and that's what made me write. Actually, I wrote a novel about this, and during the COVID years when we had to be confined at home, I decided that this might make something interesting for children to read, and I converted that to a children's book. And then I found Bob Benedict through a friend of mine, and he made the book really what it is today.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Abi, for such a wonderful and comprehensive insight into what drove you to write this particular book. But you mentioned that this is a children's book, and that actually leads me to my next question. Because when I studied literature in DU, we had one paper just called children's literature. But the most interesting thing is we were told that children's literature is seldom just meant for children. It has themes which, every adult should relate to, and it also helps in a way to moralize children in a certain way. So I just want to ask you, was there a specific reason why you chose this to be a children's book? Because as an adult, I read it and I related to it very well. So I just wanted to ask you that.
Right. Is this on? Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, I wrote a novel, full-length novel, not a novella, 50,000 words. I think it was closer to 70,000 words about the same story, because the Canada geese really astounded me. For one thing, they are monogamous. If they pair, they never break that pair, and if one of them dies, the other stays single all the rest of the life. And taking care of the children, both the father and the mother both take equal part in the nurture of the young. So these were good things, and there are several other things. So I thought this is something that would be good in a novel. So I wrote a full-length novel called The Migrant and the Maverick. Migrant being, of course, the Canada goose, and the maverick being the chicken who flew. But then, when I thought about it during the COVID years, which I mentioned earlier, I realized that there are themes in this which might influence children. So I converted that to a children's story, but not that they would think about those themes, but by reading the book, subconsciously they would be influenced by those themes. One funny incident I'll mention before I pass it back to Saloni. We gave this book to children in the United States and also to some of the older folk. And the children accepted this as a children's book. They were happy to read it, I'm happy to say. They like the illustrations, Baben, really. And but what surprised me was that some grandparents were deeply moved about the themes which they saw, which the children did not see. But hopefully, as I mentioned earlier, subconsciously, it may have affected them. So there are three major themes in this, which we can discuss later.
Well, Bob Benedict, my next question is to you. As an illustrator, how do you decide what pitch to take? In the sense, how do you balance the narrative of the story with the visual tone you'd like to set? Before you answer, I would just like to show the audience. This is my favorite still actually from this. This is the chicken. This is Ken, and this is Helen, the Canada geese who motivates Ken to fly. And I found this to be really powerful because the way this is a silhouette of Ken and just everything, if you read it, you'll realize how powerful this particular scene is. But I just wanted to ask you, how do you decide how to balance the narrative of the story with a visual aesthetic? How does that happen?
Thank you, Saloni. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this platform to share our story about this book. So coming to the question is, yes, that is a decision which took me a long time to make. Because though this is a children's book, I don't want it, if I exaggerate the form like cartoonish, I will have to sacrifice that sense of naturalness. So I don't want to illustrate the animals to make them do something which they cannot do, right? So it is very, I have to strike the balancing chord, keeping it natural, and at the same time, finding that subtle expression, to not to humanize those animals so much, but at least to get those emotions, like as you said, there's encouragement, the kind of the fear, when you took the first flight. So yeah, stylistically, that's I try to stick to that, not to make it cartoonish. And yes, and I have also to, as you said, I have to balance also the text, because this is not a comics. In comics, we have, panels where it can have a sequence. But this, in one page, I have to find an image which will, substitute or maybe enhance the text. So for that also, the space also it's limited because of the text. So I have to work only after, taking care that the text will sit. So then I have to do my illustration like that. Thank you.
I mean, that was fascinating. Perhaps the first time I have dealt into illustration so deeply. So just as a follow-up question, Benedict, yes. Was there any particular moment from the book which was the most important for you and you had the most fun illustrating? Like I know mine is the scene where Ken takes his first flight, but for you, is there any particular visual which was your favorite, the most challenging to create, so to say?
Yes, actually, there are scenes in which, I have to, in the process of making it, sometimes, even when I drive my scooty, to tell you, my visualization goes with this, because I'm very, very much attached with this story, first of all. So that's why, it took me a long time to pin to one, image, which will, express that whole thing. And I think I like the moment when these two meet, Kent and Helen. That is also it's one of my favorites. And also when Kent, he climbed the tree and he was making his first attempt to fly. So there I want to capture that, the dynamics of the flapping wings, and at the same time the fear also in his eyes. So I like that. That is my favorite. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Benedict.
Please. Benedict and myself, we live in the same town, same city, but I did not know him personally. I had seen him on television, had heard his music on YouTube, but it was a friend who connected us. And when I contacted Benedict about illustrating this book, he was actually in the final stage of his PhD. And I knew that this was the wrong time for me to go. And I told him that I can wait. But he actually finished his PhD faster than I thought he would. So no discredit to you, but yeah. So that's how this our collaboration started. And one of the things I really wondered about was that Benedict had not personally seen Canada geese. He had seen chicken, of course, but not Canada geese. But the pictures the illustrations that he has made are so good that you would think that he had known Canada geese all his life. So thank you, Benedict.
Thank you. I'd like to add to that also. Yeah. I'd like to add to that also. Yeah, I have to do some research also. So thanks to the internet and Pinterest and YouTube, I watched the videos of, how the Canada geese, they fly. And I learn a lot, how they take the V shape also, how they fly. So it's really interesting. I really enjoy every moment of that research part also. Thank you.
Abby, in your book, Ken, who is the chicken, he experiences a sense of freedom when he flies, right? He's able to do something he never thought he would do. So I just wanted to ask you, it's a fairly vague question, but as a writer and as somebody who's a global citizen, what does freedom mean to you? And how do you express that through your writing?
That's a fairly difficult question. I'll go back to what Avner said in the previous session, that let me leave that a little bit. Let me talk about the theme, the first theme of the book is the need for achievement. I think that every child is born with a need for achievement. When we are young, we would want to be the prime minister or the president of the country, or win the Nobel Prize, or be the best footballer or the tennis player. For example, this guy, Carlos Alcaraz Garcia, from the time he was 5 years old or 6 years old, he wanted to be the best tennis player in the world. And he's almost become that. He's number 3 now in the world. But what happens to the majority of us is, as we grow up, that motivation, that need for achievement decreases with reality. In the end, we settle for much less than what we initially wanted ourselves to become. So if you can continue to achieve, this is to answer your question, the feeling of universality grows, and also as Kynpham said yesterday, he's doing many projects at one time. The more you do, the more you achieve, the more you are driven to achieve, and it becomes far easier. It's like Ken flying. I don't think anybody has read this book here except maybe Saloni. The story is quite simple. The title of the book itself contains the whole story. Ken is the chicken who is mentored by Helen, the Canada goose, who comes from Canada on migration. And they together work on flying, teaching Ken longer flying. In the end, he flies to Canada. That's the story, but you can read the whole book later. I'll give it back to you.
So actually that ties into my next question. Given that this is, when I Googled the book, it said this is a children's book, but I read it as an adult and I absolutely loved it. So since we have so many adults in the audience, if you could tell them why they should read The Chicken Who Flew to Canada, what would be your, let's say, the most important reason?
Right. When this was illustrated, after it was written, it was illustrated, of course, and then I thought this would make a good, if I can say so myself, I did the writing, but Ben did the illustration, children's book. But then when it was test run with a group of children and adults, it was discovered that the adults, as I mentioned this earlier, they found that this book had subtle themes that might influence children or young people. And one of the first one is something I've already mentioned, the need for achievement. Now, there is, many of us here, I think, are literature students, at least those I talked to. There is an essay by Henry James called The Art of Fiction. It's a very famous essay. In that he uses one particular phrase, fly in the face of presumption. To that I've added, and achieve victory. Which is what the human endeavor should be, that these are the God-given qualities, abilities that we have been born with. How can we nurture them? How can we grow, make them grow and achieve something fantastic? In this, the parents, uncles, grandparents, teachers have a role to play in nurturing, in seeing that the need for achievement is not dying, but like blowing a fire, it continues to blaze, and the child, when he becomes a youth or a young adult, still has the passion for achieving something in life. I hope that answers.
That does. Thank you so much. Benedict, I just wanted to ask you, because a graphic novel is still fairly niche in the sense most novels are, standard, you have text and they are 50 to 70,000 words, etc. So I just wanted to ask you, how is it working with Abby on this, as in how did you guys coordinate that his vision is reflected perfectly in your work and that your creativity is also given justice too? So how does that process of coordination work, if you could explain it to us? Or was it that you do your own thing and he completely trusted you, or did you, constantly do back and forth? Like, how was it?
Yeah, hello. So, yes, actually, I'm very thankful to Abi because he gave me the total creative freedom. So, and I try to, put life and the visuals maybe from my, perspective. and also like thankfully that it goes with him. He also like it. So I think, and also I think we discuss it all this by WhatsApp when Abi is there in the States. So we are constantly in touch, and I show him the progress of the illustration. So yeah, that is the process.
My last question would be actually, Abby, to you, that when I was reading this book, I thought my favorite character was actually Ken's mom. Because I feel like for every Ken who tries to fly, there has to be a strong support system. In this case, his mother, but in our cases, our parents, friends, family, whatever. So I just wanted to ask you if you had to give any message to the people here about how they should support the Kens around them or the Kens in themselves, and how they can draw that inspiration from this book, if there's any parting message you'd like to give.
Okay, thanks for catching that point. The mother plays in number of words and pictures a very small part in the book, but what she says to her son Ken, the Rhode Island Red Rooster, in 2 or 3 places, it's really significant. It's something which I briefly mentioned earlier. We need to mentor the young people around us. Drugs are a big menace, not only here, everywhere else. You can pass any number of laws and regulations. You can have police or other security forces to control that, but none of that will work as well as a good mentor. It is mentoring that is going down, because young people turn to the internet, turn to other sources for information, and all of them are not correct. That link between elders in the family is decreasing. And the greatest decrease which I have noticed, because I have taught for some time in Shillong with Christian Academy, is that the teacher-student linkage is not what it was before. It is continuing to erode. And if we can be good members to the young people around us, to the children, to the young people, I think we can help them achieve their potential, and we can also considerably stem the erosion in society, especially the usage of drugs and all the other things associated with that.
Thank you so much, Abby. Thank you so much, Ba Benedict. Should we open the floor for questions? Or does anybody have any questions that we would like to ask? Okay, then I think, Vari, we should wrap this session. Yeah.
Is there any questions? Once again. All right. Well, I guess you can all get your books signed by Abby Alexander and Dr. Benedict Nyota. They'll be going to the signing lounge. You can also buy their books, which will be available from the Khasi Authors Society bookstall or the Festival bookstall. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, as a gesture of our appreciation for the kind presence here, we would like to give them with a special memento. Let's just give them a warm applause, please. And a nice memento for Abby Alexander, please. Well, we do have a memento for the moderator, and a memento for Abby Alexander. Well, thank you so much for that lovely conversation. What we could draw from this session is that even though this book is a children's book, but its message is for everyone, that we need to have an achievement that can continue to blaze in our path. It takes a leap and a jump to know what we're really capable of and be an example for everyone. This book, I feel, has broken boundaries, literally and metaphorically. So I wish Abby Alexander and Benedict Nyota the very best. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting the next session in a few minutes. Just to mention that this session will also be streamed from Doordarshan Meghalaya YouTube channel as well as from satellite mode. And yes, your friends can also view it from the Hello Meghalaya app. Left for the day, and immediately after the sessions we'll have some musical bands performing. The next session is around the theme Autumn Winds, Poets and Their Words.
And the moderator for this session to please proceed to the dais. I kindly request all and Nabina as well. Yeah, I will do that, yeah. Are you all ready? For the arts have made him a beacon in Northeast India's literary community. Once again, please join me in welcoming our panelists this evening, Mr. Madhu Raghavendran, Ms. Nabina Das, and Dr. Lalnun Sanga Ralte. The floor is yours, sir.
All right, let's straight away get into this. The thing is, I think you've had a lot of conversations and words throughout the day, so this is going to take more of a poetry reading kind of form. I've already asked my guests to be ready with the poems, and there's a third empty chair there for anyone else who wants to be part of this and read their poems, you're allowed to come up and read. Right? We have a lot of eminent poets here. Of course, Kynpham is there, and then Jerry is there. All right. So Kynpham, if you're one, you're more than welcome to be part of this. All right. Okay. However, as usual, poetry, we're pushed a little bit, towards the end, and we were told that you'll be given 30 minutes, and there's a clock right here, and I'm reminded of that time swing chariot always at the back of my mind, to his coy mistress. So I'll just get straight to it, no more introductions. So I just want to ask you about, the earliest poems that you've written, right? And let's hear some of those poems and how you feel about them now, because a lot of our audience are actually much younger. They're getting to that. So it will be at that exact space that you used to be at when you have first started out. So just read a poem or something like that.
Sorry, I'll just cut you off shortly. Sorry. As requested by Dr. Ralte, we have brought an extra chair here for any other poet who would like to join this panel. Kynpham, if...
Yeah. Okay. Just leave it there. We will start. We'll do this.
Yeah. We have an available chair here for anyone who would be willing to.
Or any of the younger students, any of the younger writers that really want to come. I know, we'll start, hang on. Okay, please. So let's do that. Just the earliest poems that you've written, talk a bit about it, and perhaps if you can read them, then would really like to hear them as well. So whoever wants to go first.
What are we supposed to talk about?
Just your earliest poems. Yeah.
Well, first I want to thank everybody at the Shillong Literary Festival, because this has been awesome. And it is not like a typical festival. I've been to a few, and this looks like a carnival, more carnivalesque, where, there's more spontaneity, and there are a lot of young people. They're helping me, they're guiding me, and I think that's really awesome. They're literally, guiding me every step of the way. And I think poetry is not just in the printed page. Poetry is in life. So if anyone thinks where is poetry, it's not just rhyme and meter, but poetry is how you think and how you have, that sense of wonderment that, you always look at the sky, look at the cherry blossoms, look at this lake. And Shillong is a town of my childhood because my maternal uncles were here. So it's like a homecoming to me. And I get to meet friends who I know already, Madhu Raghavendra. And, well, unfortunately, Abhay is not here, but Kynpham, who I really liked a lot. And Sangha, I'll say Sangha, okay? That's how I know him. So it's amazing that we are getting to meet a lot of people we usually don't get a chance to meet with. So about poetry, I just want to say that it comes out from your life. It comes out from what you do, how you feel, and you have to be in love. You have to be in love with your sky, your trees, with your water, with your air, with your people, with friends. And it's like an ecology. It's not just one-time thing. So that ecology, when it sets in, you can write. I mean, I know Kynpham said yesterday that, he has a theory that you have to be really upset or not happy to be creative. But I think the way I see it as not being happy is also being happy in a certain way, that you keep questioning. You keep asking, why is this so? And so we create. Why is the situation in the world today is that we have multiple wars, we have people displaced, and it's not only all over the world, whether you talk about Russia, Ukraine, Gaza, Israel, or US, or wherever, but within our own states, in our country. So somewhere I quoted William Butler Yeats when I told people I'm going to Shillong. I said, I'll be by the lakeside where peace comes dropping slow. How do we get that peace? We get that peace only when we realize how to actually have access to that peace, right? So for us, poetry happens only when we are in sync with each other, right? Sangha, you can contradict me. So I write in English now, but I began writing in Assamese and Bengali, and I seamlessly moved into English writing, so I can read something which reflects sort of my composite upbringing. And Sangha told me that I should talk about how it started as, in the beginning, how it started as a poet. So I was saying, I was trying to write only love poems, and they became really bizarre at one point of time. Not because I could not be in love, but because, I was trying to experiment with language. So instead of writing lover, I wrote paramour. So when I wrote paramour, my class 5 teacher came and said, Nabina, where did you get that word from? Like, you're writing paramour. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? So this is the kind of thing I've grown up with. But just to say that even young people here who think they are poets and they want to write poetry, you should just experiment with language, with forms, with your emotions, and it will lead you somewhere. And you have to believe in that. Once you believe in that, it's going to go there. Do you want me to read a poem or something? Yes. I don't have my early poem. Okay, yeah, this is very hard to. No, it's okay. I'll one sec. Just one sec. Just to give an idea of. Wait. Yes, so to give an idea of the composite culture that I come from, I grew up in Assam, born and brought up in Guwahati. Shillong was my second hometown. Tezpur was my third hometown. So this is the golden triangle where I have been. And somehow it feels that even I've been living outside, far, far away, abroad and elsewhere. But, this is only because that's how love comes back, right? So here is a poem which is called When Rain in Many Tongues Fall. And it uses different languages, not just English. When rain in many tongues fall. When our faces smiled, it was shower. Ghon borokhon pisol mati, maje maje diba pao, aju binondo ghore jao he. Heavy rains. Ghon borokhon pisol mati, maje maje diba pao, aji binondo ghore jao he. When our faces smiled, it was shower. It's a nook. And when our hands touched, it was a torrent. हम तो समझे थे कि बरसात में बरसेगी शराब. हम तो समझे थे कि बरसात में बरसेगी शराब. That's a famous ghazal. We rained on the earth as if cloud burst. Il pleut dans mon cœur comme il pleut sur la ville. That's French. The way it rained on our heart, exactly the way it rained in the city. It rained on the earth as if cloud burst. Silk falls, dusk falls, meters fall. Kanha's feet falling in Radha's direction churns the wine of the sky and heart. It rained on my heart that day as it rains on this town this night. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabina. And as Nabina said, there are too many people in the audience I adore, my friends on stage, and that's lovely. And so my partner is in the audience, and she told me to answer to the point. And this festival is transient, but I have to go back home. So I'll do what Sangha said and just talk about and I was thinking that, my early poems, I think it was, I'll be vulnerable and share two of my early poems. And I always felt that youngsters are always running after degrees and things like that, And so I said, but the most beautiful things in the world, मतलब उसके लिए डिग्री नहीं है. आज मैंने माँ को हेल्प किया बर्तन धोने में, उसकी डिग्री मिलेगी क्या? नहीं मिलेगी यार. तो then I went back and I'm saying making friends, इसकी डिग्री मिलेगी क्या? नहीं मिलेगी. So these are very early poems, but I think that I don't take them as early poems. I take them as written by somebody else. Like Heraclitus said, it's not the same river, it's not the same man. So I think it was somebody else. So उससे मैं पोएम उधार लेके ऐसे सुना रहा हूँ अभी फिलहाल. हाँ. So They would not give me a degree because I chose people as my subject. They would not give me a degree because I chose people as my subject. I have people for tea, I have people for coffee, I have people for serenity. I have people because I have a moment to pause, to lick off my finger warm caramel sauce, homemade hugs, heaps of honest smiles, carefree tears and happy whiles. I'm in debt. I'm in debt because I have people on my side and they thought I was unqualified. That's it. But being inspired by Naveena's multilingual thing, so I come from 6 different cultures, at least that I know of. So I thought I'll do one of the earliest poems that I read usually. And எனக்கு எல்லா பாஷை தெரியாது ஆனா அன்பு புரியும் मुझे सारी भाषाएं तो नहीं आती पर प्यार समझ आता है मला सगळं भाषा माहित नाही आहे पण प्रेम माहित आहे मला எனக்கு எல்லா பாஷை தெரியாது ஆனா அன்பு புரியும் আমি সব ভাষা জানি না কিন্তু ভালোবাসা বুঝি মই সব ভাষা না জানো কিন্তু প্রেমর ভাষা জানো love and poetry comes from love and poetry happens anywhere. It can be seen in Kabir's Dohas, Namdev and Tukaram's Abhangs, Tiruvalluvar's Tirukurals, or the Baul Geet of Bengal, or in Sosotham's poems in Shillong. Love sticks out like the tongue of a Kali, suckles like a baby on its mother's breast, trickles like raindrops from tendrils, rolls down like beads of sweat while love-making, drives at 200 miles per hour without a seatbelt and faints at nothing. Love and poetry faint at nothing. Love and poetry are fearless. That's it.
Okay, I think we've gone on that tangent about love and poetry now. But the thing is, like, I want to talk to Naveena as well. Like, you had this thing about, you had this version of Dorian Law's Kissing, was it? Yes, which is again a beautiful poem about, it mentions the worst times in history and how love, in spite of all that, existed throughout all these times. Whether it was the Holocaust or during all this time, even when the worst things happened, in small homes, in little spaces, love was always happening. And she did a version of it as well, with India in context. Right? I thought that was beautiful. But anyway, I would just like to ask you maybe if you can read something from your book about that type of subject to say, like, how it persists, just like poetry does, in spite of everything, how that persists. And because it is the language of humanity.
नहीं ठीक है. Do you want me to read that poem? They are kissing.
Yes, please.
That type of subject is very close to my heart. Yes, like this is called Autumn Winds, and the wind blows across the lake, and I've been feeling it since the last 2 days. And poets are unruly like the winds. Poets, like Sangha said, are a little bit reckless. We are reckless. We don't care much about like which way the wind will blow, but it will blow. It will continue to blow. Or you can quote Bob Dylan, like "Answer my friend is blowing in the wind." Everything is like that. So this was a poem. It's a bit long, and it's written after the American poet Dorian Law's poem "Kissing." I call it "They Are Kissing." It's not just about love, but it's love as a protest, love as resistance. Love that can break all barriers and, shatter all the rules that are set up. So that's how I see it, right? So I'll read that. Okay. Kissing. They are kissing at gunpoint. They know they cannot be caught kissing. They are kissing as though the Chinars never saw any bloodshed, only lipstick. Asifa is grown up now, she's kissing her love, and the horses are dancing. The grass is erupting in joy, the valley is rushing in its unviolated grace, because they are kissing. They are kissing on a country boat, thick over the roaring flood. They are making the char silt turn alabaster under their starry eyes and swoon. They are humming their old songs, calling out their firebirds and ghosts, slapping the fish smells onto their tongues, and they are simply kissing. They are kissing because they do not want to become burnt flesh, lynched bodies, severed, mangled limbs, but they want to become one. They are kissing because lips are honey, tongue all roses. They're kissing in faraway Majid Beta, Imphal, Anantnag, Kandamal, railway platforms, bus stops, parks, chai shops. It's great fun kissing in chai shops, by the way. Chai shops, city streets, your carefully manicured lawns and gated, naked neighborhoods. They're kissing before the next pellet gun blinds another school kid, before the next attack maims that dreamy coward, the next brute snatch away the body, the heartbeat, the tears. It's their rage. It's their beautiful longing for a clear sky. It's their hands becoming tree branches, which you can see right now. Tree branches, it's their torsos turning summer's fireflies, it's their mouths free to kiss and speak, it's their saliva tasting love's warm rice. They're kissing right now in Unnao, in Khammam, in Kunan Pashpora. They're kissing on this page, in between these smudgy words and ink stains, because it is their only rebellion, only region, only map, only religion. For God's sake, shut your mouth now, for they simply are just kissing.
Honestly, one of the most beautiful things I've ever read. Okay, Madhu again. I don't know if you'll take this, I know you won't take this the wrong way, but there's a bit of irreverence always in the way you write, towards rules, towards conventions, and even towards yourself even sometimes, right? And then that's one thing I've always loved about your poetry, is the fact that, you know, there's this love and care for the art, but not for the, you know, the trappings that come along with it that people seem to be so enamored by, that it's more about the art and simply the art and nothing else. Like, you know, everything else is, you know, subject to whatever criticism and all of that. So can you talk a little bit about your approach to that, and perhaps read a poem that maybe represents that from your books?
Yeah, Sangha. I mean, okay, somebody observed it. The irreverence is because, like Georgia O'Keeffe once beautifully said, that the praise and criticisms go down the same drain. Like I am waiting for the dinner, like the wine to open before the dinner. I know everything is beautiful, but the idea is, my biggest fear, my biggest love, my biggest hope, my biggest courage, my everything bundled together, tied, like meshed like the newspapers that are almost here, is that I should be able to write the next word. That's it. Rest is just, or maybe have a next performance. I even moved into performance, like performance art. And because I thought the words were not helping. So yeah, there have been times when I have easily left the hand of words and just gone with figures and things like that. And so if you want a poem, I mean, I was just thinking that somebody was not able to get somewhere. And I was thinking there's so much of gate crashing. I just ended up writing like a couple of weeks ago about gate crashing, like, you know, because we need to be gate crashers. Whoever, he's talking about young artists and writers, we need to be gate crashers. So this poem is called Gate Crasher. I know you're wondering, where did I find this crown? I know you're wondering, how am I booking my galleries where only you deserve to exhibit? I know you're wondering how my work reaches people despite you not reviewing. I know you're wondering who invites me despite you not recommending. I know you're wondering how I got in despite you gatekeeping. I wonder too.
See, that's why I like that sort of irreverence that he writes with, but yet at the same time always so beautiful, always so pertinent, and like really, like, yeah, for young writers especially, this is something that you gotta look up to. You have to gate crash sometimes. We have too many gatekeepers anyway. So
Yeah, you should. You write.
I request Sangha should read something. Sangha says. Sangha says.
Go for it. Go for it, Sangha.
I have to
Everybody
take my
has
phone out for this.
overshot time. We will, please.
Okay.
Sorry.
While you're at it, I'm going to take that liberty to go and talk about Unnoticed. Have you taken it? Go ahead. Then. Go ahead.
Okay. Same thing about, almost similar to this, but a little bit softer than this, about gate crashing, I suppose. I have a poem called Shushmita Sen. So, again, because I sometimes land up in places like this and I wonder why I'm here. So here's the poem anyway. I've often been invited to strange places, to keep in company with strange people. Or it may be truer to say that I am the strange one in all that. I am the unknown usually among the known faces as we all sit there talking poetry. First always is the introduction. And some, though already known, for fear we may miss out on any detail, start shooting off long lists of books and awards and important journals, domestic and foreign, attributed to their names. I always dreaded my turn. Though still poor for any list, there was a time when all I had was a small corner in a student's magazine. And Baruch, using a computer printer, this was really impressive back then, had printed one of my poems and pasted it on his office wall. Or so I'm told. If that was not true, then my list is even poorer. When my turn came, I paused, waiting for the question to be asked again. Buying time, I will say, can you repeat the question? Like Shushmita Sen, even more. So where have your poems been published, they would ask. And then time ran out. I am no Shushmita Sen. I panicked. In a girl's heart, I answered cheesily, followed by my best effort at a profound silence. And in my strange head, I was pleased and imagined they were all jealous of me. Okay, enough. Okay, right, okay. So he said, we are different people at different times. So how would you define yourself now at this time, and what is the poem that you've written that you feel defines you now at this moment? For the both of you, yes. Don't answer. Okay, fine. Then just read a poem.
You are saying what poems finds us at this moment? Frankly speaking, I don't know. There is nothing such certain stuff as what can find us in this moment. Right at this moment, I'm not able to see any of your faces. I would love to see your faces. I'd love to make eye contact. But I can't even see if you're saying ho, ho, ha, ha, hurrah, and all that. I can't see you, right? And there's too much light and all that. Poetry is something that, it is cliched to say that it's organic, but it is something that should just happen by itself, right? There is a grammar to it, no doubt, but it should happen by itself. So ideally speaking, we should not be sitting at this stage. Ideally speaking, I would abolish this stage and the audience divide. You agree or don't? You guys don't sound like you agree. Yeah, so, poetry should happen as we are speaking, as we are interacting, as we gather together, as there is merriment, as there is sadness, as there are events happening around. So it should crop from every facet of life. So that puts us in the moment. Not just, it's just not always a lyrical expression. It could be a very forceful expression. I remember, I always like to quote Kynpham's poet about his mother that he wrote. Because once we have a topic like that to write about love, relationship, mother, sisterhood, brotherhood, we go very soft, we go very syrupy. almost lachrymose, But if you read that poem by Kynpham, you'll know what I'm talking about. You should go back home and read that poem tonight. I want all of you to read that poem. If you really, really do care for poetry, that sort of poem will put us in the moment. It's not just, being, paying an eulogy, being in praise or saying Baba and Baba. It's to realize the facts which are subterranean, a little bit not spoken about, what we call as taboo at times, But I really think if you care about poetry, go back home today and read that poem. Don't read me. Don't read Madhu. Chak Sangha. Read Kynpham.
Yep.
Yeah. I actually celebrate those who I don't agree with. So that is a compliment that I'm not agreeing with you. And that's why I celebrate you, because yes, I celebrate friends who I don't understand. No, I mean, because I feel that people should get a slice of my madness, and that's why, that's why. I'm saying that I totally agree that, but what I am agreeing is, you write the poem and then it's not yours. That is the part. Like, it's like taken away from you, and that, I mean, now again, it's not now, right? When he's saying now, it's not now. It's now is everything. Yeah, everything bundled together. So I think I remember very precisely 2022, and in that, I mean, there's many nows happening in the now that I'm living in, and I think the artist poem that happened for me, I think I have not been able to get over how the phenomena of how it happened, and like it's like the aura of the time when you create the art, and probably the universe people needed the most, I don't know, but it was just everywhere. It was, so this poem I'm going to read, and you'll be like, oh, this is the poem. And this poem was, so it was during the COVID, and it was called Artist. It's a 10-line poem, and it was quoted everywhere. It's still performed in Finland and universities across US, and yeah, हर जगह, मतलब कैसे गई पता नहीं. I mean, South African Parliament budget speech लोग पढ़ रहे हैं उसको. मैंने तो काश पैसे दिए होते ऐसी चीज़ के लिए. But yeah, दिए होते, हाँ, मतलब काश. So listen to this poem and say what's in it. Artist, and that was the time artists were called non-essential. Artist. I don't mind being the non-essential. Even a child takes its mother for granted. It does not run back to its mother until it is hurt. Nobody first thinks of water when they arrive at an exquisite dinner party until they are choking. I don't mind being the non-essential, knowing you will come looking when things are broken and nothing else works. Art is non-essential. Art is non-essential until it is not. Guess who I sent the first draft of the poem to? And Sangha. And he says, the last line is overkill. But I said it's the need of the time, and I kept it. And it's printed in T-shirts now, so yeah.
Yeah, well, you asked my opinion.
No wonder he's clapping so hard. Sangha.
All right, so yeah, please be ready with a couple more poems to read. And while they do that, people just, whatever questions you have in your head, get ready, because I'm going to come to you next.
Poem. But this whole idea of mandatory reading of poem is quite tiring, I don't think poets should be forced to read poems. It should just be read when they like, and when you are ready. And I believe so many of you are ready.
Are you ready?
Are you ready? No, this forceful reading, like read a poem, पढ़ो, like. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. Come on, trust me. Okay, I'll read a poem going with the same tenor and theme which was kissing and love, because we need love more than we do, more than we did before, I feel. With the world being so volatile, the world being so much in turmoil and conflict, I think we really need to use love as the weapon. Weapon not of mass destruction, but weapon of bringing everybody together, whether it's ethnic, community, religion, global intercontinental, whatever. I don't want to go into that grand narrative, but my world of love is very small. So here is a poem I wrote as like you were talking about reading early poems. So this is an early poem, which was written after Wallace Stevens. I'm sure a lot of English literature students would know. It's called 13 Ways of Looking at Your Hands. Okay? 13 Ways of Looking at Your Hands. 1. When the evening came home, the hands were the only ones that lit the warmth. 2. This hand and the other with two of mine sometimes tell tales, sometimes muzzle them. 3. When the pink man rode the train sitting a rhombus away from me, I thought I saw him with your hands. It happens. Number 4. The hands have held tomatoes, a few sprigs of fennel, my blunted chin, the pillow frills of our sleeps. Now they hold a memory bunch handed down in never sound. 5. It was only in a dream about shopping counters that the hands were stitched onto another hand, shuffling plastics along my glided arms. 6. There's a window with a tree with many hands that droop and call. There's a chair where eyes see and recall your dripping hands. 7. When I see the tabletop talking in a loud monotone, I'd say your hands are busy arranging themselves from the past to the front. 8. I have loved those green hands. I have lived without those serene hands. The vowels are now too drunk to get away. You know how I was writing it. 9. In the paintings about life and little birds, your hands become the background, their unseen veins and fine skin layer. Now it's downy rain through which the hands wipe my tears. 10. Oh, those hands still go mining into my woman pit. Those hands still go mining into my woman pit, sweet jelly and warm on fingertips, once up on my coffee breasts, they mottle, oh, so fast. 11. Did I say your hands no embrace? Did I see them raise my hips in a velar fricative push? I must have been lying, or writing poems. 12. It pisses me off to think this hand could look like a naked bird head in a fist holding a fork. Drop it. Lick those fingers. We won't talk Charles Simic over lunch. Charles Simic is one of my favorite poets. 13 and final. Are you saying it's all handheld? Coffee cup, steering wheel, cell phone, Billy Collins's fast ones and the small of my back? Tell me another way. I could talk about your hands as though they were blackbirds. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabina. I mean, I should say, Sangha and Nabina have been, all three of us have been arcs in a circle and kind of cross paths through poetry always. And this has been one of the most fun times. Thank you. So I end my part with a poem called Biodata that I should be submitting probably. It should have been submitted way earlier. And so I'm submitting my biodata in the end. So it's called Biodata. So this poem, one of the critics said, the poet assumes all these identities, but well, not true. Imagine, so I said I come from 6 different cultures, and this poem is called Biodata. A Tanjore Maharashtrian born on the Hooghly, calmed to my Avva's Kannadiga lullaby, soaked in sambar and rasam, served day after day with begun and aloo bhaja. I speak nomadic of my ancestors, Marathi from where they migrated, Tamil from where they settled, Kannada from porous borders, Bengali from the softness of the Ganga clay, English from the convent where I schooled, reciting Hanuman Chalisa at the school's chapel, waking up to M.S. Subbalakshmi's Suprabhatam, finding peace in the wealth of Mehboob-e Ilahi, in love with a Galo girl from Arunachal, where the shadows of clouds rest on mountains, and the Yomgo and the Siang fall in love. Who speaks better Telugu than my mother, sings ghazals like Penaz Masani, and loves Ghalib like Purani Dilli ever did. I have no belongings. Poetry is all I'll ever need. Thank you.
All right, any questions towards the poets from the audience? No questions? Okay. So maybe we should wrap this up?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, and to both Madhu and Nabina, and thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. Oh, well, there's one question. Okay, sorry.
We'll take one question, yeah. Okay. Microphone.
Sorry, it's very dark. It's just very hard to see.
Hi, it was such a nice evening. And the question, it's not a question, it's a special request to Madhu, who is present here. So there's a small anecdote I would like to share with everybody who is here. Once I was invited to judge a competition, and I was told that there will be no prize money, there will be no honorarium as to judge the competition. And I had to decline it very politely. And in that big email, all I could do is use Madhu's poem as an attachment. So I would request Madhu to please recite that poem. To big college fest, never have budget for poets.
Okay, that's the first time request I've got. This call, I'll quickly do that. Open mic poetry judge invitations. To big college fests, never have budgets for poets. Sir, we are hosting a college fest on this date, and we would like to invite you as a judge. We would like to dump all the judging work on you. Consider it your honor. Okay, hope there is an honorarium. Sir, we are not paying any of the authors and poets. It'll be unfair if we pay you. Even the authors, like insert a big name, is doing it for free. You will get a lot of publicity. I think it's unfair that you're paying none of them. Are you listening to yourself, mister? Why would you not budget for writers and poets? Have you tried saying that to the band you're inviting? If you think writers and poets aren't worth a budget, then why have all those segments at all? I think I'll pass on this one.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Before we bid adieu to our poets here this evening, as a small
Hey,
token...
buy the books, sorry, buy the books, huh? It's right at the Woodpecker and the bookstall. Thank you.
Yeah. As a token of appreciation for our poets this evening, we would like to present them a few mementos from the Shillong Literary Festival. And if there are any additional questions or perhaps requests to the authors, they would be available at the Authors Lounge for book signing, and their books are also available at the bookshops which have been established here at the Warts Lake premises with the different publishers or as well with the festival bookshop. Once again, a big thank you to Dr. Lalun Sanga Ralte, Miss Nabina Das, Mr. Madhu Raghavendran for this truly engaging poetry session. Their words truly reminded us of the unifying power of us to evoke emotions and connect hearts. Once again, a big round of applause for our poets this evening. We will now be proceeding with our final session for this lovely evening. I now call upon Wari, my colleague, to take over.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our final discussion today, Midnight Daughters, will be a candid and powerful conversation about identity, persistence, and growing up alongside the Republic of India. Joining us is the iconic Shobhaa, who we've had the opportunity to listen to yesterday and have been so charmed, and whose works have made her one of the most celebrated voices in Indian literature. Let's give her a warm applause as she takes the stage. She is joined by our very own Miss Patricia Mukim, Editor-in-Chief of the Shillong Times and a Padma Shri awardee who has spent decades championing social justice and free speech through her writings. Let's give another warm applause, please, for Patricia Mukim. And moderating the session is Shahana Chatterjee, a cultural curator and advocate whose deep engagement with literature and storytelling makes her the perfect voice to guide this conversation. Madam, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. This is wonderful to be here today, and thank you for that introduction. I am delighted to be in conversation with these two incredible people here. Shobhaa, who I have known forever, Shobhaa Mashi to me, if I may. And Shillong's daughter, Patricia Mukim, who I've had the honor of meeting just yesterday. I think this is the last talking session for the day, and our theme is growing up with the Republic. It's a vast theme, and it can go in so many different directions. But what is interesting is that we have with us two very, very strong, powerful female voices, social commentators who have been shaping public opinion on a vast range of subjects, from the intensely personal to the political, over many, many years, primarily through their writing, vastly different styles and genres, but equally powerful, equally relevant today as always. And I just really want to be a fly on the stage and ask them. They have grown up in newly independent India. Shobhaa Mashi, you were born within 6 months of independence.
That's correct, yes.
And Patricia, you were born just a few years after. So you've seen the country in its infancy. And I really want to know from you what it was like to grow up in the 50s in a newly independent nation. What were the conversations you had, and how that impacted your childhood and adolescence? You first, Shobhaa Mashi?
Sure, thank you. Well, I'd love to see a crowd like this. I wish we could see you more, but thank you, Shillong Lit Fest, for having invited us all. Here's to all my co-writers, to the organizers, to the volunteers, to Shahana, who I call my 5th daughter, and just everybody here for making us feel amazing, listening to us, giving us that kind of respect, the warmth, the hospitality, and as I said earlier, the power of the Shillong smile. It beats everything. The prettiest lit fest in the world. So thank you all for calling us here. Yes, to go back to what you asked, my father was a district judge at the time and working in a small court, a district court in Maharashtra, rural Maharashtra, where the British flag was naturally always flying in the compound. And I was still, my mother was expecting me. My older siblings were already born, and the older one was 11 years old at the time. The midnight, the speech, which my father was waiting to hear, as was the rest of India, as was the rest of the world, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's speech. This, of course, I was told much later. So they were waiting and, in a way, wondering what would happen in the courtyard, in the precincts of the court at the stroke of the midnight hour. And from what he tells the family, it was a moment that still sort of brings tears to my eyes and my hair stands on end. He said that they had to bring the British flag down, the Union Jack, and then our flag went up. As soon as it went up and the cheer and the Nehru's speech had just concluded, the small hills around Satara, where he was the district judge, suddenly lit up because there were people from the village with mashals who got up at midnight and it read Jai Hind. So for me, it's a very powerful reminder of what it meant for my parents' generation. And that I was born into free India was something, a privilege, because I know what it was like from what they told me earlier. And maybe it's a privilege I took entirely for granted. You take freedom for granted as you must, as you should, which is exactly what I did growing up. It never occurred to me that my siblings had known a very, very different India and a very different life. And all the things that I was taking for granted, the access to education that my father then shifted to New Delhi and joined the Ministry of Law Central, changed all our lives profoundly. So to answer you, that for me still remains the defining moment as to what being a child of the Republic actually alludes to in a very personal way.
The same question for you.
Shobhaa, that was really something that needed to be heard, because in my case, we were this periphery that had not joined India at that time. So the instrument of accession was signed by our ancestors in 1948. That was when we joined the nation called India. And I was born to a single parent, a single mother. We didn't have a radio, so we didn't hear much of the news. We really didn't know what was happening in the rest of the country. It is only later that we read that India had to accommodate 8 million refugees from Pakistan. And how this country has done it to find them a home, to find them jobs, I think is incredible. And that's why these days, you know, it's become a sort of a habit to berate Nehru, to berate Gandhi even. But at the time, they took on this very, very onerous task of building a new nation. And they had to negotiate with these 500 Maharajas, Rajas, get them to come over, be part of the new nation. So it's, for us looking from here, it's a very different perspective from what perhaps the rest of India experienced. And then we had the Naga insurgency. It started immediately after, in fact, they declared themselves independent a day before India's independence. So we have a completely different history from this region vis-a-vis what we call the mainland. And we still call it the mainland because the mainland still does not understand this region. We only have to look at what's happening in Manipur today to understand how, you know, how we don't make sense to the rest of the country and to the power holders in Delhi.
I'm so glad you said it. I'm so glad you stated it the way you have, because it's really time Delhi woke up, and I have written about it frequently, I've tweeted about it frequently, that look at the priorities, what a skewed way of treating our own people. And it seems the indifference is so callous, it's cruel, it's callous, and you're alienating a huge population through pure neglect and nothing but a lack of vision for what it means to be a part, as you said, the mainland. So it's very important what we heard today, and I'm so glad that you have also mentioned Jawaharlal Nehru and Gandhiji's contribution, because unless there are voices like yours that speak up and remind our young, in 5 years' time they won't exist in history books. I mean, it's so obvious what the intentions are. So the statues will come down, they'll be probably erased from public memory, and a generation later, it'll be a completely different manufactured history of our freedom struggle.
Yes, so true. And I just like to add that it's also shows the graciousness of the region that you include us in the way that you do, even in a platform like this, despite the otherization that occurs in so many fields and spheres. And you alluded to actually what I was going to ask next, that independence on the one hand was a time of great hope and optimism, but on the other hand, also a time of great strife and displacement. And of course it must have impacted your childhood. I don't know how much it impacted yours growing up in Maharashtra, but what was that like, you know, living in these dichotomous times in the 50s and perhaps even later on?
For me, it was really a fairly protected life as the daughter of a senior bureaucrat. So I don't have tales of great discrimination or suffering, because as a child of a bureaucrat, you already have access, you already have privilege to schools that other children may not have. But yes, it was at a time, as you said, with great optimism, great hope. And it was a period where you didn't think of deprivation, though it existed. We didn't think, oh my God, about we have to depend on rations because there wasn't enough food at the time to feed our own people. That we are importing what we today are actually in a position to export. These were the realities that as a child I didn't comprehend too strongly. So for me it was just watching with complete fascination, and that my father made it a point to take us year after year after year while we were in Delhi. And that again, the impact of the image, many images of the Republic Day parade, it still thrills me that to be there, present there, and to be sitting there at, in the Delhi winter, shivering away at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, to watch that parade, to watch our men in uniform, to watch that, the fly past, all of it was so very dramatic, so spectacular, and there was something about it which I'm sure at that time every Indian felt a sense of great pride, that here's a young nation and these are the people who are creating that nation. Their words are important and we should pay attention to what they're saying, because they have the vision and they are the ones who are going to implement that vision. So I grew up with a great amount of optimism, which I still retain. And I've never ever felt in any sense let down by the country, except in the last maybe few years since 2014, but certainly not before that, never.
I'm glad you spoke about the parade in Delhi. So I was privy to that parade only in the 90s because the government of Meghalaya decided to send me as a tribal guest. So there's a whole lot of tribals being taken from place to place to show us around Delhi and to be part of the parade, which was good. And we were also given little gifts, like a watch and a blanket, the typical tribe. And then, so with us, after independence, then we had the Chinese aggression in 1962. So we didn't have enough food going around. It became very difficult to bring rice and other stuff to this region. So I remember having what you call the usna rice, the boiled rice, which it didn't have a good smell at all, because they say when the rains catch the grains and then the grains begin to smell. So we were having that
And then at some point we had to shift to rotis, and we're not used to having rotis. I remember my grandmother saying, my stomach would never be full with rotis. So that, and then again we had the Indo-Bangla War, 1971. So we've seen quite a bit of history in our own ways. But I think our connect to the nation still remains very questionable. A lot of us who travel in and out of Delhi may not feel that, but go to rural Meghalaya or rural Nagaland. In Nagaland, when you go to Delhi, they still say he's going to India. So think of that kind of situation. It's a completely different worldview that we have of India.
Also, I think it has a lot to do with, the imposition of Hindi as the national language, though it's not officially called the national language, but that's what it evolved into, that's what it became. And almost no one here speaks Hindi or even needs to speak Hindi. So that's again a big disconnect. And to my great and glorious surprise and delight, no one cares about Bollywood. They don't watch Bollywood films because they don't understand Hindi.
No, that's wrong.
Wrong. Listen, I just spoke to a young volunteer here who said they love Bollywood.
Yes.
So unwell.
And they sing lovely Bollywood songs.
But the girls who are with me, who are some of the volunteers, said they have absolutely no interest in Bollywood. Well, maybe they were just saying it because they thought, I don't know what they thought. But at any rate, I was quite relieved because the kind of hypnosis, the hypnotic spell of Bollywood across the rest of India, not so much in West Bengal, and in the south they have their own.
No, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Yes. The Bollywoodization of India.
But the one uniting factor in a way.
Yes, in a way. I think, cricket and films.
Yeah.
These are the two things which really bring everyone together very passionately most of the time. But just going back a little bit, I mean, both of you have seen India in every decade of independence, and we are hurtling towards the 8th decade. I was born in the late 70s, immediately after emergency, so my India is very different from your India probably, and from your children's point of view as well. So standing today at the cusp of the 8th decade of independence, what are your hopes and fears for the country?
But you should go first.
Yes, please.
I know where you're going. My hopes and fears, they revolve around what happens in Delhi, because that defines what happens in our states. We were created, the states were created. We have 8 states in the so-called northeast of India, and none of the states are economically viable. They're all created out of political, compulsions. So each of the chief ministers is so dependent on Delhi, each one of them. And whichever government is there in Delhi, all of us make a beeline for that. So in a sense, we are not autonomous in any way. We are so dependent on Delhi for funds. And because of that, I think Delhi uses strong arms tactics. And then I have to go back to Manipur, because today somebody from the National Herald called me and said, Arambai Tengol, the militant outfit from Manipur, has set up an office in Calcutta and in Delhi. So they asked me, why do you think a militant outfit is allowed to do that, and why are they doing that? So I said, they're expanding their area of influence because the chief minister is allowing it. So we have these dichotomies that we are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. We are an unresolved region. We have a lot of, we still have this otherization that you're saying. We have had communal tensions, communal violence. So it's like we are navigating a route that we ourselves are not very familiar with. We don't know where we're going to reach.
Well, Shahana, coming from a city that very proudly creates our billionaires, and we've seen extravagance of a kind that is unspeakable, unthinkable, and has left the world agog. So, coming from that environment, my perspective on what's happening today is slightly different from Patricia's, because we don't have to kowtow as much to Delhi. If at all it's the other way around, they want our money. And they want the clout that comes with the kind of ownership of Mumbai, or certainly control of Maharashtra, and the kind of revenue that we provide. So their attitude to us cannot be patronizing or condescending. On the other hand, Mumbai is it's a world in itself. It's a world where people come from across India to realize their dreams, and those dreams get realized, because that's the kind of city it is. It's a tough city. It's for survivors. It's for risk takers. It has no time for what are called by the young losers. And failure is simply not an option. If you're a failure in Mumbai, you pack your bags and you go home, because it's really a very demanding city. But because of that, because it pushes you to the edge as much as it does, you also have spectacular stories emerging out of Mumbai, success stories of people who've made it virtually in every field, whether it's business, the arts, movies, literature, the performing arts, artists. Some of the greatest names that have made India proud and put India there on a global platform and global map have emerged out of exactly this little cauldron, which is not representative of Maharashtra. It doesn't have Maharashtrians who are, or not all of them are Maharashtrians, but that it's so inclusive that if you've got it, if you're willing to flaunt it, chances are you will make it. So to me, it's in a microcosm, a story about the possibility of India, that we are doing it despite Delhi. And if, one hopes, so will a lot of other cities, a lot of other states eventually be self-sufficient enough to make their progress happen without having a bowl in their hand asking for subsidies. And just as India, people thought of us as a begging bowl economy, look at where we've taken it today. So if we could do it as a nation, if we could feed our own people, today we are feeding more than 1 billion people, some of the most educated people in the world who are leading multi-billion-dollar companies across the world come from India. It should make us extremely proud. So I think we give politicians too much of importance. Our strength is our people. And nothing can change that. No power in Delhi can possibly affect our growth story.
Thank you for sharing that, and that really is, in essence, the optimism that India survives on, the possibility of making it. And both of you, I mean, you of course in your political writing, and you in your columns and other spaces, have also taken up cudgels against the Republic when you've had to, in very strong and straightforward words. And of course there's a great precedent, in 1917 Tagore wrote an essay on nationalism, where, if I may just quote, he said that nationalism is a great menace to the world, and it is the particularism of the human mind which is the greatest obstacle to the realization of human unity. So would you like to comment on that, and do you think that nationalism has really been misinterpreted and utilized to just promote, I don't know what, sycophancy or what you might call it?
Nationalism in today's dictionary, it seems to mean that we have to have one India, one election, one language, one religion. So, I mean, I don't know if that's how nationalism is being interpreted or reinterpreted, because we inherited an India that was divided, but the constitution makers were very particular to ensure secularism as a principle, equality, equity, if I may say, and the independence of the judiciary. Do we have any of these facets today? We have to really ask ourselves that question.
Would you like to also comment on that? Yes.
Spellbound by everything she
Yes.
says. Seriously, what a wonderful way of putting it.
Yes, and you have
so
spoken
effectively
out.
conveyed. Fantastic. Well, you talked about talking truth to power, and I'll give you two examples. Well, yes, during the emergency, you're a child of the emergency, but I was very much an editor of the emergency, so you can imagine what that involved. And I was astonished when the Information and Broadcasting Minister in Mrs. Indira Gandhi's cabinet came to give us all a lecture in Mumbai on our job and what the job was, and basically just to tell us to behave ourselves. And the censorship was, of course, very much on. Everything was being blacked out. Everything had to be submitted to the chief censor sitting in Mantralaya and so on. And it was an editor's meeting that he was asked to address at a very sensitive time, where people were wondering, I mean, they couldn't believe what they had to deal with. In an independent India, in a democracy, that there could be someone in the government telling us, you can say this, but you can't say that, and so on. So he came to me directly, and he looked at me, and he said, Madam, I can hang you from a public square, exact words. And I actually burst out laughing. I said, this man can't be serious. The editors around me looked terrified that this woman is laughing, and this man with a menacing, threatening way, because he meant it. I couldn't believe that someone could issue such an open threat. That was obscene to do it. So anyway, we challenged that, we paid the price for it, and there have been other governments, other run-ins with the Shiv Sena in our own state. Being a Maharashtrian, of course, doesn't mean that you're protected in any way. If at all, you're putting yourself out there by asking for trouble if you say anything that goes contrary to what the Shiv Sena believes you should be saying.
You had a run-in with the Vada Pav,
With the Vada Pav tweet. I mean, I must share that briefly with our audience, because they'll understand the ludicrousness of it all. That at one point, the Shiv Sena decided that commercial screenings of all films at prime time in our multiplexes will have to be only Marathi films. So my tweet said, does that mean that we'll be eating vada pav instead of popcorn at prime time? That's it. Nothing beyond that. So vada pav is a popular snack in Maharashtra, and they have vada pav stalls across, which they control, of course, and exploit. There's vada pav stalls, Shiv Sena stalls, and so on. And they sent a morcha of over 400 people to my home to blacken my face, to stone me, to stone whatever they could find. I had a lot of police people at home who said, do not engage with these people, do not go to your balcony. And I said, I have done absolutely nothing that will make me hide in the bathroom or cower in fear, because all bullies are cowards, and I'm going to go and meet them. So they said, are you sure? I said, I'm very sure. If you are afraid, don't come with me. So the police women said, now, come on, madam, in Marathi, tumi asa kai bolta hai. Then they came. They were very reluctant. So these guys were saying, Shobhaa Day, hi, Murtabad, the usual nonsense. Paid, hired goons, that's all they are. So they said to me, we have brought you vada pav, madam. It was a huge, huge basket of vada pav. It said with compliments of the Shiv Sena. And they had said to the press, who they had invited, that watch us while we gag her with the vada pav. They wanted to stuff it down my throat. It was said very crudely in Marathi, that we will gag her and stuff it down her throat and watch her suffer, we'll blacken her face. So I quickly took a picture of the vada pav and I tweeted it saying, it was delicious, thank you Shiv Sena. So then the couple of people said that, no, I asked them, what are you exactly protesting against? They looked at each other because, of course, they didn't know. They just said, we've been sent here. That did it. So I told the cops we're wasting our time. I mean, just let them go and let's get on with our lives. I've been under police protection for 2.5 years too, for taking on what they call for contempt of court and so on. But if each one of us were to not take a stand and not speak up, then we'll be playing into the hands of these bullies. So I took them on. My husband was wonderful, stood by me all the way. We moved the Supreme Court and we won. It was contempt of court. So the point is, not speaking up is not an option. That's it. Simple as that. Bring it on. Jerry, calm down.
So, I'm going to take on from where you left about freedom of speech. So do we really have freedom of speech now? In the media, we're looking behind our backs to see if we're using the right words, the right vocabulary. Are we, impinging on somebody else's need for glory? Because that is what it has become. And it's sad that I'm in a profession, you are in a profession where we are not exactly proud of ourselves anymore. And this,
I am.
You are?
You are and should be. Because you speak on behalf of everybody here present who admires you.
So, but we really need to be, like you said, be speaking up. It doesn't mean that journalists themselves have to speak up for themselves. It's the citizenry that has to be speaking up.
Absolutely.
And I think the silence sometimes is very troubling.
Well, at least if I can understand the silence in a way, because it says a lot about the political environment if the citizens feel compelled to keep quiet because they don't know who's going to come after them. So if you and I, if we have the platform to push for push on behalf of those who cannot push for themselves, that is our job to do it. And we must inspire that courage in the others, that if they are in any way being persecuted for nothing, then there will be voices that will support them. Right now they're not confident that anyone will stand by them, and fewer people are willing to put themselves on the line, particularly in media, compromised and sold out as it is.
Absolutely. And just moving away a little from that, we spoke a little bit about Bollywood, but I wanted to ask you particularly, what do you think about the representation of the Republic in popular culture?
I think a lot is left to the imagination of filmmakers. If you talk about popular culture here in Meghalaya or in Nagaland or in Mizoram, we represent our own cultures. And that does in no way impinge on the national culture. It becomes part and parcel. I think they merge very well. And we have our yearly demonstration of that in Delhi again on Republic Day. So, but because cinema is still a very weak subject, it doesn't get too much of state patronage. So I think we really need to work on that, because that's how society represents itself to the world.
But I want to ask you, Patricia, that the Northeast is misrepresented in Bollywood, and they have Bollywood people playing iconic people from the Northeast. And I know that these are sensitivities that need to be addressed, and a lot of extraordinarily talented people from the Northeast who come looking for jobs in Bollywood do not get the kind of jobs that they should be getting. So what do you feel about the kind of skewered?
See, because to be in Bollywood, you need to have those features like yours. I'm afraid, the definition of beauty in the rest of India is different from ours. We are not so sharp-featured. So how can we represent Bollywood? Or how can we be represented? That's why, what's her name, Priyanka Chopra had to be Mary Com.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know why we didn't protest enough, but that's a real sort of...
in all fairness, Priyanka Chopra did a fantastic job.
She did.
So that she was cast in that role, and that a lot of India got to hear about Mary Kom through that film was already something I thought was laudatory. But yes, of course, they could have trained an actor from here to play that role.
We have some excellent people, with all the problems that Manipur has, they also have some good actors and producers and directors who are actually based in Bombay. So they could have used those. But again, when we come to this whole disparity, if you ask anyone from the mainland, sorry for the use of the word, to name the capitals of the northeastern states, many of them would fail that test. They would still fail that test. But when we were growing up, we knew the capitals of the rest of India, of all the states, because we learned that in our geography books. So why this disparity? And when will India actually know its northeast? We have a Government of India policy called the Act East policy, which we mistakenly believe it has something to do with us. But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with us, because we have nothing to do with that policy. We are not even consulted. It's spoken about by the MEA every now and again, but we don't seem to be part of that policy. We cannot be, because Bangladesh is in turmoil now, Myanmar is in turmoil, so how do you trade beyond these immediate borders of yours? Yeah.
That's very true, and you've written a lot about education policies within the state, but outside, the central education policy and the other state boards, there's room for a lot of improvement on all fronts. And I'm sure there are many people who have questions for both of you, and we are running a bit late, so I just want to
interrupt for 1 second.
Of course.
Because the thought I thought is worth sharing, because you asked about Bollywood and representation, about the Republic being represented. When in the 50s we had sort of hyper-nationalistic films like Mother India, for example. From Mother India we went to Chak De India, not a bad transition, but right now I don't think there is any interest in promoting films that, or you had the Manoj Kumar brand, which was very strong in the 80s, also very hyper-nationalistic, and those films actually worked. Some of the music from those films is still sung, and our military bands play those same songs.
Mere Desh Ki Dharti.
Yes, Mere Desh Ki Dharti became almost a parallel anthem. But after that, after there's been a lull, let's see how things pan out.
Yeah, there's all these revisionist history films,
Yes, and OTT is provided. Like, I don't know, I haven't watched Freedom at Midnight, which was just launched. But that someone is even bothering to make it is making the younger generation, like my children, or rather even my grandchildren, aware of something called Freedom at Midnight. Yes. Most of them are not even aware and not even interested. If the film that is a commercial success, chances are it will make them aware too. There's something happened.
At least question.
Yeah, at least question, yeah.
Yes, yes. So just to end the conversation, we've spoken about political freedom, but as strong, independent women, we must also talk about personal freedoms. And how important has that been in your life, the ability to take your own decisions, autonomous decisions? And what is the advice that you would give to young daughters of the Republic today? Would you like to?
I've led a very independent life. Difficult, but brought up 4 children on my own as a single parent. And so what should I say? I don't like giving advice. I would just say, I just tell young people, do what you think is best for you. Especially women. We are a matrilineal society, but it takes a lot for a woman to speak up in this society, because all our institutions are male-centric. You look at the writers, for instance. Today I heard Streamlet speak about, she was moderating that session. We have so few women writers of consequence. Almost all the celebrated poets are men. So we really, we have a long way to go, but it's good to see young people coming up, Sasan and Wari there. I think you all are good role models to empower the rest of the young people in the state and beyond. So that's how we pass on the baton.
Shana, I have taken my own personal independence completely and totally for granted. I've never questioned it. And I think it started with my telling my father at age 14 that I'm in charge of my own life. And I've lived that. So I feel it's important that also as a parent today, the message I pass on to my daughters, 4 daughters and my granddaughters, is that be true to march to your own drummer. And there's no substitute at all for hard work. If you think someone's going to come along and make life easy for you, no one in the world makes life easy, particularly for women. So be prepared. Be prepared that there will be challenges, that there will be hardship, that there will be people who will say there are obstacles that you will never be able to overcome. But don't pay attention to any of that. Don't let anything stop you. And at no age, I mean today I'm 76 years old, and I don't feel that I need to stop or do any of that. As long as my brain is working, as long as my limbs are working, there's nothing, no force on earth that can tell me that, oh, you're a woman, you're a grandmother, don't you think you should be sitting at home in a rocking chair and knitting booties for your grandkids? No chance. And I hope that by demonstrating it day in and day out and through all my writing, which has been proactive and pro-women consistently over 50 years, all my books, the protagonists have been women, and none of them are victims. No matter how they start out in life, they are not playing the victim card. They do not bring out the martyrdom card. They fight for what they believe is true. They fight for their truth. They fight for themselves. And that is a message each one of us can certainly pass on to the next generation, and the next generation much tougher than we were, I think, much smarter than I could ever dream of being, and they just know how to get ahead in life, and it gives me a sense of great triumph to see our young girls so confidently negotiating their way in a very complex world that we live in today.
And breaking some of the rules.
Oh, and breaking so many molds. Yes. And good luck to them. And there are people like ourselves who are there to cheer them on.
Absolutely. Role models and survivors. Here's to them. And on that note, I think we can take a few questions from the audience if we have time. Yeah? Okay.
Jerry.
Yes.
Hello. To both of you, any words on economic independence for women?
For me, there is no other kind of independence. You have to be able to support yourself. You have to be self-sufficient. The only way for any human being, I'm not talking men and women, to earn that respect is to learn how to... I heard something so profound, Jerry, I'd love to share it with you because it's actually poetic. I'd gone to a meeting more than a decade ago to Hyderabad, where they had invited women from rural Andhra Pradesh then to talk about microfinancing and how that had changed their lives. And these were women who barely spoke. They didn't actually speak Hindi or English. They were speaking in Telugu, and they had a translator. And there was this farmer lady, amazing personality, strong, wonderful woman. And she said the biggest lesson for any woman in her life, the toughest journey is the one that the hand makes from the thali to her mouth. If she can feed herself, she has nothing to fear.
Jerry, we only have to be shown the way, and you have a state, so the state has to create the access. because sometimes you have policies, but you don't have access to those policies. So I think that's all that women need, that little push.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Anup. I'm a serving soldier. I have just one question for you that has haunted me all my life. If I hear it from you, I'll take it as the gospel word and go back home. You've spoken about Republic, how you've seen it throughout the years, throughout the decades. I've probably seen it from the late 80s. Do you think we were a little unprepared back in 1948, be it democracy, independence, whatever you call it? We have this lovely evening because the stage is set. There are volunteers. We made this evening happen. Were we a little too early where we started our journey for the Republic? Could it have been a little later or better prepared? Could, as Indians, we be better prepared for that moment?
I've always felt that we were not really ready for democracy because we are such a divided society even today. You have the caste system, you have now the rich, you have a class of the rich, even in tribal societies, and the have-nots there, and a huge gap in between. And then the Constitution of India is largely the Government of India 1935 Act, right? We've copied a lot from there. We've copied a lot from the US and UK constitutions. Those are countries that have evolved and they didn't have the caste system. They didn't have the kind of poverty that we were left with when the British left this place. So perhaps, I don't know. This is Shobhaa.
Well, I don't quite agree with the question, and I have a totally different point of view on this, that there is no such thing as the perfect timing for a nation to declare its independence. We'd waited long enough. That's something no one else can tell another country that this is the right time to fight for it, and this is, we fought hard and we got our independence. What we've done with it subsequently is what we should all be thinking about and participating in the progress. We can all stand outside and say it has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with each one of us. So, okay, the timing, who decides? Even the most competent historians internationally and our own historians, we can debate this forever and we'll never find the right answer as to what was the right time for India. Freedom comes at any time. Is freedom hard won, and we should celebrate it. That's it. Freedom has to be celebrated.
Are there any other questions? Yes, I can see a hand up there. If you can stand up, then maybe they can get you a mic. Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am. It's very honored to hear both of you sitting on the stage. I have a question. Like, since in today's world, it's a fast-pacing world, like reels world. So I see there is no people who write don't have patience to write properly with enough research, or people who read don't have patience to go through the details. Like, there is an issue with both the ends. So, I mean, let's keep the liberty, freedom aside, assuming we have that. But the party, the main two stakeholders don't have the time. So how do you see, like, with both of you have more than 50 years of experience. So how do you see the coming years in this? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I totally don't get your question. So if Patricia does, maybe she can answer.
Can you speak louder into the mic?
Yeah, I'm referring to the current generation where the people, the readers don't have patience to read in detail, and the writers, I mean the one who publish, don't put enough time in research. I mean, there is like that urgency to produce and to go through it.
You're talking about people who write articles?
No, in content. I mean, people who read, like say people like me, like we don't have sufficient time to go through in details while we read. It's like a reels world, I
No,
see.
so it's not anyone's fault, it's the fault of the reader. We produce content. If the reader doesn't read and inform himself or herself, how are we to be blamed?
No, I'm talking about the generation, ma'am. I'm not talking other.
Yeah, so it relates to the generation. A generation that doesn't read will not be informed, and an uninformed generation is bad for democracy, right?
Also, the way news is consumed today, the way it is packaged and sold is completely different in the last 10 years.
Everything is a reel.
Yeah, exactly, everything. And also what we're going to be confronting and dealing with very quickly, if we are not already doing it as we speak, things are changing. AI is here to stay. Deep fake news, there's alternative news, there's so many different, you have to, within yourself, have a questioning enough mind and find out as much as you need to know without questioning the source from which you're getting it, but also question the source. If you simply don't have the time or the bandwidth to do that, then you can't blame anybody but yourself.
Thank you.
Also, we live in the age of disruptive technology. I think all of us should be on our toes to keep ourselves informed. We can't say, oh, we don't understand this. You know, yeah, so.
Well, I think on that note, thank you both very much for sharing your insights, and thank you all. And it's been an absolute privilege to be here in this wonderful venue at the Shillong Literary Fest. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much. I was completely speechless and mesmerized by such powerful voices in today's session. It was simply superb, and you know, we have such an engaging audience. If there's a word that can describe the session, what would it be? Come on, someone out there. Powerful. Let's give it up to the powerful authors, powerful voices that are here in the Shillong Literary Festival. Thank you so much. And as a gesture of our appreciation, we do have something special by the Shillong Literary Festival team, and we would like to give it to you. Thank you so much, Shobhaa, for inspiring us to push forward in order to make progress happen in all respects. Thank you, Kongpats, for such different narratives which are so important in today's democracy, and I hope it will be something that will push us forward and make India much better in the whole run. Thank you so much, Shana Chatterjee. This lovely time with you as the moderator. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, once again for being here in the last session. And definitely, we've ended the session on such a high note.
Let's start with the t-shirt. I'm a
Right.
All right, Madhu, first of all, welcome.
Thank you.
Well, let's start with the t-shirt. I am a farmer of poets. We spoke about it before the interview, but I want to hear it from you for the benefit of our viewers.
So there's a Jack Gilbert's poem that says, I'm not a business, I don't have a business of poetry. I don't write poetry as a profession. I'm a farmer of poetry. So that's where the quote comes from, and that's what I kind of like, that if I was a farmer of poetry, I would be a kitchen gardener kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, we'll start now?
We'll start again?
Oh, that's fine. We can go again. That's fine.
All right, Madhu, again, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much.
Let's start with the first question because I did a little bit of research, and what you're wearing right now is a slogan t-shirt. I'm a farmer of poets. I know what it means, a little bit of context you've given it to me. Tell us a little bit more.
So as you referred, my t-shirt says I'm a farmer of poetry rather than saying I'm a poet, because poet, it's not a profession, and Jack Gilbert put it very well that he's not a professional poet. Poetry is not a business for him. It is more of he's a farmer, like he farms poetry. He kind of, so I think I have given the Indian context that we have such a beautiful, from Sosotham here to Tiruvallur's, to given how many languages we have, the diversity, I mean, all this poetry. So I think we should be the ones farming poetry actually, like so many languages, so many ways to write. So that's how the language of poetry, like I love the idea that I'm a farmer of poetry.
Nice. Well, I might steal that someday. Well, speaking of performance, how do you use performance poetry, as a tool to advocate human and environmental rights?
For me, what matters is documenting cultures through poetry. I think poetry, I love the fact that poetry should be able to do something beyond the page. It's beautiful on a page, it kind of speaks to individuals, but given a social cause, can it move like how children document their own cultures? Can they do it through poetry? Can they talk about environment, the sacred grove that we have? Can they write more about the sacred grove? The world knows so little about the sacred grove. Can we do that more? So that is the idea of documenting through environment, because we are losing out on languages, we are losing out on traditions. I'm really happy that the festival has put up a folklore space, and that's a lovely initiative as well. Yeah.
Coming to your writing, how would you define it?
I think I'm a people's poet, and my poetry has always spoken to the people. And like to give you an example, the poem Artist itself traveled worldwide, and it's been played in various countries, and I have performed in jazz on it in Pittsburgh. So I believe that poetry has to be really, I mean, it's a people's thing, and especially in a country like in India, farmers have poetry, everyone, the boatmen have poetry, the rivermen have poetry, the traditional knowledge holders have poetry. So I think we are a country of really a lot of poetry, and it should be a part of the people's lives.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Make Me Some Love to Eat. I'll let you do the talking.
It was my first collection, and they were very kind of poems. I wanted to look at love very differently, and that's how the poems happened actually. And let's say that, and there would be romantic poetry like, I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in religion, yet every night I set out on a pilgrimage on a train of kisses from your forehead to your toe. So it's like you are my religion, and so it's, I mean, those experimenting a little bit with love and affection, erotic, everything put together. That was it. Yeah.
Wow. So you also founded Poetry Couture, and then I want you to talk to us a little bit about it, because I like the concept, you know what I mean? How did you start?
So I think my friend Sangha also, who teaches in Martin Christ University here, he also holds, we love the idea that young people write more, speak more about poetry, celebrate more. Poetry is not something you put off on a bookshelf. For us, that has been the idea, and I think I really like the idea. And when I say that, I believe that more and more people, so that was the idea of Poetry Couture, that it should be in fashion, it should be more of like, people should come together, read and celebrate and share the work. In that process, there'll be a lot of learning. So.
And it just didn't end there. You also started your nature poetry walk in Assam. Imagine we have something similar here.
Oh my God, yeah, absolutely. I would love to do nature poetry walks in Shillong. Is somebody listening? But because the idea is that you kind of take a few pages you love. It could be by anybody. It could be a Khasi poet. It could be Avner Paryat. It could be anybody. Just take a bit of poem, and then we go walk into nature, sit in solace and silence, and share each other's works. And it could be Neruda's work. It should be Tagore's work. Anybody in the face of history. So yeah, that's the idea.
Like I said, I really like the concept.
Yeah.
You know what, one book other than your own that, you know, you'd suggest the readers to read, and why?
Oh, wow. Yeah. Why not? I mean, I'm just thinking there's so many of them. I mean, I have to go with is Hindi okay? But yeah, okay. What was I reading recently? I think I just bought Kynpham's book, and I would love to read it. It's called The Distaste of the Earth.
Yeah.
So I'm going to read. So I think it's a process. I'm saying because I dabble in Hindi, I read a lot of Hindi poetry, and I listen to a lot of Urdu poetry and English, of course. I mean, you can find me anywhere reading between the beat poets to Kabir, to Rumi, to Tagore, to like me and my partner would just sit over tea and read Tagore to each other. So it's that kind of. So it's what the evening brings to you, probably. Yeah.
Since you're a poet and a writer, I want to hear it from you. What do you think of the reading culture in the 21st century?
Well, that's a brilliant question, because is reading obsolete? Will it get obsolete? No, absolutely not. People who will be reading, but at the same time, the idea that should reading be generated through more mediums? Can the interest be generated through more mediums? I'm sure you never heard of me or read my poetry before today, but now that you have met me, maybe something inquisitive might happen. You might start, and that might be a segue to get into more poetry. So we start, because I do a lot of poetry workshops. I tell children to know what not to read, because that is important, because it's like making friends. We won't be friends with everybody at the festival. We'll be having 10 friends. That doesn't make us a bad person. We are good to everybody. But do we have enough friends? No, we are going to pick up people, oh, you're not my type, or you pick up, because you have to look at books like that. So you pick up a book and then read the first page, 10 page, random pages, or random poems. You're like, you kind of speak to me like a friend. Oh, I'm going to read this. So yeah, I think that, so with Insta and all the spoken word going around, I think that's a good thing. A lot of everything should go on. Yeah.
So, you know what, since we're here at a literary setting, if you're not signing books, if you're not on a panel, if you're not doing interviews, what do you normally like to do when you visit literary festivals?
Oh, when I'm visiting literary festivals, I love taking cues from sessions. I love Jerry's session yesterday. I love Shobhaa De's session. I love the session on where Streamlet Dakar was moderating. So yeah, I just listen to people. I like to know how they think and celebrate their work as well. Yeah.
So, before I let you go, would you be kind enough to read a few lines from your poetry, just exclusively for our listening?
Sure. Oh, sure. Why not? So I was. Let me recite a poem. The poem. If you want to know the power of poetry, which I read on stage, it is called Artist, and it's a 10-line poem. And at times, you get to see the power of poetry in your lifetime. So this poem goes like this. Artist. I don't mind being the non-essential. Even a child takes its mother for granted. It does not run back to its mother until it is hurt. Nobody first thinks of water when they arrive at an exquisite dinner party until they are choking. I don't mind being the non-essential, knowing you will come looking when things are broken and nothing else works. Art is non-essential until it is not. So art is non-essential, it looks like, but you don't wake up every day and feel your backbone. It's there with you, but you don't feel it every day. Art is like that. It's the backbone of the society. So maybe once in a while you should feel it. Yeah.
I could listen to you all day long if I had my way, but unfortunately. But again, I said that was the last question. I still want to one more question, if you will. What's next for Madhu Raghavendra? Is there any book coming up soon? Anything in the pipeline?
I think I was writing something around the constant missing in our lives, about when we are in winter, missing summer, when we are summer, missing winter, when you're having ice cream, you want to have something spicy. And I'm like, oh, this is a quest, endless quest. And so I was thinking, you know, I mean, it was around infinite So the book was called something around infinite, and the idea of how this universe is always yearning for something. That's
Mr. Raghavendra, it's been an absolute joy.
Thank you.
Very insightful. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes.
Enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Thank you.
For the remaining sessions.
Thank
here
you.
and tomorrow.
Lots of love to the festival.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think.
Yeah, we're done. Thank you so much. They'll need some photographs, I suppose.
Hope you didn't buy it. You're not.
Check. Drum monitor. Check. Check.
A very good evening. So I would like to introduce myself at the moment. I'm Bahun, and tonight I have a few covers for you, English songs, and as well as Khasi, some of the originals. And I would really love to hear your voices with me singing along. Will you? All right. Here we go.
There was only you and me. We were young and wild and free. Now nothing can take you away from me. We've been down the road before, but that's over now. You keep me coming back for more. Baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. Your love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. It isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. Change what it means to me. Oh, there's lots that I could say, but just hold me now, 'cause our love will light the way. Baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. your voices. Baby, you're all that I want. Where you are in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. And love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. It isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. To sing some more with me? Yes, but I didn't hear your voices. Maybe you're too far, or maybe you're feeling cold, but I bet if you sing along you'll feel a little warm. All right? Yes? All right. 25 years and my life is still trying to get up that great big hill of hope for a destination. I realized quickly when I knew I should that the world was made up of this brotherhood of men, for whatever that means. So sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out, what's in my head, I'm feeling a little bit good. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream at the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, oh yeah. revolution. And I pray, oh my God, I pray, I pray every single day for revolution. So I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out. What's in my head and I'm feeling a little confused. So I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I'm screaming at the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, yeah, what's going on? And I say, what's going on? You all know the song? Yes, if not, just follow me with the chorus. I want to hear voices. Will you give me your voices out there? All right. Hey, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? One more time. And I say, hey, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? Hey, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, I said, hey, what's going on? I say, and my life is still trying to get up that great big hill of hope for a destination. Are you feeling warm? All right. We should do some more. Yes? Okay. heaven's door. Knock, knock, knock it on 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 heaven's door. No more putting my guns in the ground. I can't use it anymore. The cold black cloud is coming down. We'll start, come knock it on heaven's door. Knock, knock, 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 knock it on heaven's door. Knock, knock it on heaven's door. I feel like I'm knocking on. Knock, knock, knock it on heaven's door. Hey, hey, hey. Knock, knock, knock it on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knock it on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knock it on heaven's door. Baby, I feel like crying. Knock, knock, knock it on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knock it on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knock it on heaven's door. Can I hear voices? Come on, one more time. Knock, knock, knock it on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knock it on heaven's door. Thank you. Thank you so much. My friends from my left side, you want to sing with me? Are you ready? You know this song? Who knows this song? Can I see your hands up? Okay, here we go. Okay. Coconut man, motivates. You ready? Seems like everybody's got a price. I wonder how they sleep at night. When the sale comes first and the truth comes second, just stop for a minute and smile. Why is everybody so serious? Acting so dang mysterious. Got shakes in your eyes and your heels so high that you can't even have a good time. Everybody look to the left. Everybody look to the right. Can you feel that? We'll pay you what love tonight. It's not about the money, money, money. We don't need your money, money, money. We just wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. It ain't about the change, ain't about the to bring back the beat, and then they won't say money. We don't need your money. We just wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price. Like, can I hear you? It's not about the money. We don't need your money. We just wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. Money. We don't need your money. We just wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. So much. Do you want to sing some more songs? Can I get a louder yes? All right. Are you ready? Oh, that's very weak. Are you ready? Who knows the song? There's a boy in my mind and he knows I'm thinking of him. On my way to the day and the night, the stars shine above me. He's been gone for some time, but I know I truly love him. And I'm singing the song, hoping he'll be back when he hears it. Come on! My heart goes sha-la-la in the morning. Sha-la-la-la, sha-la-la in the sunshine. Sha-la-la-la, sha-la-la in the evening. Sha-la-la-la, sha-la-la, now just for you. Just like mine, you feel like crying. Sing along, maybe once, maybe twice. Let's try it together. Some sweet day, no one knows you return, and you'll be happy. Shout it sweet in a song. Listen to your heart, it is singing. My heart goes sha-la-la-la-la. Sha-la-la in the morning. Sha-la-la-la-la. Sha-la-la in the
the song, so I would really love to hear your voices. Will you give me that? Alright. I want you all to join with me. Come on. Here we go. My heart goes sha-la-la in the morning. Sha-la-la-la-la. Sha-la-la in the sunshine. Louder. My heart goes sha-la-la-la. Sha-la-la in the morning. Sha-la-la-la-la. Sha-la-la-la-la just for you. Here we go. My heart goes sha-la-la-la-la. Sha-la-la in the morning. Sha-la-la-la-la. Sha-la-la in the sunshine. Oh, oh, oh. Sha-la-la-la-la. Sha-la-la in the evening. Sha-la-la-la-la. Sha-la-la-la-la just for you. Sha-la-la-la-la just for you. Shall we do one more time? I want to hear you. My heart goes sha-la-la-la-la, sha-la-la in the morning. Sha-la-la-la-la, sha-la-la in the sunshine. Oh, 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 sha-la-la-la-la, sha-la-la in the evening. Sha-la-la-la-la, sha-la-la-la-la just for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Are you ready for some Kasi songs? All right, let's do this. So this song is sung by my friend, and I know everybody knows the song, especially the Kasis, and I would really love to hear your voices. Are there any Kasis out there? Yes. I know you know the song, so please sing along with me.
Dala don't know baro tang happy men sika men tang mapi balaban jink men tang happy ngashanya
Thank you so much. So, before we do the next song, I have 2 more songs for you. And so, before we do the next one, this is my original. It's available on YouTube if you want to check it out. All right, so before we do the next song, I want all of us to learn with me one particular thing. You know, it's a kind of a tradition for us Khasi to do the hoikyu. Yes? Can you learn that with me? All right, here we go. One more time. I want to hear you sing that part. Come on. One more time. You guys are you're not ready. Are you ready? One more time, I want to hear you. Here we go. Okay.
schon dzienia wyśni Siałą taba siłę kasni Na dzień i tak dzień miliard Siapiłej tu ai O ja risa Wykił mnie na mapyta Sądam mnie na czar Hawanda hojnam dahan Skipala sa Chingam katap Tintin katu yawan Kungin yasha Nilek sopan Bansak marasyan Are you guys ready to learn one more time? Yes? Alright. Here we go. Thank you so much. Are you guys having a good time? Are you sure? All right. Okay, so the last song. Thank you so much for having us. Before the last song, I would like to introduce my bandmates here. On the drums, we have Banshan. On the guitar, we have Majay. On the guitar, on my left, we have Badu. And on the bass, we have Maklan. And I am Bahun, yes. Alright, so the last song will be a Kasi song, obviously. But, you know, this song is very special to me. And I hope to everybody present here, especially growing up, I know I learned these songs from my parents, from my grandma, and she taught me these songs. They are folk songs. We learn as it has been, you know, passed it on from generations to generations. And at this moment, I want all of us to learn together. Are you ready for that? And I know people have, you know, grown-ups maybe, they will be very attached to these songs. And I would really love to sing your heart out if you know these songs. You guys ready? All right. Ladikut usai telai, ladikut usai telai, ladikut usai telai, man lakaman kaherimai, bila kaksiarni lakarupa, piman syai neman syangai. You know the song? Alright, let's sing this together. Ladikut usai telai, ladikut usai telai, ladikut usai telai, man lakaman kaherimai, pila kaksiarne lakarupa, piman syai neman syangai. Another one. Pokon sim alewan song enai barat kapung, tap dakalut shipol tingkakan sahe pat kapung jangan. I want to hear voices, come on. skip my day one song night in night but thép tất cả lực chỉ hậu tình cả cản xa hệ bắt cả bông trong nào. One more time, one more time. Cô cuốn skip my day one song night in night but thép tất cả lực chỉ hậu tình cả cản xa hệ bắt cả bông trong nào. Rebas mapasting bamsyana kulay Pankaro babang bating labang nagkaknay Kina rebas mapasting bamsyana kulay Pankaro babang bating labang nagkaknay. You know the song, right? Okay, I want to hear voices, come on. Kina rebas mapasting bamsyana kulay Pankaro babang bating labam nagkaknay. One more time. Kina rebas mapasting bamsyana kulay Pankaro babang bating labam nagkaknay. Are you ready to learn some actions? Will you do the actions with me? Okay. Kapilang baro batelan Shobhaa sing Shadam. One more time. Kapilang baro batelan Shobhaa sing Shadam. I won't do the actions anymore. I want you to do the actions. Come on. Kapilang baro batelan Shobhaa sing Shadam. The next one, come on. Nang tapin kiki shimrapi 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 nang tapin kiki shimrapi pagbumalang kapay nang tapin kiki rendang pi rendang pi rendang pi nang tapin kiki rendang pi pagkarukang syaneng. Are you ready? Sing usyong halor kasih kindet shalir plerlet. One more time. She sing upai usyong halor kindet shalir plerlet kitman baro. Let's keep on
Well, with that, we wrap up day 2 of the 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival. Needless to say, each session has been priceless and very informative. The bad news is that we have to wrap up things right now. It's getting cold here at the Wards Lake. But the good news is that we will be back tomorrow to bring you all the live action right here from Wards Lake, and you can trust us to do the needful. For now, I'll leave you with yet more soulful music for the evening by the band called Daminot.
Night, dancing in the dark in the pale moonlight. Done my hair up real big, beauty queen style. High heels off, I'm feeling alive. Oh my God, I feel it in the air, telephone wires above. I'm sizzling like a snare, honey, I'm fire. I feel it everywhere, nothing scares me anymore. Kiss me hard before
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening to you all. We are Taminot, and we are very glad to have this opportunity to perform in front of you in this lovely evening. Thank you so much, Shillong Literary Fest, for having us this evening. Thank you. Please, Shobhaa.
Good evening, everyone. So, once again, thank you, Lit Fest, Shillong. Is mic on? So, literature is so important, but we shouldn't forget our oral literature, because that's what was there for thousands of years. So the songs we're singing are really stories that have been passed down over many, many generations. This next song is based on the creation myth of the Khasis. We believe that 7 families came down from the celestial realm and settled on earth through a golden ladder that's in a hill only 20 kilometers from here. So we call this land Kari Shong Padang Pertai, which means land at the center of the world. The song was released 3 months back. Maybe some of you all know it. You can sing along and enjoy. Come dance in front also.
Baju? Thank you. Thank you.
I think these guys can come dance in front if you want. I think no one's going to stop you, right?
you. Pleasure born. Maju. Maju a little bit. Tangmuri on monitors. Shubhan, thank you. So the next song will be the last song. And thank you so much for having us this evening. In fact, this is a literary fest, so we don't have much to say anything because whole week maybe they have said so much and everything. And this song, the last song, titled Meghalaya.
जैसा कोई नहीं, मैं गया जहाँ भी बस तेरी याद थी, जो मेरे साथ थी मुझको तड़पाती रुलाती। सबसे प्यारी तेरी सूरत, प्यार है बस तेरा प्यार ही बात जैसा
Thank you. Thank you so much.